Chapter 39-96. Yi Chenfeng, why are you here? Ma Qiuning asked calmly. His face was very old, and his body was very thin. He looked like he would be blown away by a gust of wind as he stood there. He could not feel any emotion from Ma Qiuning during this process. It was unknown if he really did not care about what Yi Chenfeng had done or if he really had a good temper. Elder Yu Ning. When Yi Chenfeng's gaze landed on Ma Qiuning, his tone softened. You are of the same generation as my teacher. Logically speaking, I should call you Martial Uncle. Elder Yu Ning, you should know about what happened outside the Seven Kills Valley not long ago, right? Yi Chenfeng looked deeply at Ma Qiuning as he spoke. Ma Qiuning fell silent when he heard this. Naturally, he knew about this matter. It was impossible for him not to know. If it were him, he would naturally prefer not to take back what he had lost. However, he knew very well what his juniors had done, so he could not blame them. He would not live much longer. If Ma Qiju lost half of his soul-grade divine artifact, he would not live much longer. At that time, the Ma Qi clan would lose 2 intermediate god emperors. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Ma Qi clan. Yi Chenfeng. At this time, Ma Qi Wu Ming spoke again. He said coldly, I've already told your senior brother, Jin Yunfeng, about this matter. The Ma Qi clan has also publicly apologized to the Chunyang school for this matter. In addition, we've recently started searching everywhere for the 200 limit king-grade divine pills. We'll definitely send them to the Chunyang school within 100 years. Is the Chunyang school really going to fall out with the Ma Qi clan because of this? Ma Qi Wu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. Yi Chenfeng. At this time, Ma Qi Lu Su, the patriarch of the Ma Qi clan, spoke as well. His tone was even colder. If you leave now, the Ma Qi clan will not pursue the matter of you killing so many of our disciples. Elder Wu Ming made a promise to Chunyang school, and the Ma Qi family will not go back on their word. As soon as Ma Qi Lu Su said that, many people behind him frowned. They glanced at Yi Chenfeng coldly but didn't say anything. Many of the Ma Qi clan's disciples that had perished earlier were from their bloodline. However, when they thought about what the Ma Qi family had done some time ago, it wasn't difficult for them to guess that the family head did this to further extinguish the anger of Chunyang school. They had expected that Chunyang school would come looking for trouble, but they didn't expect that it would be Yi Chenfeng. Now that Yi Chun had retreated, the matter would naturally come to an end. What if I don't? Hearing Ma Qi Lu Su's words, Yi Chenfeng took a deep look at him and asked with a deep meaning, Not retreating? Ma Qi Liu Su's face instantly darkened. That depends on whether you're here today on behalf of Chunyang school or on your own. So what if I'm here on behalf of myself? Yi Chenfeng asked again. This time, before Ma Qi Lu Su could speak, Ma Qi Wu Ming beat him to it. If you're here on behalf of yourself, you won't be able to leave the Ma Qi family if you don't give us an explanation. Is that so? Yi Chenfeng looked at Ma Qi Wu Ming with a mocking smile on his face. With just you? Ma Qi Wu Ming's expression darkened. Naturally, he was no match for Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng, what are you trying to do? This was the first time Ma Qiju spoke. His eyes were filled with hostility and fear as he looked at Yi Chenfeng. What am I trying to do? Yi Chenfeng smiled. Ma Qiju, I'm here to look for you and Ma Qi Wu Ming. Since both of you are here, that's great. Now, return my junior nephew's half-soul high-grade divine weapon to him and kowtow to him 3 times as an apology. Then, I won't pursue this matter any further. Yi Chenfeng's words were said casually, without the slightest hint of emotion. Ma Qiju's expression changed instantly. Yi Chenfeng, are you humiliating me? So what if I'm humiliating you? Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Since you have the face to take back a divine weapon that you've openly lost, you should have expected this day to come. Looking at your current attitude, are you unwilling? As Yi Chenfeng spoke, his tone suddenly turned cold. Impossible. Ma Qiju said resolutely. Good. Yi Chenfeng smiled. I've been waiting for you to say this. Since that's the case, I, Yi Chenfeng, will test my sword on you today. As soon as Yi Chenfeng finished speaking, his gaze suddenly froze. With a wave of his hand, a sword ray condensed in the air. Then, a figure appeared around the sword ray. It was a lifelike black-robed youth. The youth was shrouded in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, his body emitted a sharp sword intent. In the next instant, Yi Chunfeng moved. The black-robed youth held a sword ray in his hand and fused with Yi Chunfeng. Sword Soul. Almost at the same instant when Yi Chunfeng moved, the expressions of the Machi family's upper echelons changed as they cried out in disbelief. Yi Chunfeng. As for Machi Ju, who was Yi Chunfeng's target, his expression also changed greatly. He hastily took out his half-soul high-grade divine artifact spear. However, just as the spear entered his hand and was about to erupt, he felt a black sword ray flicker before his eyes. In the next instant, he felt his consciousness begin to disperse. No. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice died. Machi Ju, the Golden Seat Elder of the Machi family, a mid-god emperor expert, died in an instant. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, Yi Chunfeng appeared before Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan once again. He looked as if nothing had happened, and his expression was as calm as before. Bang! At the same time, Machi Ju's corpse heavily smashed into the ground below. A muffled sound resounded, which was especially ear-piercing in this quiet environment. Yi Chunfeng, you dare to kill the Golden Seat Elder of my Machi family? Machi Wuming's eyes were red as he glared at Yi Chunfeng. It was as if he wanted to eat him alive. As for the patriarch of the Machi family, Machi Liusu's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Chunfeng actually had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. He was only a mid-god emperor. Normally speaking, wasn't it only possible for a high-god emperor to give birth to a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul? How was this possible? Thank you, Martial Uncle Yi. After Jin Pingfan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, caught the spear that Yi Chunfeng casually tossed to him, his eyes lit up. At the same time, he thanked Yi Chunfeng profusely. The half-soul high-grade divine artifact that was snatched away earlier returned to Jin Pingfan's hands. I don't mind if you attack me to avenge him. Yi Chunfeng looked at the clamoring Machi Wuming and said indifferently, Don't forget that I'm not here to look for Machi Ju. I'm here to look for you, Machi Wuming. Now that he's dead, it's your turn. Yi Chunfeng said. As soon as Yi Chunfeng said those words, Machi Wuming's expression changed greatly. He, who had calmed down, felt a chill run down his spine when he recalled the scene earlier. Now that Yi Chunfeng had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, his strength was definitely not weaker than an ordinary high-god emperor. Killing Machi Ju was as easy as killing a chicken. Killing him, Machi Wuming, would not be much different. Yi Chunfeng. At this moment, although there was no lack of lower god emperors among the upper echelons of the Machi family standing behind the patriarch of the Machi family, they were looking at Yi Chunfeng as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with terror and fear. Yi Chunfeng had actually produced a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. It should be known that even in the past, Yi Chunfeng's strength was not inferior to the number 1 expert of the Machi family, Golden Seat Elder Machi Yuning. Now that Yi Chunfeng had a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, the gap between them could be imagined. Moreover, Yi Chunfeng was in the prime of his life while their Golden Seat Elder Machi Yuning was already in his twilight years. He might not even have fully recovered from the injuries he suffered during the heavenly tribulation. With Yi Chunfeng's current strength, he can already suppress our Machi family by himself? The upper echelons of the Machi family felt their hearts tremble when they thought of this. This was also the reason why the patriarch of the Machi family, Machi Lu Su, did not say anything for a long time after Yi Chunfeng made his move. This was because he did not know what to say anymore. If Yi Chunfeng had said earlier that he was here on behalf of the Chunyang school, he could still question Yi Chunfeng and ask if he was trying to start a war between the Chunyang school and the Machi family. Even if no one in the Machi family could stop Yi Chunfeng, there would still be someone who could escape alive and take revenge on the people of the Chunyang school in the future. Moreover, the Machi family had been rooted in Tongling province for many years. They had a deep foundation, and they had quite a number of experts in the outside world as well. If the Machi family was really destroyed by the Chunyang school would have to think about the consequences. However, Yi Chunfeng said that he was only here on behalf of himself. He was here on behalf of himself, and he had the battle prowess of a high-level god emperor. What else could he say? So powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally recovered from the shock of seeing Yi Chunfeng make his move. With just one move, he had killed the golden seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju. Machi Ju was not a pushover. He was a genuine mid-level god emperor. Even if he was only a small part of the mid-level god emperors in the Machi family, he was still a mid-level god emperor. A lower-level god emperor could not be compared to him. At the very least, Zhen Pingfan, the strongest person below the mid-level god emperor in the Chunyang school, was no match for him. So, the full soul divine sword can display such power in the hands of a mid-level god emperor. Although Duan Lingtian did not see how Yi Chunfeng made his move due to his limited strength, he could still feel the sharp aura coming from Yi Chunfeng's divine sword. Although he also had a full soul divine sword, due to his limited strength, the power it displayed was far inferior to the full soul divine sword in Yi Chunfeng's hands. When Machi Wuming heard Yi Chunfeng say that it was his turn to speak, he thought of Machi Ju's death and broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he looked at Machi Yuning, who was standing to the side and staring at Yi Chunfeng without saying anything. Chapter 39-97. When Yi Chunfeng displayed the high-grade soul divine sword, Machi Wuming knew that no one in the Machi clan was a match for Yi Chunfeng. The reason he asked Machi Yuning for help was because Machi Yuning was the strongest person in the Machi clan. He had the highest seniority in the Machi clan. Secondly, even though Machi Yuning was no match for Yi Chunfeng, he had a high seniority after all. Moreover, he had a good reputation and was highly respected. Therefore, Yi Chunfeng might give him some face. Under Machi Wuming's gaze, Machi Yuning, who had been silent all this while, finally looked at Yi Chunfeng and spoke. Yi Chunfeng, Machi Ju's death was his own fault. The Machi clan will not pursue the matter any further. The high-grade soul divine weapon that was lost is lost. The Machi clan is willing to accept the loss. When Machi Yuning said this, although many people in the Machi clan were unwilling to accept it, they knew that this was the only way. If they really did accept it, their Machi clan would probably shed a river of blood today. The current Yi Chunfeng was no longer someone the Machi clan could deal with. However, Machi Yuning was not done yet. He continued, Machi Wuming, as an accomplice, you'll be grounded in the Machi clan for 10,000 years. Otherwise, you'll be at your mercy. Machi Wuming's expression turned ugly when he heard Machi Yuning's words. However, he did not say anything because this was better than death. As an apology, 200 limited king-grade divine pills will be sent to the hidden sword faction of the Chunyang school within 100 years. Machi Yuning paused for a moment before he asked, Are you satisfied with this arrangement? It had to be said that Machi Yuning's 3 points could be said to have made a very big concession. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a compromise. Upon hearing Machi Yuning's words, Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Yi Chunfeng, could not help but be surprised. The strongest person in the Machi clan was so easy to talk to. At the same time, he also realized that today's matter would most likely come to an end after Machi Yuning said this. This time, the Machi clan could be said to have tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The Machi clan's previous actions can't be considered wrong. However, they didn't expect Elder Yi Chunfeng from our Chunyang school to have a high-grade full-soul divine sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. If Yi Chunfeng had not nurtured the upper-grade divine sword with a complete soul and still possessed the same strength as before, he would not have been able to intimidate the Machi family into making such a concession. Perhaps, he might not even be able to retrieve Machi Ju's high-grade half-soul artifact. The strong are respected. On Elder Ye's body, it can be said to be vividly displayed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's yearning for the path of the strong grew even more fervent under the influence of Yi Chunfeng's actions. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian had expected. Upon hearing Machi Yuning's words, Yi Chunfeng smiled faintly. Since Elder Yuning has said so, I, Yi Chunfeng, am not an unreasonable person. As soon as Yi Chunfeng's words left his mouth, It was not only the people from the Mochi clan whose mouths twitched. Even Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan could not help but look at each other in tacit understanding. They could see a strange smile in each other's eyes. If Yi Chunfeng was reasonable, would he be able to directly suppress the Mochi clan's protective grand array and kill the Mochi clan's disciples who were below the divine emperor realm? If Yi Chunfeng was reasonable, would he be able to kill Mochi Ju without giving him any chance to retaliate? Let's do as Elder Yu Ning says. Yi Chunfeng smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and brought out his celestial emperor-grade spaceship. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan with him and left without saying another word to the people from the Mochi clan. After Duan Lingtian and the other two left, although there were many people in the sky above the Mochi clan's estate, it was dead silent. Mochi Yuning let out a long sigh. All of you should have informed me before making a move. Don't tell me all of you think that I, Mochi Yuning, am someone who can't see the big picture? I don't have much time left. It's impossible for me to bring that half-soul prominent divine weapon with me. It's fine if I leave it to Mochi Ju. Mochi Yuning only learned about this matter after Mochi Ju and Mochi Wuming snatched the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Zhen Pingfan right under Zhan Yunfeng's nose when he returned to the Mochi clan. Due to this reason, although he felt helpless, he could not say anything. After all, he had already offended the Chunyang school. It would be pointless for him to say anything more. Moreover, even if he had a choice in the beginning, he might have chosen to snatch the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Jin Pingfan after some hesitation, even if it meant offending the Chunyang school. After all, nobody knew that Yi Chunfeng already possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword. Even if he had a half-soul prominent divine weapon, he would not be able to take it away after he died. However, who would not be selfish? In a situation where the Mochi aristocrat family was not threatened, he also wanted to leave his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for his grandson who was only a low-level god emperor. Moreover, he still had a chance to break through and become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces grand banquet. For this reason, he was naturally unwilling to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Mochi Ju. However, if he had known that Yi Chunfeng possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword and knew that he would not be able to become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces grand banquet, he would have been more than willing to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Mochi Ju. However, there were no such things as knowing in this world. It's too late to say anything now. Mochi Liusu sighed. The most unexpected thing is that Yi Chunfeng actually has a full-soul upper-grade godly sword. How did he do it? No matter how Yi Chunfeng did it, the Mochi clan had no choice but to admit defeat this time. No one would have thought that the number one expert of the Chunyang school would possess a half-soul prominent divine sword. His strength was no weaker than some higher god emperors. Wuming. Mochi Yuning looked at Mochi Wuming and said with a solemn expression, I said those things just now to protect you. I hope you can understand. Uncle Yuning, I can understand. Mochi Wuming nodded solemnly. To me, it's already a great blessing that I didn't die under Yi Chunfeng's sword. It's also good that I don't leave the clan. From today onwards, I'll focus all my attention on cultivation and strive to become a higher god emperor. Mochi Yuning nodded in satisfaction when he heard this. Ancestor. At this moment, an unexpected figure appeared not far in front of Mochi Yuning and the others. Mochi Hong? The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Mochi Ju's great-great-grandson, Mochi Hong. He was also the number one expert of the Mochi clan's younger generation. Mochi Hong was the pride of the Mochi clan. Even when Mochi Hong lost Mochi Ju's half-soul prominent divine weapon, not many blamed him. After all, who hadn't been young and frivolous? What they blamed was Mochi Ju for not taking good care of his half-soul prominent divine weapon. Little Hong, you saw it all? Although Mochi Hong's expression was calm as if nothing had happened, Mochi Lu Su, the patriarch of the Mochi clan, could still feel the murderous aura in his body. However, Mochi Hong was currently looking at Mochi Lu Su and Mochi Yuning with a solemn expression. Two old ancestors, if I enter the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet this time around, I'll be able to obtain 3 spots. But now, Ancestor Wuming is under house arrest and can't leave. Therefore, he won't be able to obtain one of the quotas. Therefore, if I enter the top 3, apart from the 2 quotas that will be given to the 2 ancestors, I hope that the remaining quota will be given to someone who can help me kill Yi Chunfeng. Of course, 2 ancestors, you can also make the other party swear a heart demon blood oath that if they make a breakthrough and become a upper god emperor, not only will they have to kill Yi Chunfeng, but they will also have to be worshipped by our Machi clan for 1,000 years. Earlier, Machi Hong had clearly seen the scene of his ancestor's death. In the beginning, he was extremely sorrowful and angry. However, after a while, he calmed down and began to think about how to avenge his ancestor. What a good child. Machi Yuning sighed. Child, let go of this hatred. At least let it go for now. We know of your filial piety. However, that Yi Chunfeng isn't that easy to kill. After the 7 Mansions feast, the possibility of him entering the upper god emperor realm is much higher than me and Patriarch. Even if we can find someone and make him swear a heart demon blood oath, even if he enters the upper god emperor realm, he might not necessarily be a match for Yi Chunfeng. Machi Yuning said, Ancestor, I've thought about this matter. Machi Hong said with certainty, if Yi Chunfeng also enters the upper god emperor realm, the heart demon blood oath will be dropped. When that time comes, I will avenge myself. On the way back to Chunyang School, Jinping Fan was asking Yi Chunfeng all sorts of questions in the God Emperor grade flying ship. He even asked Yi Chunfeng to summon his upper god sword Sword Soul and look around it. He looked very much like a mountain child going out of the city for the first time. Everything was new to him. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged at the side. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. However, he could understand Jin Pingfan's feelings. You brat. Yi Chunfeng said helplessly. You're already so old. Why aren't you as calm as Duan Lingtian? When Jin Pingfan heard this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and grinned. Duan Lingtian is too shy to go up and watch. In my opinion, he must be very curious about the upper god sword Sword Soul. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. What's there to be curious about? It's just a upper god sword. I have one too. In fact, even before this elder Yi in front of him had a high-grade divine sword, he already had one. Huang Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something and asked the Sword Soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Huang Elder Ye's upper god Sword Soul shouldn't be able to sense your existence, right? Chapter 3998. Master, he won't be able to sense it. Huang quickly replied to Duan Lingtian when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. He's just a newly born sword soul. His abilities are limited. Of course, if you don't enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might be able to sense my existence. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Huang words. However, he ignored the rest of Huang words. With his current cultivation base, if he was still unable to enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might as well kill himself. Junior Uncle Yi. Suddenly, Jinping Fan seemed to have thought of something, and he asked Yi Chunfeng. Before I met Machi Yuning, the Golden Seed Elder of the Machi clan, I didn't think of him at all. Since he doesn't have long to live, can't he lend or entrust his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Machi Ju? Of course he can. Yi Chunfeng smiled faintly when he heard Jin Pingfan's words. However, do you think he would do that in the beginning? Before he knew I possessed a high-soul divine weapon, would he have thought I would come knocking on your door to take back your high-soul divine weapon and kill Machi Ju? Jinping Fan pondered for a moment before he nodded in realization. That's true. I was mistaken. I forgot they didn't know you had such strength, Junior Uncle Yi. The high-soul divine weapon had allowed his Junior Uncle Ye's strength to rise to another level. He now possessed the strength to intimidate the Machi clan and make them lower their heads. Moreover, do you think Machi Yuning had no selfish motives? Yi Chunfeng continued. He has a son and a grandson. Although his son failed to enter the God Emperor realm and died a long time ago, he still has a grandson who's already a lesser God Emperor. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have given his high-soul divine weapon to Machi Ju. Jinping Fan nodded repeatedly when he heard Yi Qinfeng's words. "I didn't think too much about it. It's just that when I saw Machi Ju die, I felt his death wasn't worth it." The resentful woman refused to admit defeat and took back her high soul divine weapon. However, before she could even use it, she lost her life again. Zhen Pingfan shook his head as he spoke. "That's his fate," Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. Machi Ju was just an ant in his eyes. Even before he possessed a high soul divine weapon, Machi Ju had been killed by him to kill Machi Ju. His cultivation base to Machi Ju to his comprehension, zest to origin to his STS to clones to kill Machi Ju. Apart from that, he had also mastered the sword Dao. Not only was he the #1 expert in the Pure Sun sect, but many people in the East Mountain Prefecture also called him the #1 expert in the East Mountain Prefecture. However, he wasn't interested in sparring with the experts from the other top Emperor God-level factions in the East Mountain Prefecture and defeating them. Hence, this title wasn't considered legitimate. That was before he had successfully nurtured his high soul divine weapon with his high soul divine weapon. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng was very confident. He was confident no one in Tongling province would be able to withstand a sword strike from him. After Yi Qinfeng and Zhen Pingfan ended their conversation, Yi Qinfeng looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the corner of the flying ship, and asked with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, does your master plan to come to the Mystic Gangland?" Duan Lingtian had already guessed Yi Qinfeng would ask this question, but he did not expect Yi Qinfeng to ask at this moment. He could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. "Elder Yi, my master has already left the Devata realm for the realms of gods. He said if he arrived at the Mystic Gangland, he would consider coming to Chunyang School. However, in the end, he didn't arrive at the Mystic Gangland." Duan Lingtian replied. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Perhaps I'm being too rash. How can someone who has mastered the sword Dao to such an extent in the Devata realm be restrained by Chunyang School?" When Yi Qinfeng spoke up to this point, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Although you're younger than your master and your cultivation base has already surpassed him, you're still inferior to him in terms of foundation. When he arrives at the realms of gods, he'll have a huge breakthrough. In fact, the most difficult thing in the realms of gods is not to raise one's cultivation base, but to raise one's profundities as well. The most difficult thing is the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Moreover, your master's sword Dao has reached the critical point of breaking through to the next stage. Once he breaks through, he'll be able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor." An envious expression appeared on Yi Qinfeng's face when he finished speaking. A hint of passion could be seen in his eyes as well. That was the stage he wanted to reach as well. However, he was still far from that cultivation level and would not reach it so quickly. Duan Lingtian did not know about this earlier. When he heard Yi Qinfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He knew that perhaps even his master didn't know about this. He's able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor? Even with my current strength, I don't have such strength. Even after I've stabilized my cultivation base as a medium divine emperor, I still don't have such strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian knew Yi Qinfeng had met his master before, so he knew his master's mastery of the law of time. Since Yi Qinfeng had said so, it meant he had considered the profundities his master had comprehended as well. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, Zhen Pingfan, who was standing at the side, was stunned. "Junior Uncle Yi, do you mean Duan Lingtian's master's comprehension of the sword Dao is higher than yours?" Zhen Pingfan could clearly see the envy on Yi Qinfeng's face. Why was he envious? It was not difficult to figure out. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had said Duan Lingtian's master was able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he became a divine emperor. After all, Yi Qinfeng was not one to speak without thinking. "He's much stronger than me." In response to Zhen Pingfan's question, Yi Qinfeng gave him an affirmative answer. This naturally caused Zhen Pingfan to be shocked, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng continued to say, "Duan Lingtian's sword Dao is the same as his master's. In other words, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao was taught to him by his master. This is what I admire the most about him. Although I've passed down my comprehension of the sword Dao, none of my disciples have been able to comprehend it, not even the embryonic form. Yi Chunfeng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. When Jin Pingfan regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked anxiously, Duan Lingtian, does your master still need more disciples? As soon as Jin Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be speechless. Why didn't he see that Elder Jin had such a shameless side before? How old are you? You're almost 10,000 years older than my master. Become his disciple? Yi Chunfeng couldn't help but glare at Jin Pingfan. You little brat, aren't you afraid that your father will break your legs? Your master is your father. Jin Pingfan chuckled. Be that as it may, I believe my father understands me. Moreover, if I really master the sword Dao, he'll definitely praise me. Jin Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian, why don't you ask your master if he's still accepting disciples? I can be your junior brother. Of course, if you're embarrassed, I'll be your senior brother. I'll take care of you in the future. What do you think? Jin Pingfan said with a fervent look in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless when he heard Jin Pingfan's words, but he still mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Elder Jin, the reason I can walk the path of the sword Dao that my master has mastered is because I've been walking his path since I was in the mundane plane. It's also because of this that I was able to successfully walk the path of the sword Dao, and even use it as a foundation to walk my own path of the sword Dao. I'm afraid you won't be able to. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Jin Pingfan's face was filled with disappointment, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. Yi Chunfeng, on the other hand, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. So if I want a disciple who can walk the path of the sword Dao, I still have to go to the mundane plane to find one. That makes sense. A little fellow in the mundane plane is like an unpolished jade. I just have to add a few strokes on it, and it'll naturally become the jade I want. Why didn't I think of this before? Yi Chunfeng fell into deep thought. Based on his muttering, it was clear he really wanted to find another disciple in the mundane plane. Upon hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Jin Pingfan was speechless. He said, Junior Uncle Yi, you're being too whimsical. Even if someone from the mundane plane can walk the path of the sword Dao that you've taken, I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to go to the realms of gods from the mundane plane. Do you think everyone is like you and Duan Lingtian? Moreover, it's not like you didn't have any disciples in the mundane plane in the past. They also walked the path of the sword Dao. Later on, a few of them even came to the profound gangland and became gods. However, did they walk the path of the sword Dao that you've taken? Upon hearing Jin Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, when you obtained your master's legacy in the mundane plane, did the legacy he left behind contain any comprehension of the sword Dao? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head confidently. Master left it behind before he ascended to the Devata realm. At that time, he hadn't mastered the sword Dao yet. In fact, he hadn't even mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao yet. Upon hearing this, Yi Chunfeng's expression was filled with disappointment. I thought he left behind the legacy in the mundane plane after mastering the sword Dao. In that case, I don't think there's a chance. In the past, I also left behind my legacy in the mundane plane. Moreover, the sword Dao I mastered later on is also based on that legacy. Many of my disciples in the mundane plane have outstanding innate talent and comprehension skills. However, none of them managed to comprehend the rudimentary form of my sword Dao. Perhaps, my sword Dao is only suitable for me and not others. Chapter 3999. While Yi Chunfeng was sighing with emotion, Jin Pingfan said helplessly, Junior Uncle Yi, don't be too greedy. It's fine if you're a monster yourself, but you want to nurture another one? Jin Pingfan shook his head as he spoke. Yi Chunfeng glared at Jin Pingfan. How can this be called greedy? If that's the case, what did Duan Lingtian and his master say? Just wait and see. If Brother Qingyang doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become a figure that will shock all the planes of gods in the future. I'm not sure about other aspects, but in terms of sword principle, it'll be very difficult for Duan Lingtian to surpass his master. It might even be impossible. No one understood Feng Qingyang's sword principle better than Yi Chunfeng. Even Duan Lingtian did not understand it as well as he did. Feng Qingyang's sword principle was at a level that was beyond his reach. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's sword principle was not bad, but it was not profound or heaven-defying. Even he was slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian's sword principle. At least that was what he thought Duan Lingtian had shown earlier. Unless Duan Lingtian was holding back. However, he did not think that was possible. In the past, when Duan Lingtian defeated Machi Hong, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Machi family, in the Seven Kills Valley, many people in Chunyang School had recorded the battle using the floating image pearl. Therefore, Yi Chunfeng had watched the battle through the floating image pearl. He hasn't even reached the Divine Emperor realm, but his sword principle is already so strong. Jinping Fan could not help but click his tongue when he heard this. At the same time, a yearning look appeared in his eyes. I'm really curious. What kind of person is he to be so monstrous? Even you, Junior Uncle Yi, feel inferior to him in terms of sword principle. At the same time, Jinping Fan seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his voice and asked Yi Chunfeng, Junior Uncle Yi, as far as I know, sword principle can also make one an omnipotent expert. Moreover, it requires a lot of sword principle. Will Duan Lingtian's master become a supreme master in the future? Jinping Fan knew very well how difficult it was to master the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the realms of gods, ultimate gods who had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth were considered potential supreme experts. It was also because of this that he couldn't help but make such a connection with Duan Lingtian's master, who had an astonishing way of the sword. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Yi Chunfeng remained silent for a moment before speaking again. No one knows. Even if you ask me, I don't know. To be honest, you, Zhen Pingfan, also have the potential to become an omnipotent master. However, compared to you, Zhen Pingfan, compared to me, I think that Brother Qingyang has a better chance of becoming an omnipotent expert. Then, Yi Chunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, even Duan Lingtian has a better chance than you and me. Although Yi Chunfeng felt Duan Lingtian's way of the sword was not as good as his master, Feng Qingyang. However, how old was Duan Lingtian? He was not even 1,000 years old. Previously, when Yi Chunfeng followed Duan Lingtian back to the Devata realm, he had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian's legendary experiences in the lower realms. Most importantly, Yi Chunfeng was only 1,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was only 700 years old. What, 2,700 years old? That was nonsense. Duan Lingtian had used a divine pill that could conceal one's bone age. Naturally, although he already knew about this matter, he did not point it out because he felt Duan Lingtian must have his own reasons for doing this. There was no need to point it out. Comparisons are odious indeed. Jinping Fan glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head helplessly. I've always dreamed of mastering any one of the heaven and earth Tao, even if it's just a rudimentary form. However, up until now, I haven't made any progress after more than 10,000 years. Boy, you're not even 3,000 years old, but you've already mastered the sword Tao. After the Seven Mansions banquet, I'm afraid even those godly venerables' forces will pay attention to you. In the past, Zhen Pingfan had heard from others that Duan Lingtian had told many people on the Chunyang School's island of versatility that his ambition was not in the Chunyang School. However, Yi Chunfeng did not take it seriously. He thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant because of his achievements. However, when he learned Duan Lingtian had mastered the sword Tao, he changed his mind. Duan Lingtian's current strength was enough for those godly venerables' forces to rope him in. It's just luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing that, Zhen Pingfan immediately glared at him. Boy, even if you want to be humble, can't you be humble in another way? If you say that again, I won't be able to resist the urge to kill you. It's fine if you say that the rudimentary form of the sword Dao is just luck. Do you think the sword Dao can be mastered just because of luck? For the rest of the journey, Jinping Fan was still speculating. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian's sword Dao could be replicated. He was obviously unwilling to give up. After all, the sword Dao was too tempting. Elder Jin. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If you're really interested, you'll have to wait until you meet my master in the future. My master is currently in another realm of gods. Why don't I introduce you to him in the future? It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian finally managed to shut Jinping Fan up. He no longer mentioned the sword Dao. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Yi Chunfeng said to Duan Lingtian, if it's possible, you should fight for the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you can win, Chunyang School will be able to obtain 4 places to enter that place. At that time, I can take the lead and ask Chunyang School to devote all its resources to nurturing you and providing you with everything you need. Chunyang School will also do its best, even if you don't plan to stay in Chunyang School forever. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Qinfeng's words. Chunyang School was not an ordinary sect. As one of the strongest emperor god forces in Tongling province, the resources it could mobilize were enormous. There was no lack of things that could help him. If Chunyang School was willing to contribute so much, he could say that he had profited greatly. Elder Yi, I'll do my best. Although he had defeated Machi Hong of the Machi clan, who was known as the #1 genius under 10,000 years old in Tongling province, and might even replace him soon to obtain the honor of being the #1 person under 10,000 years old in Tongling province, Duan Lingtian did not think that he would definitely win the 7 prefectures banquet. In fact, he did not even dare to say that he would be able to get into the top 3. The 7 prefectures banquet was a banquet jointly organized by the 7 prefectures. Tongling province was only one of the prefectures. Who could say that the other 6 prefectures did not have any monstrous geniuses? Half a month after Duan Lingtian, Yi Qinfeng, and Jinping Fan returned to Chunyang School. News of Yi Chunfeng killing the Machi clan's Golden Seat elder Machi Ju and taking back the half-soul high-quality divine weapon spread throughout Tongling province. When the news spread, the entire Tongling province was shaken. Even Chunyang School was in an uproar. Elder Yi Chunfeng actually managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon. He killed the Golden Throne elder of the Machi family, Machi Ju, with just 1 sword strike. It's said that Elder Yi Chunfeng's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. I really did not expect that our Chunyang School would produce such a person. All over Chunyang School disciples were talking about the same thing. As for the higher-ups of Chunyang School, they were talking about another matter. With Elder Yi Qinfeng's strength after the 7 prefectures banquet, as long as he has a quota to enter that place, I'm afraid that he will definitely become a upper god emperor, right? I also think it's a done deal. If that's the case, our Chunyang School will also have a upper god emperor. Elder Ye's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. Once he enters the upper god emperor realm, he will definitely be one of the best among the upper god emperors. Unlike the surprise of Chunyang School, the 7 Kills Valley, Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, and the other top powers of Tongling province were all feeling pressured. They did not expect that Chunyang School's Yi Chunfeng would suddenly nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon. That Yi Chunfeng, how did he do it? He's only a middle god emperor, yet he managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon? Isn't a full-soul high-quality divine weapon something that only upper god emperors can nurture? It's not like there haven't been similar cases. However, those middle god emperors who managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon, which one of them did not have a fortuitous encounter? Yi Chunfeng definitely had a fortuitous encounter. Among the 5 powers of Tongling province, because of Yi Qinfeng's existence, Chunyang School was originally the most powerful. Now that Yi Qinfeng's strength had reached a new level, he immediately suppressed the other 4 powers to the point that they could not breathe. However, at the same time, they also paid more attention to the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later. In the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later, Even if Duan Lingtian is able to get a spot for Yi Chunfeng, Yi Chunfeng might not be able to break through and become a upper god emperor. If we get the chance, we might be able to give birth to 1 or 2 upper god emperors. In the following time, we will do our best to nurture the most outstanding young disciples. Even if we have to rush the seedlings to help them grow, we will not hesitate to pay a price. If we don't grasp this opportunity, I'm afraid that in Tunglung province, only Chunyang School will be able to reign supreme. At this moment, the 4 powers of Tunglung province were working hard to prepare for the 7 prefectures banquet 10 years later. Almost at the same time, in a secluded canyon in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture, behind the void crack in a small independent dimension, there was a person who was suffering from unprecedented pain. In the 7 prefectures banquet, I must make it into the top 10. My goal is to kill Duan Lingtian and Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qingchong. Kill! 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 In the small independent space, under the raging storm, a youth was bathed in blood and fighting as if he had gone mad. His tenacity was unimaginable to ordinary people. He fell down again and again and stood up again and again. He did not know how many times, but he did not die. Inside the valley, outside the spatial crack, an old man stood there, his eyes abnormally bright. I didn't expect his tenacity to be so strong. Looks like he really has a chance of succeeding. If he succeeds, his strength will probably rise to a whole new level. At that time, perhaps he will be able to compete with Duan Lingtian. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's astonishing performance in the 7 Kills Valley, the old man's expression became somewhat heavy. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian to have grasped the way of the sword. Chapter 4000. Machi Clan. After a few years, Machi Hong finally received the ultimate godly emperor grade divine elixir that the Machi clan had purchased for him. It was a godly emperor grade divine elixir that could help him consolidate his cultivation base. With this divine elixir, I'll definitely be able to consolidate my cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast. At that time, I might be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Machi Hong did not slack off on his cultivation even when he was waiting for the ultimate godly emperor grade divine elixir. In fact, he worked even harder because of Machi Ju's death. Currently, Duan Lingtian was his current target. His ultimate target was Yi Chunfeng. He did not know if there was anyone in the Machi clan who could avenge Yi Chunfeng. Even if there was, he did not intend to place all his hopes on the Machi clan. After all, the Machi clan had to prioritize the clan. He might not fall out with Yi Chunfeng and the Chunyang school just because of the death of his ancestor. Therefore, he felt that he had to rely on himself. However, it was still too far away for him to kill Yi Chunfeng and avenge his ancestor. However, although it was far away, he did not despair. I'll surpass Duan Lingtian first. After surpassing Duan Lingtian, I'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the surrounding areas. Then, I'll work hard and strive to catch up to Yi Chunfeng. Yi Chunfeng is 10,000 years older than me. I might be able to catch up with him after 10,000 years. I remember that when he was my age, he wasn't as good as me. The current Machi Hong was working harder than ever when it came to cultivation. State capital of Qing. It was a prefecture adjacent to Tunglung province. The young geniuses of the state capital of Qing would also participate in the 7 prefectures feast. The puppet villa was one of the top 3 forces in the state capital of Qing. There were many experts in the villa, including a few intermediate god emperors. Duan Lingtian has mastered the sword principle. He defeated Machi Hong, who has been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, with the strength of a middle-level divine emperor for 2 years. A young man who had just come out of seclusion in the puppet villa was shocked when he heard the news. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems like it's almost impossible to surpass him in the 7 prefectures feast. My next goal is to be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. The young man sighed and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. At this moment, there were no disciples from the Tai sect who had fought with the Tianlong clan. Otherwise, they would have recognized the young man at first glance. The young man was the former monstrous disciple of Greater One Sect, Shimen Longxiang. The Feast of Seven Prefectures feast was getting closer. Not only were the young disciples from the 5 Emperor God's forces in East Ridge Prefecture cultivating diligently, but even the young disciples from the other 6 prefectures, including State Prefecture of Qing, were also cultivating diligently to improve themselves. The 7 Prefectures feast was significant to them. That was because it was opened in the secret to Cultivation City. The secret to Cultivation City was jointly discovered by the 7 prefectures. Or it could be said that they discovered it together and opened it together. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian in the Chunyang School's encampment on Yunfeng Island. Zhen Pingfan came to Duan Lingtian to ask about the Way of the Sword. Duan Lingtian mentioned the 7 prefectures feast and Zhen Pingfan told him about it. After all, it was not a secret. Secret to Cultivation City? There's a chance to become a high-level God Emperor? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian felt that the secret to Cultivation City was a bit vulgar, but when he thought about how it could help a mid-level God Emperor become a high-level God Emperor, he felt that it was not an ordinary place. Yes, Zhen Pingfan nodded. There's an opportunity for a mid-level God Emperor to become a high-level God Emperor. Moreover, there have been many high-level God Emperors in the history of the secret to Cultivation City. What kind of place is the secret to Cultivation City? How was it formed? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Was it left behind by an expert? You can say yes, but you can also say no. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally confused. What did he mean by you can say yes, but you can also say no? Elder Zhen, please tell me more about it. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Then I'll give you a detailed introduction of the secret to Cultivation City. I wonder, what do you think of the omnipotent experts? Zhen Pingfan asked. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. He said bluntly, I don't know much about the ultimate experts. I only know that they're the most powerful beings in this world. Also, the 18 realms of gods are the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 ultimate experts. Apart from these 18 ultimate experts, there are other ultimate experts as well. However, those ultimate experts are not as powerful as the 18 ultimate experts who occupy the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian said. It's rare for you to know all this. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile. It's said that only 18 realms of gods can exist in this world. If one of the 18 realms of gods can't be destroyed, the other ultimate experts won't be able to occupy a realm of gods and turn their little worlds into realms of gods. Apart from those who left early or were sent away by the ultimate experts, the rest of the living beings in the realms of gods that have been destroyed are basically annihilated. The realms of gods that have been destroyed are reduced to ruins. They will enter the spatial turbulence and wander around until they reach a place where even the other ultimate experts can't find them. After destroying a realm of gods and killing an ultimate expert, the ultimate expert who killed the ultimate expert will be able to turn his little world into a new realm of gods. Do you know about this? Zhen Pingfan asked. I've heard of it. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan continued. When another supreme expert kills another supreme expert who occupies a seat in a realm of gods and destroys the minor world in his opponent's body, although he can't plunder the entire realm of gods, he can still use his strength to obtain fragments from the minor world in his opponent's realm of gods. The fragments of the realm of gods are compressed into a small realm of gods by the ultimate experts. The small realm of gods has absorbed the essence of the realm of gods, and the ultimate experts have set up many formations in it. Therefore, it has become a holy land for cultivation. In the end, these small dimensions will be casually thrown into the small world within the body of the strongest, waiting for the fated to discover and obtain them. When Zhen Fan reached this part of his sentence, he did not continue to speak. He merely smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, understood what Zhen Pingfan was trying to say. Elder Zhen, you're saying the Saint Land secret zone discovered by the top God Emperor forces in the 7 mansions, including our Eastern Ridge mansion, is actually a fragment of a realm that a supreme powerhouse casually tossed into the Mystic Handle land that he modified? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had never heard of this before. That's right. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Yes, they are fragments of the realm of gods. Furthermore, not only did the utmost powerful ones modify these fragments to form an independent space within them, but they also spent a lot of effort on them so that after the resources within were depleted, they could spend a period of time to be reborn. As for whether there is a limit to this rebirth, I'm not sure yet. However, under normal circumstances, there is definitely a limit. As for the secret realms in the 7 prefectures, including our Tungling province, they discovered and opened it together. Because it has only been opened for a few 100,000 years, the environment inside has not shown any signs of decay. The secret realms in the secret realms need about 10,000 years to recover once it is depleted. Therefore, the 7 prefectures, including our Tungling province, made a 10,000-year promise to open the secret realms in the secret realms once every 10,000 years. There is a limit to the number of people who can enter the secret realms in the secret realms. After many years of exploration, it is most suitable for 24 people to enter at once. If only 3 people enter, there will be some surplus resources inside. However, if only 25 people enter, it will be a little tight. In the beginning, the 7 prefectures divided the 24 people according to their top fighting strength. However, after tens of thousands of years, many people realized that because some of the forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor the last time they entered, the next time the Upper God Emperor made a move, they could easily snatch the quota for their forces. Therefore, in accordance with the principle of majority rule, they changed the rule of dividing the quota according to their top fighting strength. It was changed to the younger generation under 10,000 years old fighting for the quota to show absolute fairness. Moreover, by doing so, it also allowed the major forces to take the initiative to nurture the younger generation. After that, many forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor without entering the secret realms in the secret realms. When Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. No wonder the younger generation had to decide the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. It turned out that they were worried that some forces would have Upper God Emperors first and have an advantage in the next competition for the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. This was like a snowball rolling, getting bigger and bigger. As for those forces who had obtained the quota but did not have any Upper God Emperors, they would definitely not be able to compete in the future. The first place of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet can fight for 4 quotas for the forces behind them. The second and third place can fight for 3 quotas for the forces behind them. The 4th to 10th place can fight for 2 quotas for the forces behind them. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan and could not help but ask curiously, Elder Zhen, what if 2 or more monstrous young geniuses are born in a force at the same time and 2 or more of them enter the top 10 at the same time? If the number of quotas they snatch exceeds the number of middle god emperors in the force behind them, what about the remaining quotas? Give them to the lower god emperors in the force behind them? Duan Lingtian had just thought of this question. Of course. Zhen Pingfan nodded. However, giving the lower god emperors a chance to enter is actually a bit of a waste. Of course, if there are extra quotas, they can choose to give them to others. They can even auction them. Chapter 4001. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the 7 prefectures' feast's purpose. Everything was for the sake of the secret territory in the Saint Land. The secret territory in the Saint Land was the work of an ultimate powerhouse. It contained an opportunity for an intermediate god emperor to become an upper god emperor. It was enough to make those who had little hope of becoming an upper god emperor go crazy. No wonder Chunyang School was willing to invest so many resources in me. As long as I can make it into the top 10, it'll be a huge gain compared to what they invested in me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if he really made it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast, Chunyang School would not mistreat him. Moreover, after returning from the 7 Kills Valley, he had received another batch of cultivation resources from Chunyang School. They were even more generous than the last time. Duan Lingtian knew that Chunyang School was so generous because he had displayed strength that surpassed Machi Hong of the Machi clan in the 7 Kills Valley. Previously, Chunyang School had only expected him to make it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. Now, he wanted to make it into the top 3. Of course, even if he did not make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures feast, Chunyang School would not blame him. After all, Chunyang School only wanted Duan Lingtian to make it into the top 3 of the 10. Cultivate well and try your best to become stronger. As far as I know, the other 2 prefectures should have some trump cards up their sleeves for the 7 prefectures feast this time. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. He was not worried that Duan Lingtian would be complacent. Instead, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be mentally prepared. After spending some time together, Zhen Pingfan naturally realized that although Duan Lingtian was young, he was extremely mature, as expected of a genius who had fought his way from the mundane realm to the realm of gods. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He had never underestimated the geniuses from the other 6 prefectures. Even in Tongling province, he didn't dare to say that the geniuses from the other forces were inferior to Machihong, who knew whether or not they had hidden trump cards, all for the sake of winning by surprise at the 7 prefectures feast when others were careless. This was not impossible. If he hid himself and kept a low profile, he might be able to strike at the critical moment. If he wanted to trick him, the other party was destined to waste his efforts. He had experienced too much since he came from the mundane realms. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't underestimate anyone. Sometimes, the slightest mistake could cost him his life. In the past, the number of people who had died at his hands was not small. The date of the 7 prefectures feast was getting closer and closer. Time passed quickly as the young geniuses of the 7 prefectures worked hard to cultivate and improve themselves. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a year left until the 7 prefectures feast. At this time, the various top emperor god forces in the 7 prefectures began to make their moves. Most of them were preparing to depart for the 7 prefectures feast. The 7 prefectures feast was held once every 10,000 years. It was held in Tongling province, Qing State Prefecture, and the other prefectures. This time it was the turn of a prefecture called Mystic Jade Prefecture. There were a total of 6 top emperor god forces in Mystic Jade Prefecture. One of the emperor god forces even had an upper-level emperor god. He had broken through after the 7 prefectures feast 2 years ago. He had broken through in the Holy Land's secret realm. However, this upper-level emperor god was old and did not have many years left to live. It was said that he had been severely injured during the previous heavenly tribulation. He broke through to the upper-level emperor realm 20,000 years ago and was severely injured during the most recent heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard this from Zhen Pingfan. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Even if a middle-level emperor god would definitely die during the next heavenly tribulation, as long as he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm before the heavenly tribulation arrived, it should not be too difficult for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the next 20,000 years, right? Could it be that he was severely injured by the heavenly tribulation before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm and left behind some hidden injuries? That's why he was dragged down by his old injuries after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but make such a guess. That's not the case. Zhen Pingfan shook his head. Before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, he was indeed injured. However, a few thousand years after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, his injuries completely healed. At that time, it was still easy for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. However, in the next few thousand years, because his cultivation did not improve, it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. 8,000 years ago, he was injured for the first time. Although it was only a light injury, it was still an injury. After that, the injuries he suffered became more and more serious. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian also realized the reason. It turned out that after that person broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, his strength increased very slowly. In fact, there was even a period of time when he did not improve at all. 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation, each time stronger than the last. Although he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, he did not manage to catch up with the growth rate of the heavenly tribulation. Sooner or later, he would not be able to escape death. Zhen Pingfan sighed. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his gaze also became somewhat complicated. At this moment, he thought of his family members. In the future, should he let his family members break through to the Divine King realm? If they broke through, they would have to start fighting against the heavens. If they did not break through, although their strength would be slightly weaker, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever. It's better to let them choose for themselves. When he thought of his family members, including his own children, who were already adults, Duan Lingtian shook his head for a moment. He felt that there was no need for him to care too much. Everyone had their own thoughts. Perhaps, for some people, instead of suppressing their cultivation base and not raising it, it would be better for them to indulge themselves. Even if they died in the end, they would not regret it. Elder Jin, I only know that we'll be leaving in a month. May I know when exactly we'll be leaving? The reason Duan Lingtian was with Jin Pingfan was because the Chunyang school was about to head to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. The Seven Mansions banquet would not wait for everyone to arrive before it began. It had a fixed date, and usually one would have to arrive at the destination in advance. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had been awakened by the news that he would be leaving the sect in a month's time to head to the Seven Mansions banquet. 9 days later, Duan Lingtian did not know the exact time, but that did not mean that Jin Pingfan did not know. It was precisely because the departure time was getting closer and closer that he came to chat with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not want to delay Duan Lingtian's cultivation. 9 days? That's soon. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the Devata realms. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Master, how's your main body doing? Recently, not only was Duan Lingtian in closed-door cultivation, but his clone in the lower secondary realms was also in closed-door cultivation to focus on his cultivation. Although his main body would not be affected if his main body was in closed-door cultivation, his main body was in closed-door cultivation. However, if his main body was not in closed-door cultivation with his main body, the effect of his main body's closed-door cultivation would be greatly reduced. After his main body came out of closed-door cultivation, his main body came out of closed-door cultivation as well. Then, he looked for his master, Feng Qingyang's main body, and asked about his master's situation in the realms of gods. Not bad. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and did not say much. Duan Lingtian did not press the matter. After all, he had asked his master many times about his main body's situation in the realms of gods. However, his master did not tell him the details each time. Naturally, he knew his master was only acting this way because he did not want to worry him. At the same time, he did not want to make up lies to deceive him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian gave up on asking his master. The Seven Mansions banquet is about to begin, right? Feng Qingyang asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's only half a year left before the Seven Mansions banquet begins. The Chunyang school will depart in 9 days and head to the profound Jade Mansion where the Seven Mansions banquet will be held. Are you confident? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. Top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for top 3 or even first place, I can't say for sure. After all, no one knows if the other 6 mansions and the 3 Grand God Emperor forces in Tungling province have any trump cards up their sleeves. Sometimes what's exposed might not be the best. 9 days later, 2 spaceships appeared outside the Chunyang school's estate. This time, the 2 people leading the Pure Sun sect to participate in the 7 Prefectures feast were both Middle God Emperors. One of them was the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword progeny, Yi Chenfeng. The other person was the old ancestor of the Tyrant Saber progeny, Lu Fenggu. Although Lu Fenggu was not as strong as Yi Chenfeng, he was still slightly stronger than the other intermediate God Emperors in the Chunyang school. 2 flying ships, one on the left and one on the right, were flying side by side. They were both flying at the speed of a high-level God Emperor. One of the spaceships belonged to Yi Chenfeng. The other was Lu Fenggu's spaceship. Duan Lingtian, Jin Pingfan, and the people from the Yunfeng progeny who were heading to the Seven Mansions banquet were all in Yi Qinfeng's spaceship. Lan Shilin's righteous progeny was also there. This time, the leader of the righteous progeny was the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, Lan Zhengming. I didn't expect that a good-for-nothing like Lan Shilin would have such a sensible great-grandfather like Elder Righteous. Today was the first time Duan Lingtian and Lan Zhengming, the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, had met each other. However, Lan Zhengming's enthusiasm made him feel as if they had known each other for many years. Moreover, Lan Zhengming had brought Lan Shilin to Duan Lingtian and told him that if Lan Shilin dared to provoke Duan Lingtian in the future, Lan Zhengming could directly kill him and the righteous progeny would not hold him accountable. Lan Shilin's face turned green when he heard Lan Zhengming's words. If Duan Lingtian went crazy and killed him for no reason, then accused him of causing trouble first, wouldn't he die unjustly? Of course, what Lan Shilin did not know was that the reason Lan Zhengming dared to say this was because he now understood Duan Lingtian and was sure that Duan Lingtian was not that kind of person. Chapter 4002. He's Duan Lingtian? He's really young. Hee. Not only does Duan Lingtian look young, but he's also really young. He's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian, who was in the airship, was the center of attention of the people from the other lineages for a long time after they departed. In the past, he only had a reputation from the outside world. Now, he truly had the ability to convince people in Chunyang School. He gave people a feeling that he deserved his reputation and was no longer doubted by many people like before. Now, many of the young disciples in the spaceship had gone to the Seven Kills Valley with Duan Lingtian and had seen Duan Lingtian fight with their own eyes. Because of this, with their confirmation, the others completely believed in Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course, the mirror image recorded by the floating image pearl at that time was enough to let people know more about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At some point, a young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side. He was dressed in a snow-white robe. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. At the same time, there seemed to be a sense of coldness around him at all times. Previously, he stood to the side and did not smile. But now, after coming to Duan Lingtian's side, he forced a smile on his face. Just as Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him in confusion, Jin Pingfan, who was standing a distance away, happened to see the situation here. When he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian's face, he quickly reminded Duan Lingtian through telepathy. Duan Lingtian, this is the last disciple of my senior brother Yi Tong. Yi Tong. Upon hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, an old figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the hidden sword branch's elder Jingshu, Yi Tong, who had led a few young prodigies of the hidden sword branch to the Seven Kills Valley with him last time. However, since Yi Qinfeng was leading the team this time, Yi Tong did not go with him. As for the Yunfeng bloodline, the forefather, Jin Pingfan didn't personally take action. The one leading the group was still Jin Pingfan, and it could only be Jin Pingfan. After all, excluding the headmaster of Chunyang School, Yun Peak only had 2 emperor gods. As for the headmaster of Chunyang School, he usually wouldn't personally lead a team to participate in the 7 prefectures feast. It had always been like this because he controlled the sect-protecting formation of Chunyang School's encampment. If something unexpected happened, he might not be able to make it back in time even if he went to the 7 prefectures feast. I'm Yi Yingkai, a disciple of Elder Jingshu of the Hidden Sword Sect, Yi Tong. Although the young man in white had a cold temperament, he was very polite. Due to Yi Chunfeng and Yi Tong, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of the hidden sword progeny. He quickly responded with a smile. I've heard of your name before, but I can't believe you're actually Elder Yi Tong's disciple. Master Yi Tong is very lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like you, Duan Lingtian said. In fact, Duan Lingtian had heard of Yi Yingkai a long time ago. Before he came to Chunyang School, there were a few names in Chunyang School that symbolized the strongest battle prowess of the Chunyang School's younger generation. One of them was Yi Yingkai. However, before today, Duan Lingtian only knew that Yi Yingkai was the grand disciple of Yi Chunfeng of the Hidden Sword Sect. He didn't know that he was Yi Tong's disciple. After all, Yi Chunfeng had many disciples in the hidden sword sect. He even had 2 lesser god emperors. Yi Yingkai shook his head. It's not that Master is lucky. It's I, Yi Yingkai, who was lucky enough to become Master's disciple. That's why I am where I am today. When he said this, Yi Yingkai's smile disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he realized that Yi Yingkai respected Yi Tong from the bottom of his heart. His evaluation of Yi Yingkai improved imperceptibly. Yi Yingkai comes from a god-emperor clan. At this time, Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission reached Duan Lingtian's ears. However, that god-emperor clan was destroyed by a god-emperor of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Back then, Uncle Master Yi happened to pass by and saw him in his swaddling clothes. She felt compassion for him and wanted to save him. When the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Emperor God expert saw Uncle Master Ye's appearance, he didn't continue to eliminate him. However, after Master Yi returned, a few people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness quickly came to find Master Yi. They wanted Master Yi to promise that the infant wouldn't know the truth. They didn't want anyone in Chunyang School to become an enemy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Because of this, very few people know about Yi Yingkai's background. I'm afraid only a few people from the Hidden Sword faction and a few people from the Yun Peak faction know about it. Now there's you. Duan Lingtian. I'm telling you this because I trust that you'll keep your mouth shut. Yi Yingkai mustn't know about this. Otherwise, it won't be good for him. Zhen Pingfan reminded him as he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding. Yi Yingkai found out about his background. He's an orphan. Master Yi brought him back to the sect and he became Yi Tong's disciple. Zhen Pingfan said. At the same time, the serious expression on Yi Yingkai's face gradually faded. He chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while longer and asked him about cultivation before he left. During this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Yingkai's attitude toward him had changed significantly. When Yi Yingkai first approached him, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. However, at this moment his arrogance was completely gone. He was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian. This was because he discovered that when he asked about cultivation, Duan Lingtian's answers made him ponder deeply. It made him realize the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. In fact, the reason Duan Lingtian had so many tricks up his sleeves was because he had cultivated many cultivation methods from the mundane realms to the Devata realms and the realms of gods. He had come into contact with many cultivation methods from the mundane realms, the Devata realms, and the realms of gods. Based on his past experiences, he could often use some of the tricks he had learned in the past. Although it was not very helpful, it was still much better than cultivating in a serious manner. Perhaps it was because Yi Yingkai took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Many young disciples from the Chunyang School also stepped forward to greet Duan Lingtian. Among them, there was no lack of outgoing and enthusiastic people. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian did not put on airs just because he was famous in the Chunyang School. Everyone had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan, you're amazing. You actually defeated Ma Qihong. You'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Senior brother Duan, after the 7 prefectures banquet ends, I'll treat you to a drink. I have some good wine brewed from my family's precious treasures. We'll celebrate with you at that time. We won't leave until we're drunk. Senior brother Duan, my innate talent and comprehension ability are not as good as yours. However, a genius like you definitely needs to spend all his time cultivating. In the future, if you have any trivial matters, just send me a message. As long as it's within my ability, I'll solve it for you immediately. When the group of young disciples saw Duan Lingtian did not put on airs and had a good temper, they were happy to befriend Duan Lingtian. Of course, most importantly, the natural talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian revealed so far caused them to feel inferior. It was even to the extent that it was difficult for them to even arouse feelings of jealousy. All they could feel was envy. Moreover, in their opinion, befriending Duan Lingtian now would only bring them benefits and no harm. Otherwise, when Duan Lingtian grew up in the future, It would definitely be a different situation if they tried to befriend Duan Lingtian again. While Duan Lingtian was dealing with the group of young disciples, the leaders of the other branches who were heading to the 7 prefectures banquet this time were either the ancestors of their respective branches or the god emperors of their respective branches. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration. High innate talent and comprehension ability, but not the slightest bit of arrogance. If Duan Lingtian is willing to stay in Chunyang School in the future, he'll be able to take over the position of sect leader. That's enough to convince everyone. I'm afraid that's not very likely. In the past, Duan Lingtian was strongly wooed by the Jade Sun branch, so he expressed that he would not stay in Chunyang School. It's only a matter of time before he leaves Chunyang School. Speaking of that matter, this Duan Lingtian is indeed not bad. If it were an ordinary person with bad intentions, I'm afraid that they would pretend to agree to the Jade Sun branch, gain benefits, and then leave Chunyang School after they've grown up. This Duan Lingtian's character is indeed unquestionable. Even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know that he had unknowingly received so much praise. Unlike the spaceship controlled by Yi Chunfeng, where most of the people's attention was on Duan Lingtian, the other spaceship controlled by the tyrannical Blade Branch's ancestor Lu Finggu was filled with people chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Among them, there were a few people who were constantly glancing at each other. These people were among the stronger members of Chunyang School's younger generation. They were existences on par with the hidden sword branch's prodigy, Yi Inkai. In a corner, a figure sat cross-legged as if he had been forgotten. "Senior brother, what's wrong with Chinya? Why do I feel like he's a completely different person after going out with you and coming back?" A middle-aged man asked the old man beside him in confusion. The old man was the leader of the Pingshang branch in Chunyang School this time. He was the son of the Pingshang branch's ancestor, Yuan Hanjin, and also Yang Chenya's master. As for the middle-aged man, he was his junior brother, another Jade Void Elder of the Pingshang branch. He probably still hasn't recovered from what happened to his father. Faced with his junior brother's question, Yuan Hanjin glanced at the cold figure sitting cross-legged in the corner and shook his head. "Senior brother." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Yuan Hanjin. "I've also heard about his father. The person who killed his father is the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong. You really don't plan to help him? Although I can't do anything to him in the Sky Dragon sect, and I can't do anything to him in the open, did he not leave the Sky Dragon sect? As long as we're willing, it won't be difficult to find a good opportunity." Chapter 4003. Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at his junior brother and said, "You don't have to care about this anymore. You don't have to say anything. It's best for Chinya to avenge his father himself. Don't tell Chinya this. Otherwise, you'll be misleading him and telling him that I don't want to avenge him." Yuan Hanjin's eyes turned cold as he spoke. His junior brother nodded. "Senior brother, I understand. I won't interfere in this anymore. Senior brother is right. It's best for Chinya to avenge his father himself. Looking at how hard he's working now, it's obvious that he's motivated by hatred." He looked at Yang Chinya, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He was cultivating diligently, ignoring everything around him. "It's good that you know." Yuan Hanjin retracted his cold gaze. His originally solemn expression eased up in an instant. At the same time, he said to his junior brother through voice transmission, "There's one more thing that I can tell you in advance. My disciple has already broken through to the medium-level godly emperor layer. He has consolidated his medium-level godly emperor cultivation. Also, his mastery of the laws has increased by a lot. Now, in Chunyang School, apart from Duan Lingtian, no one under 10,000 years old can compete with him." As Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, there was a hint of pride in his tone. "What?" Yuan Hanjin's junior brother was shocked when he heard Yuan Hanjin's voice transmission. "Chinya is so strong now? How is this possible?" He was well aware of Yang Chenya's strength. In the past, Yang Chenya was only slightly stronger than his most outstanding disciple, however. His master said Yang Chenya's strength was only second to Duan Ling Tian among the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in the Pure Sun sect. You'll know whether it's possible or not after the 7 prefectures feast. Yuan Hanjin did not mind his junior brother's suspicion. Also, think about it carefully. Have I, your senior brother, ever lied to you? The middle-aged man looked apologetic when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. Senior brother, I'm not doubting your words. It's just that this is too shocking. I can't accept it for a while. The middle-aged man's heart was in turmoil. He could not calm down for a long time. It was impossible for his senior brother to lie. However, Yang Chenya's improvement in the past few decades had truly shocked him. A person who had just consolidated his cultivation as a low-level divine emperor had not only stepped into the middle-level divine emperor realm in a few short decades, but had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Moreover, his comprehension of the profundities of the laws had improved as well. Could it be that his father's death provoked him and caused his strength to improve by leaps and bounds? He knew what kind of talent Yang Chenya had. Yang Chenya's improvement in the past few decades was really abnormal. That was the only explanation he could think of. If the father of one of my disciples was also killed, would they also be able to advance by leaps and bounds like Chenya? As soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately suppressed by the middle-aged man. No, this won't work. If they find out about this in the future, I'll become their father's murderer. When he thought up to this point, the middle-aged man recalled another matter. He looked at his senior brother Yuan Hanjin again, and his heart trembled. I've investigated it before. Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, isn't a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, although the Myriad Devil sect has done some stupid things in the past, they've also paid a huge price. Long Qingchong doesn't have any motive to kill Lan Qing. However, the floating image pearl's image can't be fake. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Lan Qing, but he still did it. What could make him do such a thing? Or is it possible that it was someone who made Long Qing rush out to kill the other party? The middle-aged man shuddered when he thought of this. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. No, it couldn't be. Senior brother couldn't be that kind of person. Absolutely not. The 2 Emperor-grade spaceships of the Chunyang School left the Chunyang School at the speed of an Emperor-grade god. After some time, they left the Tungling province. However, after leaving the Tungling province, the spaceship slowed down to the speed of a lesser Emperor-grade god. At this speed, even the young disciples of the Divine Emperor realm could vaguely see the scenery outside through the surrounding scenery. We've entered the state capital of Qing. The voice of Patriarch Lan Zhengming of the righteous lineage was heard from the spaceship. His voice wasn't loud, so those who were cultivating wouldn't be affected. However, those who weren't cultivating would be able to hear him. It was only then that they realized they had left the Tungling province. State capital of Qing? This is the state capital of Qing. This is the first time I've walked out of the Tungling province. The scenery of the state capital of Qing doesn't look much different from the Tungling province. This is the state capital of Qing, adjacent to the Tungling province. It's the same mountain range. How different can it be? After Lan Zhengming informed them that they had left the Tungling province and entered the state capital of Qing, most of them were young, so many of them started to become active. Even Duan Lingtian was looking outside. This was also his first time leaving the Tungling province after coming to the Shengang land. There are only 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing, which is 1 less than the Tungling province. Lan Zhengming continued to introduce the state capital of Qing. The 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing are the Heaven's Roar sect, the Puppet Villa, the Frigid Ice sect, and the 10,000 Swords Fort. The first 3 of them exist in the form of sects, which is similar to the Chunyang school. As for the 10,000 Swords Fort, it's a family, the Sword Deity family. In the current generation of the 10,000 Swords Fort, there are 3 people who have mastered the embryonic form of the Sword Principle. It is said that one of them is expected to master the Sword Principle soon. Of course, this news came from the 10,000 Swords Fort, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Lan Zhengming's introduction piqued the interest of the young disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard of the state capital of Qing before, they did not know much about it. Now that Lan Zhengming was telling them these things that they did not know, they were naturally very interested. Currently, the most powerful force in the state capital of Qing is the Heaven's Roar sect. In the 7 Prefectures feast 10,000 years ago, a young disciple from the Heaven's Roar sect made it to the top 10 and won 2 places for the Heaven's Roar sect to enter the secret land of the Holy Land. This time, one of the disciples from the Heaven's Roar sect successfully broke through to the Senior Emperor realm and became the first Senior Emperor realm in the state capital of Qing in the past 20,000 years. As Lan Zhengming spoke, Duan Lingtian recalled that when he was still in the Tianlong clan, the Emperor Realm Elder in the 7 Kills Valley in Heping City in the Emperor Battle Realm seemed to have mentioned this as well. At that time, Elder Silver Puppet from the Puppet Villa was also present, and he was also an Emperor Realm expert. The two of them had a battle of words, from individuals to sects behind them, and neither of them gave in to the other. As Lan Zhengming continued, Duan Lingtian and the rest gained a deeper understanding of the state capital of Qing. At the same time, they also knew that there were many young experts in the state capital of Qing. There is a young genius from the Heaven's Roar sect in the state capital of Qing. 1,000 years ago, he fought with Machi Hong from the Machi family, but he was slightly inferior. Now, he might have already defeated Machi Hong. When they heard Lan Zhengming's words, someone immediately questioned, "Ancestor, that person was defeated by Machi Hong 1,000 years ago. How could he defeat Machi Hong now?" Machi Hong has already entered the upper divine emperor realm. Machi Hong was only a middle divine emperor 1,000 years ago, and he was defeated by him. How could he surpass him now? How could this be possible? When Lan Zhengming heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "What if I told you that the genius from the Heaven's Roar sect just turned 5,000 years old 1,000 years ago? Now 1,000 years have passed. Although the Heaven's Roar sect has kept this information secret, I still think that he has most likely entered the upper divine emperor realm, and he might have entered the upper divine emperor realm earlier than Machi Hong." When Lan Zhengming said this, the people who were still doubting him immediately fell silent at this moment. 1,000 years ago, a genius from the Heaven's Roar sect who had just turned 5,000 years old was slightly inferior to Machi Hong. 1,000 years later, Machi Hong had entered the upper divine emperor realm, so how could that person have stayed the same? That person was a few thousand years younger than Machi Hong, but he was still slightly inferior to Machi Hong 1,000 years ago. This meant that his talent and comprehension were stronger than Machi Hong's. Now, 1,000 years had passed, and Machi Hong had already broken through to the upper divine emperor realm for more than 100 years. I didn't expect the Heaven's Roar sect to have such a genius. I've never heard of him before. Many people sighed. Yes, I know that there are a few outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Heaven's Roar sect, but they are all 8 or 9,000 years old. I've never heard of anyone who is only 6,000 years old. Now, it seems like the Heaven's Roar sect has hidden him. The Heaven's Roar sect must have done this to catch Machi Hong off guard during the 7 Mansions banquet. That person is probably stronger than Machi Hong. Perhaps he can even stand shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. As the crowd chatted, their eyes unconsciously fell on Duan Lingtian. At this time, Lan Zhengming also looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, if you encounter that person from the Heaven's Roar sect, you must not be careless." "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I'll be careful." Duan Lingtian thanked Lan Zhengming repeatedly. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Just as he had guessed, the other 6 mansions would not reveal their trump cards. It was all for the sake of unexpectedly using this trump card at the 7 Prefectures feast. At this time, even though Duan Lingtian felt that his strength was not bad, he still felt slightly pressured. Chapter 4004. Just the sects in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tongling province, had such a hidden trump card. What about the other sects in the other prefectures? For example, did the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing have their own trump cards as well? Perhaps not all of them had their own trump cards, but it was possible that one or two forces did. Of course, it was also possible that other than the Heaven's Roar sect, none of the other three forces had their own trump cards. After all, monstrous talents were not common. For example, in Tungling province, Duan Lingtian had previously thought that the other four forces might have their own trump cards that they would only reveal at the Seven Prefectures banquet. Even the Mochi clan, Mochi Hong, might not be the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Mochi clan. However, later on, Zhen Pingfan told him that the other three forces in the state capital of Qing were in the state capital of Qing. It was not difficult for the other four forces in Tungling province to hide this from the other prefectures, but it was not easy for them to hide it from the Chunyang school, which was as famous as them in Tungling province. At the very least, according to Zhen Pingfan, the Pure Sun sect knew that Mochi Lu Su, the head of the Mochi family, had a few illegitimate children, and there were a few god emperors in the alliance of benevolence and justice at odds. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew that the Chunyang school must have planted many spies in the four forces. Otherwise, they would not have been so confident in their ability to gather information. As for the other four forces, Duan Lingtian guessed that they had done the same. However, he was not sure if they had done as well as the Chunyang school. However, according to Zhen Pingfan, the other four forces were definitely not as good as the Chunyang school. This was because among the five forces in Tungling province, the Chunyang school had the longest history. In fact, the Chunyang school had planted spies in the other four forces in Tungling province in the early days. This had been passed down from generation to generation. According to Elder Zhan's words, there shouldn't be any accidents in Tungling province. The only places that could have accidents would be the other prefectures. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Elder Zhan, how long will it take to reach the location of the Seven Manners banquet in the profound Jade Mansion? It had been half a month since Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang school entered the state capital of Qing, but they had yet to leave. Along the way, Lan Zhengming enthusiastically introduced Duan Lingtian and the rest to the local customs of the state capital of Qing. He also talked about the various major forces in the state capital of Qing, so it was not boring at all. Lan Zhengming, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Elder Jingshu, and an emperor god expert, also made the young disciples of Chunyang school feel close to him. They felt that this patriarch of the righteous lineage was kind and amiable. If we go there directly, it won't take long, Zhen Pingfan said. However, we have plenty of time this time, so we're not in a hurry to go there. It's always been like this in the past. It'll take about a month or two on the way. After listening to Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Elder Zhen, you and Elder Yi weren't even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago, right? You should have participated in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, right? Whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chunfeng, they were not even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago. In other words, they were qualified to represent the Chunyang school in the Seven Manners banquet. We were. Zhen Pingfan nodded, then looked at Yi Chunfeng, who was sitting cross-legged not far away with a complicated expression. At that time, I was ranked 12th in the Seven Manners banquet, while junior Uncle Yi was ranked outside the top 20. My results were the best among all the disciples sent out by the Chunyang school. In the last 100,000 years, no one from the Chunyang school had the same results as me in the 9 Seven Manners banquets. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's words shocked Duan Lingtian. In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, this Elder Zhen actually didn't make it into the top 10. What shocked him the most was that Elder Yi Chunfeng also didn't make it into the top 10. Moreover, he was only ranked outside the top 20. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan again, the shock on his face was obvious. Their Chunyang school's number one person below the God Emperor level, a monstrous existence under 20,000 years old, and their Chunyang school's number one expert, also a monstrous genius under 20,000 years old, actually didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago. Was the Seven Manners banquet so exaggerated? In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chunfeng, they actually didn't make it into the top 10. Facing Duan Lingtian's shock, Zhen Pingfan wasn't surprised at all. At the same time, he also guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Are you thinking that with my and Martial Uncle Ye's current achievements, it's inconceivable that we didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said, Actually, whether it's me or Martial Uncle Yi, we only started to rise rapidly after 10,000 years, especially Martial Uncle Yi. He came from a lower plane. When he participated in the Seven Manners banquet, he had just entered the God Emperor level, about the same as you now. Of course, I'm only talking about the same cultivation. At that time, Martial Uncle Ye's comprehension of the laws was not as good as yours. The reason he was able to make it into the top 20 in the Seven Manners banquet was because he had grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao at that time. I can understand what you're thinking now. In fact, if you tell many people who don't know about this, they'll definitely be shocked as well. At this point, Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued. Let me put it this way. Achievements before 10,000 years old don't represent achievements in a lifetime. 10,000 years ago, of the people who made it into the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures feast, other than those who died by accident, none of the survivors were stronger than me, let alone compared to Martial Uncle Yi. My father often said that if I didn't take the wrong path before 10,000 years old, not to mention first place in the Seven Manners banquet, I would even have a chance to make it into the top 3. At that time, I was obsessed with comprehending multiple profundities of the laws at the same time because I wanted to break through the restrictions between the various laws and use multiple laws at the same time. However, in the end, my experiment failed because it was impossible to use multiple laws at the same time. Even for those who came from the lower planes, if they wanted to use multiple laws at the same time, they could only use their main body and their law avatars separately or use their law avatars and other law avatars separately. At this point, Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. Even now, I don't understand why I was so busy with these things back then. Did I think I was better than everyone else in the world? That I was a genius? If it wasn't for that period of neglect, I would have already stepped into the intermediate God Emperor realm. Young and frivolous, young and ignorant. At this point, Zhen Pingfan sighed repeatedly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. This elder Zhen actually had such a past when he was young before 10,000 years old, researching multiple laws at the same time. In this world, it seemed like there was no one who could do this, right? Whether it was humans or other life forms, it was impossible. It was as if they were limited by the laws of heaven and earth. However, this elder Zhen actually went to research this. Was he crazy? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not say this out loud. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be beaten to death by Elder Zhen. He could only say that Elder Zhen was too naive when he was young. As for Junior Uncle Yi, he didn't take the wrong path like I did. However, as you know, he came from the lower planes. Moreover, he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. When he came to the Mystic Gangland, his foundation was weak and he had no advantage at all. It was only after he came to Chunyang School that his strength improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 20,000 years, he became an intermediate God Emperor. Moreover, his strength is even stronger than the other intermediate God Emperors in the sect, including my father. When Zhen Pingfan mentioned Yi Chunfeng, his expression was as complicated as it could be. Yi Chunfeng was actually about the same age as him. He had personally witnessed Yi Chunfeng's rapid growth. In the beginning, he still wanted to compete with Yi Chunfeng. However, after a while, he was defeated by Yi Chunfeng's speed of improvement. 10,000 years ago, Yi Chunfeng was not even as strong as him. After the Seven Mansions banquet, Yi Chunfeng's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Soon after, he caught up with Zhen Pingfan and left him behind. After that, he caught up with his father, Zhen Yunfeng. After that, he even surpassed his father, Zhen Yunfeng. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, Yi Chunfeng was not only a monster, but he was also a complete freak. Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chunfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the side of the flying ship. At this moment, Yi Chunfeng's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or just resting. He did not expect Elder Ye's strength 10,000 years ago was not even comparable to his current strength. Moreover, it was far from his current strength. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach Elder Ye's level and surpass him? When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his eyes shone with anticipation. During the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian's heart was still in shock. People like Jin Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng were actually trampled under the feet of a group of young geniuses from Tungling province in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. Did the two of them have such an experience? Even if he knew the truth, he still could not calm down for a long time. Elder Jun, what is the cultivation level of the top 10 people in the last Seven Mansions banquet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Jin Pingfan smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Of the top 10 people back then, only 8 are still alive. One of the top 3 is dead. The person in first place back then is now a lower god emperor. Moreover, he only became a lower god emperor 500 years ago. The person in third place is a higher god emperor. It is said that he is about to break through to the lower god emperor realm. However, that is only a rumor. I don't think it will be that easy. The two of them are not from Tungling province. It is the person from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing, who fought for an opportunity for the higher god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect. He was ranked 9th at the Seven Mansions banquet and has not broken through to the lower god emperor realm yet. Chapter 4005. After hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That was then, and this was now. Perhaps it was referring to Jin Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng. 10,000 years ago, the two of them represented Tungling province's Chunyang school in the Seven Prefectures banquet, but they failed to make the top 10. How many people took them seriously? And now, 10,000 years later, in the Seven Prefectures, even those rare upper god emperors knew about Jin Pingfan and Yi Chunfeng. Especially Yi Chunfeng. 10,000 years ago, he wasn't even as eye-catching as Jin Pingfan. But 10,000 years later, when Yi Chunfeng's wind sword Dao appeared, who didn't know about him? Martial Uncle Yi. Jin Pingfan had just finished chatting with Duan Lingtian when he looked at Yi Chunfeng and said, "There's a city ahead. Tell Martial Uncle Lu and let's rest there for 2 days before setting off." Hearing Jin Pingfan's words, the eyes of the group of youngsters in the flying ship immediately lit up. They would also feel bored if they stayed in the flying ship for a long time. And in fact, it wasn't just these youngsters. Even Lan Zhengming and the other old people actually supported this idea. However, they couldn't show it on the surface so as to avoid giving others the impression that they were old and disrespectful. In fact, every 10,000 years, Chunyang School would participate in the Seven Prefectures banquet. They didn't directly rush over, but had a rest along the way. Okay. Almost at the instant Yi Chunfeng's voice fell, Yi Chunfeng opened his eyes and responded. Then, he sent a message to Lu Fenggu, who was controlling the flying ship not far away. Naturally, Lu Fenggu agreed without hesitation. And when the people on the other side learned from Lu Fenggu that they would be resting in the city ahead for a few days, the group of youngsters was naturally overjoyed. Rest for a few days before setting off. Don't cause trouble during this time, Yi Chunfeng said indifferently. These words were also directed at everyone in the flying ship. Of course, our Chunyang school doesn't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. If you really want to die, don't be so courteous. However, it's best to reveal your identity first. If you still insist on seeking death after knowing that you're from Chunyang school, there's no need to be polite to them anymore. Yi Chunfeng looked like a gentleman, but in fact, he was a very strong and ruthless person, which could be seen from his words. In another spaceship, Lu Fenggu's words were even more direct. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city ahead, get the hell out of here. If someone provokes you and reveals your identity, and the other party doesn't give you any face, there's no need for you to go easy on them. If you aren't a match for them, just call a few more people over. If you aren't a match for them, you can look for us. This was what Lu Fenggu said to the group of youngsters. Not long after, the people from Chunyang School entered the city ahead. This city was not small. After Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang School entered, they quickly found out that this was a city controlled by a god emperor level force. However, this God-Emperor level force was just an ordinary God-Emperor level force in the state capital of Qing. There was only one God-Emperor level force in this force. Snow Forest City. This was also the name of the city that Duan Lingtian and the others were going to stay in. The people from Chunyang School disembarked from the God-Emperor level spaceship outside the city. Then, under the lead of Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, they entered the city. A large group of people walking into Snow Forest City naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even when they entered a spacious inn, Duan Lingtian could still sense that someone was following them. However, when the innkeeper of the inn found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who were following them left. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, our clan leader has heard about your arrival and wishes to pay you a visit personally. Is it convenient for you? The patriarch said that all of you are seniors that he's admired for a long time. It's our Shui clan's honor that all of you are able to bring the geniuses of your esteemed sect to rest in our Shui clan's inn. Our Shui clan won't take even a single divine crystal. The innkeeper of the inn was from the Shui clan of Snow Forest City. When he found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, he sent a message back to his clan. The Shui clan was also shocked. Although the Shui clan was also an Emperor God level clan, they only had one newly ascended lower Emperor God. They could not compare to a lower Emperor God level sect like Chunyang School. In the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang School was a giant. This was especially so when they heard the news from Tungling province that Chunyang School's Yi Chunfeng had a full soul superior divine sword and his strength was comparable to a higher Emperor God. At that time, in the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang School was on the same level as the Howling Sky sect of the state capital of Qing. Let him come. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu looked at each other and finally nodded. Since the innkeeper was so enthusiastic, they did not want to turn down his good intentions. Moreover, if they refused, they could be said to be arrogant and look down on others. They were afraid that they would drag down Chunyang School's reputation. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu had agreed, the innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. He ordered the servants in the inn to arrange rooms for Duan Lingtian and the others. As for Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and the other higher-ups of Chunyang School, the innkeeper personally arranged rooms for them. Although they were called rooms, they were actually individual courtyards. Duan Lingtian was also given a quiet courtyard. However, after staying in the courtyard for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to go out for a walk. Speaking of which, he had not been out for a long time. This time, after leaving Chunyang School, he had been in the spaceship. It was not easy for him to settle down in a completely unfamiliar city. He wanted to go out for a walk. In the end, when Duan Lingtian stepped out of the inn, he saw many young Chunyang School disciples coming out. Duan Lingtian, shall we go for a walk? Yi Yingkai followed Duan Lingtian out. When he saw Duan Lingtian standing at the entrance of the inn and looking around, he could not help but extend an invitation. Duan Lingtian did not refuse and nodded. He had only intended to walk around casually. If he had a companion, he might even be able to chat for a while. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was Yi Tong's disciple. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was not a bad person. Duan Lingtian did not reject him. At this time, the other Chunyang School disciples who wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to walk with them did not say anything when they saw that Yi Yingkai was one step ahead of them. Compared to Duan Lingtian's amiability, Yi Yingkai's indifference made them stop. Yi Yingkai is very cold to others. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he is very amiable. A Chunyang School disciple said, if you had Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, believe it or not, Yi Yingkai would look at you differently too. Rather than saying it's the reality, it's more accurate to say that Yi Yingkai is only willing to talk to people who are stronger than him. Let alone us. Even the disciples of the Hidden Sword branch have not seen him get close to any young people. Another Chunyang School disciple shook his head. With Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai's hearing, they could hear the discussion between the Chunyang School disciples clearly even though they were some distance away. In response, Duan Lingtian could not help but glance at Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face. It was as though he did not take those words to heart. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Grandmaster that you came from the mundane realm like Grandmaster? Yi Yingkai did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gaze. He asked as though nothing had happened. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Amazing. Yi Yingkai sighed. The person I admire the most in my life is Grandmaster. It's because he came from the mundane realm. I went there on purpose. When I arrived, I found out that the cultivation environment there was worse than the rumors said. At that time, it was hard for me to imagine that a person like Grandmaster would come from such a backward place. Yi Yingkai paused for a moment before he continued. Now, there's one more person I admire. It's you, Duan Lingtian. According to Grandmaster, even when Grandmaster was 10,000 years old, he was not as good as you are now. You're not even 3,000 years old. However, although you're faster than Grandmaster in the early stages, I don't think you're unreachable. After all, you're only a middle-level divine emperor now. In terms of cultivation base, you're not even as good as me. Yi Yingkai's eyes flashed as he said bluntly, I see you as a target to surpass. I only hope that you, Duan Lingtian, won't be surpassed by me too quickly. Yi Yingkai's words were laced with confidence. It was as though he was deluding himself with confidence. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I'll definitely surpass Duan Lingtian in the near future. I'll wait for you to surpass me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see that Yi Yingkai was using his confidence to influence him. Yi Yingkai's indomitable will was enough to make his future path much easier. At this time, if Yi Yingkai felt inferior to him, his strength would not inspire Yi Yingkai's desire to improve. Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai walked on the streets of Snow Forest City. Occasionally, they would see some shops. Duan Lingtian would enter any shop that might have something he wanted. On the other hand, Yi Yingkai did not seem to be interested in anything. He did not buy things occasionally like Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was normal. For a genius like Yi Yingkai, he was probably focused on cultivation. He probably only knew about rare things. For example, it was normal for him to not be interested in the supplementary medicine that he was buying now. Brother Fuqi, I didn't lie to you, right? There's really someone who looks exactly like you. When Yi Yingkai and Duan Lingtian saw one of the two people blocking their path, Duan Lingtian was stunned and came to a halt almost at the same time. The other person stared at Yi Yingkai and said to the young man beside him as if he was asking for credit. This young man was wearing a light green robe. He had a handsome face and a gentle temperament. This was not the main point. The main point was that he looked exactly like Yi Yingkai. No matter if it was the facial features or the expression, there was no difference. Only the temperament was very different. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this too similar? If they were not twins, he would not believe it. They shouldn't be twins, right? Yi Yingkai was brought back by Elder Yi when he was still an infant. I didn't hear Elder Jin say that Yi Yingkai has a twin. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 4006. Duan Lingtian was in a daze. The green-robed youth opposite him was also in a daze as he stared at Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai himself was also in a daze as he stared at the youth. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After a while, Yi Yingkai regained his senses. He looked at the youth in front of him and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "Fuqi." At this moment, the youth opposite him who looked like Yi Yingkai also regained his senses and immediately responded to Yi Yingkai's question. The reason why Fuqi responded to Yi Yingkai without any hesitation was because he felt a sense of familiarity from Yi Yingkai. It was as though he was not a stranger, but a family member. In fact, Yi Yingkai also felt the same way. If not, he would not have lost his composure. "Why don't the two of you find a quiet place to talk? It's not very convenient on the streets, right?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people were looking at them. Some people even recognized the green-robed youth. Isn't that the genius of the Fu family, Fuqi? Look, this white-robed youth looks exactly like Fuqi. Oh my God, they really look exactly the same. They can't be twins, can they? Twins? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Back then, when Fuqi's mother, the young mistress of the Fu family, brought him back, no one knew who his father was. Maybe his mother and father separated, and each of them had a son? 2 sons? Are they twins? More and more people gathered to watch. At this moment, after hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi regained their senses and left with Duan Lingtian and the other young woman. The person who brought Fu Qi over was a young woman who looked like she was in her early 20s. However, her real age was probably higher than that. Women like to be young and beautiful. With a good cultivation base, it was enough to keep one's youth forever and even regain one's youthfulness. It all depended on one's own wishes. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 arrived at a restaurant and booked a private room. The 4 of them sat around a table. Yi Yingkai was still looking at Fu Qi. I still have to tell Elder Yi about this matter. Duan Lingtian knew about Yi Yingkai's past from Jin Pingfan. Jin Pingfan had also reminded him not to tell Yi Yingkai about his background. This was also because Chunyang School had promised the alliance of benevolence and justice that they would not nurture an enemy for the alliance. Duan Lingtian immediately sent a message to Yi Chunfeng, informing him of what had just happened and the current situation. Yi Chunfeng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Do you think they could be twins?" "That's hard to say, but it's very likely." Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. After all, it wasn't impossible for 2 people to look exactly the same in this world. However, because his wife, Kerr, had a twin sister in both the past and present life, and he had met other twins before, he felt that it was more likely that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. "Elder Yi, if this is really Yi Yingkai's twin brother, he's very likely to know about his background," Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chunfeng. Yi Chunfeng quickly said, "Let's just let nature take its course. Don't tell me we can forcibly separate them when they've already met. Won't that make him even more confused? Moreover, even if we separate them, if we don't eliminate the young man who looks like him, he'll find out about his background sooner or later." Duan Lingtian understood Yi Chunfeng's words. Let it go. Let nature take its course. After receiving Yi Chunfeng's reply, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else. Since Yi Chunfeng didn't want to interfere, there was nothing for him to do either. Why do I feel that Elder Yi isn't worried at all that Yi Yingkai will find out about his background? Duan Lingtian looked puzzled. Moreover, even if this is really Yi Yingkai's twin brother, would it be so coincidental that Yi Yingkai and I met him here? Moreover, although Elder Jin was the one who asked Elder Yi why we stopped in Snow Forest City, Elder Yi seemed to be the one who drove the spaceship in this direction. Even the patriarch of the tyrannical Saber clan followed our spaceship. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian had an extremely terrified feeling. Could it be that all of this was instigated by Elder Yi? Secretly taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Jin Pingfan and told him what had happened. Jin Pingfan was silent for a moment before he said, "Actually, I suggested Junior Uncle Yi to stop and rest because he asked me to tell him. However, I didn't know why he did that at that time. If he wanted to rest, why didn't he just say so? Now, it seems like this is a trap. A trap to let Yi Chitsai know about his background. Since Junior Uncle Yi said to let nature take its course, then let nature take its course. If I'm not mistaken, Junior Uncle Yi is most likely doing this to motivate Yi Chitsai. I just don't know why he suddenly had this idea." As he spoke, Jin Pingfan was a little confused. At this moment, in the courtyard of a guest room with an excellent location in the inn, a dignified old man dressed in brocade robes retreated. This old man was the clan leader of the Shui clan, a god emperor rank clan. He was a newly ascended lower god emperor. He had just finished visiting Yi Chunfeng. After the old man left, Yi Chunfeng returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. His eyes shone brightly. Yang Qinya from the Pingshang clan has improved tremendously because of his father's death. If Yingkai knows about his background, he will be more motivated. I, and even the Chunyang school, did not tell Yingkai about his background. In the future, even if the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance wants to blame us, they can't blame the Chunyang school. All of this was indeed Yi Qinfeng's plan. Back then, after Yi Qinfeng had brought Yi Qizai back to the Pure Sun sect, he had deliberately investigated the family Yi Qizai belonged to, as well as Yi Qizai's relatives and friends. In the end, he found that Yi Qizai's mother was still alive. Moreover, there was a twin brother who was still alive. His mother brought him back to her family in the state capital of Qing, a God-Emperor rank family. A God-Emperor rank family in Snow Forest City. However, even though he knew this, because of the agreement with the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, he never planned to tell Yi Qizai the truth. He even ordered his disciple Yi Tong not to tell Yi Inkai the truth. Until the last time when he saw Yang Chenya's improvement by chance, under the reminder of his disciple, he made the decision today. Duan Lingtian watched the show from the side, listening to Yi Inkai and Fu Qi talk about their backgrounds. One was a genius disciple of the Chunyang school, a God-Emperor rank sect in Tungleng province. The other was a disciple of the Fu family, a God-Emperor rank family in the state capital of Qing. He took his mother's surname and did not know who his father was, nor did he hear his mother mention it. However, he knew that he had a twin brother. He heard from his mother that he had died an unnatural death. Moreover, his mother would often become taciturn because of his twin brother. Every year, on the same day, she would wear a set of plain clothes and avoid meat and fish. It was said that that day was the anniversary of his twin brother's death. "You have a twin brother?" Ichitsai was shocked. "Next, should we go and meet Fu Qi's mother?" Duan Lingtian sat on the side, coldly watching the situation unfold. Just as he thought of this, Fu Qi indeed proposed to bring Yi Inkai to meet his mother. Yi Inkai naturally agreed without hesitation. After that, Duan Lingtian followed after him. "Hey, I still don't know your name." Yi Inkai walked in front with Fu Qi, while Duan Lingtian and the young lady beside Fu Qi followed behind. The young lady took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian nodded to the lady. "How should I address you, miss?" "I'm Fu Ir. Brother Fu Qi. This is my cousin." "Brother Fu Qi, he's my cousin," Fu Qi said with a smile. Fu Ir was a talkative person. On the way to the Fu family, Duan Lingtian learned from her that she had seen Yi Inkai and him first and then sent a message to Fu Qi to come over. After that, he knew what had happened and experienced it together. 7th Miss Young Master Fu Qi. As a God-Emperor family, the Fu family's mansion was very spacious and occupied a large area of Snow Forest City. The gate was grand and there were 2 rows of guards in front of the gate, a total of 10 people. When they saw Fu Ir and Fu Qi, they bowed respectfully. On the way, Duan Lingtian also learned from Fu Ir that the Fu family had a very close relationship with the master of Snow Forest City, the God-Emperor family, the Shui family. Could even be said that the Fu family was a subsidiary family of the Shui family. In Snow Forest City, if the Shui family was the first, then the Fu family was the second. The current patriarch of the Fu family, Fu Ir's uncle's wife, was the granddaughter of the current patriarch of the Shui family. The patriarch of the Shui family had many grandchildren but only one granddaughter, so he was especially fond of her. Mother. Duan Lingtian followed Fu Qi and Yi Tsai and saw Fu Qi's mother. She was a graceful and beautiful woman with a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Could be seen that she was a heroine in her youth. She saw Yi Inkai before Fu Qi introduced him. After a moment of daze, her beautiful face turned pale. "You? Hello, madam." Yi Inkai looked at the woman in front of him and his heart trembled. Was this his mother? Was he Fu Qi's twin brother who had been dead for many years? If he was, then didn't he find someone to marry? In the past, he had always thought that he was an orphan. From now on, the alliance of benevolence and righteousness will have one more enemy. Now Duan Lingtian could completely imagine Yi Inkai's reaction when he confirmed that the mother and son in front of him were really his family. Chapter 4007. Yi Inkai's arrival at the Fu family was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. He found out about his identity and confirmed that he was Fu Qi's twin brother. Fu Qi's mother was also his mother. Their mother was called Fu Xiaofeng. She was an elder of the Fu family and the younger sister of the current head of the Fu family. She was also the only daughter of the head of the Fu family. A long time ago, Fu Xiaofeng had married into another God King clan in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture. However, because that God King clan was in trouble, Fu Xiaofeng's husband broke off their relationship and sent her away in order to protect her. No one knew that Fu Xiaofeng's husband, who was Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi's father, did not have a son but a pair of twins with Fu Xiaofeng. To avoid suspicion from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, their father left Yi Yingkai behind. Fu Qi was taken away by Fu Xiaofeng and returned to the Fu family in the state capital of Qing. All these years, I thought that you had gone with your father. I really regret leaving you behind. I'm sorry. Fu Xiaofeng cried in front of Yi Yingkai. Fu Xiaofeng had never dreamt that she would be able to see her other child one day, the child who should have died thousands of years ago. Now, Yi Yingkai had also confirmed from Yi Chunfeng that he was saved by Yi Chunfeng after his family was destroyed. However, Yi Chunfeng did not tell him who destroyed his family. He only told him where he was saved. The place was exactly the same as what Fu Xiaofeng had told him. Mother. Unlike Fu Xiaofeng, Yi Yingkai's eyes were red but his body was stiff. He did not know how to comfort his mother who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Mother, it's not your fault. Fu Qi spoke. Given the situation back then, only one of us could survive. Even now, if I were to go back in time, I would be willing to be the one who stayed. I believe that my little brother is not an unreasonable person. As Fu Qi spoke, he looked at Yi Yingkai, and his gaze became somewhat complicated. He also did not expect that this was actually his twin brother, the twin brother who should have died several thousand years ago. Child, what happened to you? How are you still alive? Did those bastards from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness adopt you? Fu Xiaofeng suddenly thought of this and her expression changed. No. Yi Yingkai shook his head. When he heard his mother mention the alliance of benevolence and justice, a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Yi Yingkai. Hearing Yi Yingkai's words, Fu Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, she couldn't help but ask about Yi Yingkai's situation over the years. When she found out that Yi Yingkai was saved by Yi Chunfeng, the ancestor of the Chunyang school's hidden sword lineage, and that he had entered the Chunyang school's hidden sword lineage, Fu Xiaofeng was both shocked and happy for her son. Beside him, Fu Qi and Fu Ye were also shocked at this moment. Especially Fu Ye. Fu Ye stared at Yi Yingkai with her mouth agape. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, you are also a disciple of the Chunyang school? You are Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Fu Xiaofeng looked at Duan Lingtian. This young man in purple who came with her son, whom she thought had died many years ago, was actually the prodigy of the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's reputation was not only known in Tongling province. Even in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tongling province, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian's name, including Fu Xiaofeng, the elder of the Fu family in Snow Forest City. Fu Xiaofeng heard about Duan Lingtian from her elder brother, who was the head of the family by chance. She found out that Duan Lingtian had defeated the prodigy of the younger generation in Tongling province, Machi Hong of the Machi family. Greetings, madam. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at Fu Xiaofeng in greeting. Auntie, you know Duan Lingtian? Is he very famous? Fu Ye was a little surprised. Fu Qi, who was beside her, could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. Fu Xiaofeng shook her head and smiled. Have you heard of the prodigy of the Machi family, Machi Hong of the Tongling province? In terms of reputation in the state capital of Qing, Machi Hong, who used to be the prodigy of the younger generation in Tongling province, was more famous than Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated Machi Hong, it had only happened 10 years ago. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the state capital of Qing was not as good as Machi Hong's. I've heard of him. Fu Ye nodded. Machi Hong of the Machi family was the prodigy of the younger generation in Tongling province. He was very famous a long time ago. Fu Qi nodded. Obviously, he knew Ma Qihong as well. Fu Xiaofeng continued, 10 years ago, in the Seven Kills Valley of Tongling Province, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old defeated Ma Qihong and became the prodigy of the younger generation in Tongling Province. Fu Ye and Fu Qi were naturally shocked when they heard Fu Xiaofeng's words. Fu Ye, in particular, had a look of disbelief on her face. Auntie, is this news true? Someone defeated Ma Qihong? Moreover, it was someone who was not even 3,000 years old? The prodigy of the younger generation in Tongling Province has changed? Why didn't I know about it? Fu Ye obviously could not accept this fact at that moment. Fu Qi, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew his mother very well. If it was not related to the matter in front of them, his mother would not have suddenly brought up this matter at this time. However, Fu Qi guessed something, but Fu Ye didn't. She continued to ask Fu Xiaofeng. You can ask your uncle and you'll know. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Fu Ye dotingly and said with a smile, instead of worrying about this, why don't you pay attention to why I suddenly brought this up at this time? And Fu Ye wasn't a stupid person. She was too shocked to react earlier. Now that her auntie had reminded her, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and widened her eyes. Annie, you mean, Duan Lingtian is the person who defeated Ma Qihong 10 years ago? He is not even 3,000 years old, but he is already the prodigy of the younger generation in Tongling Province. Fu Ye's eyes widened as if she had just met Duan Lingtian. Yes. Fu Xiaofeng nodded. I heard that Duan Lingtian was the prodigy of Chunyang School. Now, my son is traveling with him as a disciple of Chunyang School. His name is Duan Lingtian, so it's obvious that they are the same person. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Yi Yingkai as she spoke. It's him. Yi Yingkai nodded. After his identity was exposed, Fu Ye, and Fu Xiaofeng did not dare to treat Duan Lingtian as they did before. They treated Duan Lingtian as a guest of honor. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not take it anymore. He found an excuse and left the Fu family, leaving Yi Yingkai to reunite with his family. From now on, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will have an enemy from Chunyang School's hidden sword branch. Although this enemy is not strong, he has a powerful backer. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought of Yi Chenfeng. He had a feeling that this matter was related to Yi Chenfeng. Perhaps Yi Chenfeng was behind this. As for the purpose, perhaps it was to reunite Yi Yingkai with his family, or perhaps it was to give Yi Yingkai some pressure when he faced the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, who had killed his father. But if it's the latter, I'm afraid the pressure will be too great, right? Although Yi Yingkai looked calm on the surface, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not calm on the inside. It was a good thing that he had found his family. But it was not a good thing to know that there was such a powerful enemy who had killed his father. After leaving the Fu family, Duan Lingtian walked around Snow Forest City, bought some things and prepared to go back. Near the entrance of the inn, Duan Lingtian saw a person standing on the side of the road. After he returned, the person walked toward him. When the person walked over, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Yang Qinya, whom he had met once at the Tianlong clan. Back then, people from the Chunyang School had come to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. Yang Qinya had led the team. At that time, there were a few other spirit void elders from the Chunyang School who had come with Yang Qinya. Qin Wuyang from the Yun Peak branch was one of them. That was also the first time Duan Lingtian had met Yang Qinya. As for the rumors, he had heard about Yang Qinya when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. What's the matter? Seeing Yang Qinya walking toward him, Duan Lingtian paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that Yang Qinya was with him. When he was at the Chunyang School, he had seen Yang Qinya before he left. However, Yang Qinya was not in the same spaceship as him. Instead, Yang Qinya had boarded the spaceship controlled by the patriarch of the tyrannical saber branch, Lu Fenggu. The Pingshang branch that Yang Qinya belonged to was closer to the tyrannical saber branch. The patriarch of the Pingshang branch and Lu Fenggu of the tyrannical saber branch came from the same master, Duan Lingtian. Yang Qinya walked up to Duan Lingtian and said in a cold voice, "Tell Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, for me, one day, I will avenge my father with my own hands." "Your father?" Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Yang Chenya's words. He remembered that Yang Chenya's father was Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect. Although they did not share the same surname, it was rumored that Lan Qing had given his only son the surname of his deceased wife to commemorate her death. "Also, one day I will defeat you." Yang Qinya looked at Duan Lingtian again. His deep gaze made Duan Lingtian feel that Yang Qinya was completely different from before. Even before they left, Duan Lingtian had noticed that Yang Qinya was very different from before. Now that Yang Qinya was standing in front of him, the feeling was even stronger. Chapter 4008. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Yang Qinya returned to the inn. What was going on with Yang Qinya? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Yang Chenya's figure disappearing at the entrance of the inn, he sent out a message as he walked into the inn. "Clan leader, is it convenient now?" Duan Lingtian sent a message to Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. "It's convenient." Long Qingchong quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. "What's the matter? Is something the matter? Now, according to the time, you should be heading to the mysterious Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, right?" Although the Tianlong clan was not qualified to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, they knew that it would be held in the mysterious Jade Mansion. "I'm already on my way," Duan Lingtian said. "On your way?" In the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong's eyes lit up when he received Duan Lingtian's message. He smiled and said, "Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Feast." "Clan leader, have you heard about what happened 10 years ago?" Duan Lingtian was not surprised, but he still asked out of politeness. After all, even an elder of a divine emperor clan in the Qingzhou prefecture knew about what he did in the Seven Kills Valley 10 years ago. How could Long Qingchong not know about it? As the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, a divine emperor clan in Tungleng province. Of course, there was another possibility that Long Qingchong might not know about. That was, Long Qingchong had been in the emperor battle dimension for the past 10 years and had only come out today. In this case, Long Qingchong might not know. Of course, this was not very likely. After all, even in the emperor battle dimension, there were peace zones, such as Sky Dragon City and Peace City, where Long Qingchong could receive news of the outside world. Unless Long Qingchong only came out of the quasi-emperor battlefield in the emperor battle dimension today. "I've heard." Long Qingchong laughed and said, "If I haven't heard of this, then I, as the clan head of the Tianlong clan, would be too ignorant." At this moment, Long Qingchong had a complicated look in his eyes. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was not ordinary and that he was an outstanding prodigy even in Chunyang School and had a chance to represent Chunyang School in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures and take one of the top 10 places, he was still a genius. Of course, it was only a possibility and not absolute. What he didn't expect was that not long after Duan Lingtian went to Chunyang School, with the support of Chunyang School, he became a medium divine emperor. 2 years after he had broken through to become a mid-level god emperor, he had defeated Ma Qihong in the Seven Kills Valley. Ma Qihong was no stranger to Long Qingchong. He was the most talented person in the history of the Ma Qi family, one of the top 5 forces in Tungleng province. He was also the pride of the Ma Qi family and the number 1 person among the younger generation in Tungleng province. The number 1 person under 10,000 years old. However, such a person had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. The prodigy from the Tianlong clan had defeated Ma Qihong. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard that. Then he got to the point. "Sect leader, have you been paying attention to the Million Demons sect recently? Did something happen to the sect leader of the Million Demons sect?" Duan Lingtian did not directly mention the message that Yang Qinya had asked him to pass on. Instead, he made a guess. "You've heard about it too?" Long Qingchong's tone suddenly changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "No, if you've heard about it, you wouldn't ask me this. The sect leader of the Million Demons sect, Lan Qing, is dead." Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he heard Long Qing Chong's words. Could it be the death of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Devil sect, that caused such a drastic change in Yang Qinya? Duan Ling Tian, why are you suddenly asking about this? Long Qing Chong asked. Duan Ling Tian no longer hesitated when he heard that. He told Long Qing Chong what had happened earlier. Yang Qinya came to you and asked you to tell me that he'll avenge his father with his own hands one day? Long Qing Chong repeated when he heard that. Then he smiled faintly. It seems like he also thinks that I killed his father. Sect leader, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian asked with a slight frown. Lan Qing was killed. The Million Demon sect is saying that I killed Lan Qing. Long Qing Chong said. If I tell you that it wasn't me, would you believe me? Long Qing Chong asked. Sect leader, what's going on? Why would the Million Demon sect say that you killed their sect leader? Duan Ling Tian was even more confused. It said that there's a floating image pearl that recorded the scene of me killing Lan Qing. However, the problem is that the person in the floating image pearl didn't reveal his true appearance. He only revealed his figure under his robe and the power of the law he used to attack. Long Qing Chong said. If it was an ordinary person who saw the floating image pearl's reflection of me in the past, they might think that it was me because the person's attack was very similar to mine in the past. However, only those who know me well know that I'm no longer as ostentatious as before when I attack. The profundities that I've comprehended are from ostentatious to reserved. However, since that person did that, it's obvious that he wanted to pretend to be me to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demon sect. As for his motive, I've been investigating it recently, but I couldn't find anything. What's the point of slandering me for killing the sect leader of the Million Demon sect? Could it be that he wanted Yang Qinya to hold a grudge and avenge his father? Or perhaps, he wanted the powerhouse from Chunyang School behind Yang Qinya to kill me for him to avenge his father? Although Long Qingchong's tone was calm, Duan Ling Tian could hear the anger in his voice. When Duan Ling Tian finished listening to his words, he, naturally, could understand his feelings. It's not that I, Long Qingchong, am boasting. If I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demon sect, I wouldn't have to hide. Moreover, if I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, do you think I would act so ostentatiously? Would everyone be able to guess that I was the culprit? Recently, I've been investigating who's pretending to be me. However, until now I haven't found any useful clues. There's also the so-called floating image pearl that recorded me killing the sect leader of the Million Demon sect. Actually, if I think about it carefully, there's a problem. Since there's no third party present, why would there be such a floating image pearl? Did Lan Qing leave it behind himself? He knew he was going to die, so he used the floating image pearl to record everything? If Lan Qing left it behind, why wouldn't the other party discover it? If the other party was hiding, why would he leave behind a floating image pearl that recorded him killing Lan Qing? In any case, if I really was that person, I wouldn't have left behind such a floating image pearl. Of course, it's impossible that I didn't discover it. Speaking up to this point, Long Qingchong paused for a moment before continuing. And if that floating image pearl wasn't left behind by Lan Qing, could it have been left behind by the person who killed him? That person is hiding his head and tail. Clearly, he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Under such circumstances, why would he leave such a floating image pearl and let others guess his identity? There are too many loopholes in this matter. As long as you calm down and think about it, it won't be hard to figure it out. Duan Ling Tian, help me pass a message to Yang Qinya. Long Qingchong said I didn't kill his father, so I didn't kill his father. If he doesn't believe me, he can come to the Tianlong clan to find me. In his eyes, I can make a move in front of him and dispel the doubts in his heart. Also, tell him that I'll continue to investigate this matter. Although I, Long Qingchong, am not a big shot in Tungling province, I won't take the blame for someone else for no reason. Long Qingchong paused again before continuing. Of course, if he doesn't believe me and insists on avenging his father, he can do as he pleases. I, Long Qingchong, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. After a short while, Duan Lingtian stopped walking toward the courtyard where he was staying. He was going to look for Yang Qianye and tell him the message that Long Qingchong had asked him to. However, as he was walking back, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered that he did not know which guest room Yang Qianye was staying in. He only knew that the group of Chunyang school disciples who had followed Yi Chunfeng were staying on the right side of the inn's backyard. On the other hand, the group of disciples who had followed Lu Fenggu were staying on the left side of the inn's backyard. Now that he had come to the left side, he did not know what to do next. He did not know where Yang Qianye was staying. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw a person walking out of the courtyard in front of him. He quickly walked up to the person. Duan Lingtian. The person was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Naturally, as soon as he finished speaking, he thought it was impossible. He did not know Duan Lingtian. Why would Duan Lingtian look for him? Senior brother. Duan Lingtian greeted the person with a smile. "Do you know which guest room Yang Qianye from Pingsheng's branch is staying in?" "Duan Lingtian, don't call me senior brother. I don't deserve it." The Chunyang school disciple who was stopped by Duan Lingtian was a young man. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him senior brother, he quickly waved his hand to stop him. In Chunyang school, the strong are respected. If we are not from the same branch, even if we are of the same generation, I should call you senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man pointed the way for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at the courtyard in front of him and said, "Yang Qianye is staying in that room. Thank you." Duan Lingtian thanked him again and again. Then, under the young man's gaze, he walked over to the courtyard. Duan Lingtian is going to look for Yang Qianye? The young man was puzzled. Didn't Duan Lingtian not get along with Yang Qianye when he was in the Tianlong clan? They can't be friends, right? On the other side, Yang Qianye was also surprised by Duan Lingtian's visit, but his attitude was still cold. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to invite me in?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for Yang Qianye, after frowning, he opened the door of the courtyard and walked in first. He didn't have any awareness of welcoming guests. Of course, he did not treat Duan Lingtian as a guest. Chapter 4009. If you have something to say, just say it. You've interrupted my cultivation. In the past, Yang Qianye was extremely hostile to Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that after his childhood friends, Du Pujuan and Du Qianjun, died one after another because of Duan Lingtian, he even thought of killing Duan Lingtian to avenge them. However, there was an even greater hatred in his heart now. He wanted to avenge his father. The enemy he was currently targeting was Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. In front of Long Qingchong, who had killed his father, Duan Lingtian seemed insignificant. "I've just communicated with Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. "Did you pass on my message?" Yang Qianye's eyes were slightly cold. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "That's good," Yang Qianye replied indifferently. Yang Qianye faintly replied, "If you dare to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. He won't wait for long." Based on his words, it was clear he was very confident in his strength. Duan Lingtian ignored Yang Qianye's cold gaze and said, "Clan leader Long Qingchong asked me to tell you that he didn't kill your father. If he really wanted to kill your father and hide his identity, he wouldn't have left such obvious traces behind. Moreover, he said his profundities from the law are no longer comparable to the profundities he had in the past. The profundities of the law that the person who killed your father used to be similar to the profundities he had when he attacked many years ago. He asked me to tell you that you can verify it yourself. Also, the floating image pearl that recorded him killing your father, as well as the fact that he hid his identity and intentionally exposed himself, based on what he said. Don't you have any doubts? Lastly, he asked me to tell you that if you still think he killed your father and want to seek revenge, he'll be waiting for you at any time." Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he said indifferently, Yang Qinya, I don't have to say anything. However, I want to tell you something. It's best if you investigate the truth before you make a decision. Otherwise, even if you kill sect leader Long Qingchong in the future and think that you've avenged your father, what if the truth isn't so? Do you want to let the real culprit go unpunished? After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned around and left without waiting for Yang Chenya's response. He felt that he had said enough. As for what Yang Chenya wanted to think, it was his own business. Duan Lingtian left just like that. Naturally, Yang Chenya didn't send him off. However, after Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Chenya's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he strangely discovered that his heart, which could only calm down when he was cultivating, had strangely calmed down. The memories that he didn't want to recall in the past began to surface in his mind. Due to Duan Lingtian's reminder, he began to think about the process of his father's death. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that there were indeed many suspicious points. If it's not Long Qingchong, who could it be? Although Yang Chenya was eager to seek revenge, it did not mean that he was crazy. Previously, he was so focused on revenge because he valued his father's death too much. However, Duan Lingtian's words finally calmed him down. Duan Lingtian did not care about what would happen to Yang Chenya in the future. This was because he knew that he could not change anything. The decision was in Yang Chenya's hands. However, based on the fact that Yang Chenya had been able to cultivate until now, it was clear that he was not a fool and knew what to do. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not leave the inn. He stayed in the inn and cultivated until the people from the Chunyang school left Snow Forest City and set off for the Seven Mansions banquet, the mysterious Jade Mansion. From now on, there will be no rest. Yi Qinfeng's words reverberated in everyone's ears. Focus, especially those who are going to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. You will soon be competing with the geniuses of the Seven Mansions. I don't expect all of you to make it into the top 10 or top 30. However, as long as you can make it into the top 100, you will be rewarded handsomely. This time, there were a total of 66 young disciples from the Chunyang school. Divided among each branch, there were more than 3 people. These 66 people were all celestial emperors under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school. 66 celestial emperors under the age of 10,000. If this was in the Tongling province, it would be unthinkable for an ordinary celestial emperor sect. For example, the heavenly dragon sect that Duan Lingtian had been in previously did not have many divine emperors below the age of 10,000 years old. They could be counted with one's fingers. However, in the Chunyang school, which was also a celestial emperor sect, there were more than 60 of them. Of course, most of the 66 people were only lower celestial emperors. They were participating in the Seven Mansions banquet because they wanted to participate. They wanted to show off the strength of the younger generation in the Chunyang school. In the beginning, the Seven Mansions banquet was only for the geniuses of the various celestial emperor sects to compete for the slots. However, in the end, other than the slots, the Seven Mansions banquet was also a way to show off the strength of the younger generation. A powerful force could only prosper if the younger generation was strong enough. Otherwise, even if a high-level god emperor was born, it would only be able to protect the force it belonged to for a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. If no new high-level god emperor was born during this period of time, that force would also decline. Duan Lingtian Yichizai, is this really related to the Fu family? Jinping Fan walked over to Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Yichizai. Yichizai was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He did not close his eyes to rest. Instead, he was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. Compared to the state he was in when he was with the Fu family and Duan Lingtian, he was in a much worse state. Yichizai has found his biological mother. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. At that time, his twin brother showed up and stopped us on the streets of Snow Forest City. Does he know the truth? Zhen Pingfan raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course he knows. Duan Lingtian said. This matter should be arranged by Junior Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said. I've been thinking about it for the past few days. Why did Junior Uncle Yi ask me to remind him to go to Snow Forest City to rest? I even suspect that Junior Uncle Yi is secretly adding fuel to the fire for Yi Qizai to reunite with his mother and brother. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Zhen Pingfan's words. However, he did not say anything because it was inappropriate. However, Junior Uncle Ye's move is quite amazing. In the future, even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out that Yi Qizai knows the truth, they can't blame Junior Uncle Yi or Chunyang School. Even if they suspect that Junior Uncle Yi did it on purpose. Zhen Pingfan paused and frowned. But why did Junior Uncle Yi reveal Yi Qizai's identity at this time? Isn't this to put pressure on him? Duan Lingtian, can you figure it out? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, he was actually talking to himself. Maybe it's to put pressure on him so that he can improve himself? Duan Lingtian guessed. This was also his previous guess. If that's the case, isn't the pressure too great? Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The other party is the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Moreover, Junior Uncle Yi and even the sect would definitely not stand up for him. After all, he hadn't even entered Chunyang School when the accident happened. The Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness spared his life back then because they were giving face to Junior Uncle Yi and Chunyang School. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought of Zhen Pingfan's words. Elder Zhen, I think that if you're really curious, you should ask Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian smiled and transmitted his voice. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's eyes were rolling, Zhen Pingfan said grumpily, I think you're very curious too, aren't you? But I'm really curious too. I'll ask him. After a while, Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Qinfeng. After about 10 breaths, Zhen Pingfan's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian, who had been staring at him all this time. Duan Lingtian also asked subconsciously, What do you think? Zhen Pingfan's gaze was a little strange at this time, but he did not hide it. According to Junior Uncle Ye's words, it was Yi Tong's idea. Of course, Yi Tong came up with the idea, and Junior Uncle Yi agreed. That's why today's incident happened. The reason why Yi Tong came up with this idea is related to a person. You know that person too, Zhen Pingfan said. Who? Duan Lingtian asked subconsciously. Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Yang Qianye from Pingshang's faction. Yang Qianye. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. What does it have to do with him? Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong told him Yang Qianye worked hard to improve himself after his father was killed, and not long ago, he successfully broke through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Although I saw Yang Qianye before, I didn't pay much attention to him. I didn't expect him to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. Speaking of which, in our generation of Chunyang School, including Junior Uncle Yi and me, no one can surpass you and him in breaking through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. It's too fast. If it weren't for you, he would be the fastest person in Chunyang School to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was also stunned. Yang Qianye had broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm? No wonder he felt that Yang Qianye had changed a lot when they met. Not only had his temperament changed, but he had also changed mysteriously. He did not expect that he had broken through. No wonder he was so confident that he could kill Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, and avenge his father. Yang Qianye's comprehension of the profound law is not weak. He has broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm, and I'm afraid his strength is not much worse than Yi Qizai's. After saying this, Zhen Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still absent-minded. The Middle God Emperor cultivation base was harder to stabilize than Duan Lingtian expected. Even if he didn't lack ultimate divine pills, he still needed time. Time was still too tight. Little Tian, it's not good to be so impatient when you're cultivating. Just when Duan Tian realized that he couldn't completely calm down to cultivate and was getting frustrated at the thought of how difficult it would be to stabilize his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast, a familiar yet distant voice pulled him out of his anxious state of cultivation. This voice, Duan Tian's heart trembled. Sister Water? You've recovered? He recognized the owner of the voice. It was one of the 5 divine elements in his body, the world-cleansing divine water. It was the world-cleansing divine water that had fallen into a deep slumber. After the 5 divine elements had helped him cross over to the realm battlefield in the past, they had exhausted themselves and fallen into a deep slumber. After he came to the Shengang land, the little world in his body had been closed at all times for fear of being discovered. It was not until he broke through to the God Emperor realm that he opened a small opening. He thought that if the 5 divine elements woke up, they would be able to contact him immediately. With his God Emperor cultivation base, it would be difficult for even a God Emperor to discover anything about him, unless a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him. However, if a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him, he would be able to sense it. He would have enough time to close the little world in his body and prevent it from being exposed to the God Emperor. Duan Tian had been waiting for the 5 divine elements to wake up. First, it was because they had fallen because of him. Second, it was because their existence gave him some peace of mind. Their existence would eventually become a trump card for him. A trump card that could turn the tables at a critical moment. And today it had finally come. Since the world-cleansing divine water had woken up, the other 5 divine elements should have woken up as well, right? Even if they hadn't woken up yet, they should be waking up soon, right? I've recovered a little for now. The world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded a little weak. It will take at least a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years to fully recover. I'm only waking up now because I've recovered a little. Moreover, I had discussed with them that I would wake up first to check on you. I didn't expect you to become a medium God Emperor in such a short time. Amazing. The world-cleansing divine water had once possessed the divine tree of life in one of the realms of gods. She had seen many prodigies in the realms of gods. It was clear that Duan Tian's cultivation had improved at a rapid pace. Sister Water, you didn't wake up just to praise me, right? He would be lying if he said he was not touched by the world-cleansing divine water's praise. However, he was still disappointed when he learned that the 5 divine elements would not fully awaken. I'm just following everyone's wishes to see how you're doing, the world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. The world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. Her voice was still as intelligent as ever, as if she was a caring big sister. I'm in a hurry to consolidate my cultivation base as a medium God Emperor. Duan Tian sighed. After a period of time, there'll be a martial competition called the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. If I'm able to seize first place, it would be extremely beneficial to me, and my future path would be even smoother. However, if I can't consolidate my cultivation base, I'm not confident I'll be able to win first place. This was the problem Duan Tian was facing. Relax. I'll observe your cultivation base. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Tian naturally would not allow anyone to observe him. However, since the world-cleansing divine water wanted to observe him, he did not hesitate at all. If the world-cleansing divine water wanted to harm him, she could have done so many times in the past. There was no need for her to wait until now. After a while, the world-cleansing divine water's energy circulated through Duan Tian's meridians. During this process, Duan Tian felt a refreshing sensation in his body. It was a comfortable feeling. In fact, at that moment his heart instantly calmed down. He was no longer impatient, and it was as if he had forgotten all his worries. His entire body relaxed. Duan Tian only regained his senses when he heard the world-cleansing divine water again. Little Tian, it's not impossible for you to consolidate your cultivation base in a short time. However, I can't guarantee it'll work. Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. He could not help but ask anxiously, Sister Water, do you have any ideas? We'll help you. The world-cleansing divine water said, I'll awaken them since they haven't fully recovered. I'll mobilize our 5 elements energy and merge it with your divine energy to help you consolidate your cultivation base. This way, you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base much faster. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base before the 7 Mansions banquet. After all, I don't know when the 7 Mansions banquet will be held. As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's first reaction was not to tell the world-cleansing divine water when the 7 Mansions banquet would be held. Instead, he was worried if the world-cleansing divine water helped him in advance. Sister Water, if you help me like this, I'm afraid you'll have to expend a lot of energy, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine. The world-cleansing divine water said, it's just a small matter to us. In fact, we'll only need to use 10% of our energy that we've recovered over the years to assist you. You're only an intermediate celestial emperor now, and you've already consolidated your cultivation base. If you've just become a high-level celestial emperor and need our help to consolidate your cultivation base, we'll have to use all the energy we've recovered over the years to assist you. The world-cleansing divine water chuckled when she finished speaking. You don't have to be so pretentious. Don't forget, it's also a good thing for us if you become stronger as soon as possible. If it's something else, I'll ask for their opinion. However, for this matter, I'll speak up on their behalf since they won't refuse. Now, I just want to know when the 7 Mansions banquet will be held? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. He could accept this outcome. He would never agree to let the efforts of the 5 divine elements go to waste. Following that, Duan Lingtian told the world-cleansing divine water the date of the 7 Mansions banquet. Sister Water, will we be able to make it in time? Duan Lingtian asked after telling him the time. Chapter 40:11. More or less. The world-cleansing divine water pondered for a moment before replying to Duan Lingtian's question. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. I'll go talk to them now and get them to cooperate with me to help you cultivate. After this, I won't divert my attention to talk to you anymore. It's the same for them. If they divert their attention, they'll use up even more energy. After saying this, the world-cleansing divine water left. Duan Lingtian could see with his own eyes that the world-cleansing divine water had transformed into the energy of water. It was obvious that the world-cleansing divine water was interacting with the 5 divine elements. Soon after, the 5 divine elements seemed to have reached a consensus. The 5 divine elements' energy surged out of the opening in Duan Lingtian's little world. In just a blink of an eye, the energy merged with his body. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He calmed down and began to cultivate. With the help of the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water, he did not doubt he would be able to consolidate his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time as he cultivated. When the 5 divine elements' energy surged out, it carried with it the rich spirit energy from Duan Lingtian's little world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the environment in the flying boat affecting his cultivation base. Normally, Duan Lingtian would not dare to do this since it would reveal the secret of his little world. However, with the 5 divine elements' energy concealing the spirit energy in his little world, he did not have to worry about the spirit energy leaking out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was cultivating. Since Zhen Pingfan was by Duan Ling's side, no one could disturb Duan Ling. In fact, even if Zhen Pingfan was not around, the bystanders would not be so blind as to disturb Duan Lingtian when they saw he was cultivating, especially when they knew he was a seated candidate from the Pure Sun sect this time. While the people from Chunyang School were making their way to the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, many people from other forces were making their way to the profound Jade Mansion as well. There were also some people from other forces who had just set off. Tongling Province. Machi Clan. Whoosh! A spaceship broke through the sky and left the Machi family. Within the spaceship, a group of people were scattered all over the place. This spaceship was slightly larger than an ordinary spaceship. It was also a specially made celestial Thearch-grade spaceship. The Machi family had requested a powerful divine weapon master who had a good relationship with their ancestor to refine it using the inheritance of a powerful divine weapon master. The speed of this celestial Emperor-grade spaceship wasn't any slower than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. However, the space inside it was much larger than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. This time, the leader of the Machi clan's 2 great gold seed elders, Machi Yuning, was personally leading the team to the 7 prefectures feast. That's right, the head of the 2 golden seed elders. The reason for that was because the Machi clan's golden seed elder, Machi Ju, had died some time ago. Machi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Machi family. In addition to his high seniority, he personally led the team. The interior of the spaceship was quiet and peaceful. Even if others wanted to communicate, they would do so through voice transmissions. This was because they noticed that Machi Yuning's complexion was not good. As for why Machi Yuning's expression was so unsightly, the crowd had a slight understanding of it. It was because their Machi clan's ancestor had not only met Machi Hong before they departed, but he had also spoken a few words with him. Instead, they came from another mansion of the 7 mansions. At the same time, the people from this force were not the only ones talking about Duan Lingtian. On the way to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the 7 Mansions banquet, many people from the top forces in the 7 Mansions were talking about Duan Lingtian. The reason they were so interested in Duan Lingtian was that Duan Lingtian was a rising figure. Moreover, as soon as he rose, he stepped on Machi Hong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Tungling province. Could be said that he became famous overnight. Chapter 40:12. The 7 Mansions banquet was being held in Profound Jade Mansion. The banquet was jointly organized by the 4 Peak God Emperor forces of Profound Jade Mansion. It was not held in any of the 4 forces, but in another place, a vast land. This vast land was located in a mountain range of Profound Jade Mansion. The center was hollowed out, forming a huge field. At the center of this field, there were many small islands floating in the void. Each island could at most accommodate several people standing on it at the same time. Could be said that they were very small. At least, this was the smallest floating island Duan Lingtian had ever seen. These small islands should be the spectator seats. Zhun Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, he had also seen through Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the past, the 7 Mansions banquet I participated in was also similar to this. There are many small islands floating in the air. These are the places where the upper echelons of the various forces have set up. They are standing there to watch the younger generation fight. Hearing Zhun Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian also noticed that there were indeed some stone tables on those floating islands. On each side of the stone tables were 2 stone stools. Each stone table could accommodate 2 people sitting on one side, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the field. As for the center, it was a barren land. There was no special field for martial arts because there was no need for it. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would basically fight in the air. They're here. Suddenly, Zhun Pingfan spoke. At this time, Duan Lingtian followed Zhun Pingfan's gaze and saw an old man, escorted by 2 middle-aged men. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian's group. The old man was wearing a light blue robe. Although his hair and brows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. Could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were originally dim, but as soon as he got close to Duan Lingtian's group, they shone brightly. At the same time, he looked at the 2 people leading Duan Lingtian's group, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Both of you are still as elegant as ever. The old man smiled and greeted the 2. The 2 middle-aged men behind the old man also looked at Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu. When one of them saw Yi Chunfeng, His gaze was incomparably complicated. This middle-aged man was an elder of profound Jade Mansion's emperor-level sect, the Rui sect. He was one of the strongest high-level god emperors in Rui sect. His name was Huang Qiyuan. He had once defeated Yi Chunfeng within 10 moves during the Feast of the Seven Manners 10,000 years ago. Later on, he even became one of the top 10 finalists. As for the old man standing in front of him, he was his father and master, a god emperor powerhouse of the Rui sect. Of course, he was a god emperor. Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu smiled and nodded at the old man. As for Yi Chunfeng, after greeting the old man, he looked at Huang Qiyuan and said, "Senior brother Huang, it seems like we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. How have you been recently?" When Yi Chunfeng looked at Huang Qiyuan, the smile on his face became even brighter. He looked like a superior who was willing to lower himself to get along with others. However, Huang Qiyuan's expression did not look too good when Yi Chunfeng took the initiative to greet him. Nevertheless, he still greeted Yi Chunfeng. "Elder Yi, we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. You're no longer the same as before. Back then, I was young and frivolous, young and ignorant. Elder Yi, please forget about those unpleasant matters," Huang Qiyuan said bluntly. Upon hearing Huang Qiyuan's words, many people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled. They did not know why the middle-aged man would suddenly say such a thing. It sounded like Elder Yi was deliberately targeting him. "Senior brother Huang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean anything." Yi Chunfeng smiled and shook his head. "Forget it. Since senior brother Huang doesn't want to catch up with an old friend like me, let's just leave it at that. Elder Huang, please take us to the place we're staying." Then Yi Chunfeng looked at the old man in front of Huang Qiyuan. He was Huang Qiyuan's father, Huang Long. When Huang Long saw Yi Chunfeng greeting his son, his expression was very complicated. When he saw his son's reaction, he felt even worse. 10,000 years ago, at the Seven Prefectures banquet, his son was in high spirits. At that time, Yi Chunfeng was just a defeated opponent. But now, 10,000 years had passed. Not to mention that his son had yet to step into the Emperor God realm. Even he himself had been surpassed by Yi Chunfeng and was left far behind. Who would have thought that the brat who did not even enter the top 20 of the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago would become the strongest person in Tongling province? In the past, although some people said that Yi Chunfeng was the strongest person in Tongling province, it was not true. However, 10 years ago, Yi Chunfeng had made a powerful move in the Machi clan. He had relied on his full-soul prominent grade divine sword to instantly kill Machi Ju, one of the 3 great golden seat elders of the Machi clan. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, please." Huang Long sighed inwardly and then led the way in front. During this process, Lu Fenggu introduced the old man leading the way to the group of Chunyang school disciples behind him. "This is Elder Huang Long from the Rui sect. This is Elder Huang Qiyuan from the Rui sect. He's also Elder Huang Long's son. As for the other one, he's also Elder Huang Long's disciple." When Lu Fenggu introduced Huang Long and the other two, Duan Lingtian also learned from Jinping Fan why Huang Qiyuan was so sensitive. It turned out that this person had defeated Elder Yi Chunfeng in the past. During the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago, he even made it to the top 10. At that time, Yi Chunfeng had been defeated by him in just a few moves, and he seemed to have said some unpleasant things as well. 10,000 years later, Yi Chunfeng had stepped into the mid-god emperor realm and grasped a high-grade divine sword. As for Huang Qiyuan, he was still stuck at the high god emperor realm. 10,000 years. So many changes in an instant. Duan Lingtian could imagine how Huang Qiyuan was feeling right now. It was no wonder he was so sensitive. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Chunfeng's greeting was considered polite. However, in Huang Qiyuan's eyes, it was no different from humiliation. After all, their statuses were not equal at all. After sending Duan Lingtian and the others from Chunyang School to the valley, the 3 people from Tongling province, led by Huang Long, bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others and left. The valley had everything that should be there. There were many courtyards and wooden houses that looked brand new. It was obvious that they had just been set up and no one had lived in them before. Chapter 40:13. In the profound Jade Mansion, whether it was the location of the Seven Mansions banquet or the resting place for the guests, everything was arranged by the four divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion. There were no formations or restrictions here. Under such circumstances, even though the four divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion were the hosts, it was impossible for them to tamper with the Seven Mansions banquet. At the same time, it was impossible for them to harm the young disciples of the other sects before the Seven Mansions banquet. After the group of people from the Chunyang school settled in, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Fenggu leading a group of elders from the Chunyang school to set up various formations above the canyon. There were no formations set up here beforehand. Naturally, even if they had set up formations, they would not feel safe. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the group of young disciples from the Chunyang school found a courtyard and entered a wooden house. After that, they began to cultivate. Some of them wanted to cultivate on their own. As for some people, they were too embarrassed to hang around outside when they saw that everyone else had gone to cultivate. Some of them just wanted to put on a show in front of their elders. No matter how hard they worked, it would be difficult for them to improve their strength in 3 months. Moreover, they were under great pressure. The Seven Mansions banquet was about to begin. However, to Duan Lingtian, these 3 months of time were a race against time. Although the 5 divine elements had been helping him consolidate his cultivation base, it was only natural that he did not have enough time to do so. For this reason, the next 3 months would be a crucial period for him. I have to consolidate my cultivation base before the Seven Mansions banquet. Otherwise, it'll be impossible for me to win the Seven Mansions banquet. Duan Lingtian did not feel proud of himself even though the elder from the Rui sect thought he was monstrous after he joined the profound Nether Mansion. There would be many young powerhouses who were on par with him in the Seven Mansions banquet. Although Ma Qihong was widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in Tungling province, he only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet was completely different from having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Ma Qihong only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. In fact, Duan Lingtian's strength was not much stronger than Ma Qihong's. The reason he was able to defeat Ma Qihong so quickly was because Ma Qihong had underestimated him. If Ma Qihong had not underestimated Duan Lingtian due to his underestimation of Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian would have to put in more effort to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was not as strong as it was 10 years ago. Duan Lingtian did not have a banquet. Duan Lingtian's was Lingtian's Lingtian. This was the last thought Duan Lingtian had before he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. In the next instant, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation and began to cultivate diligently. Duan Lingtian's, of course, he wasn't worried that he would miss the feast of the 7 prefectures, because before the feast began, the people of the Pure Sun sect would definitely do everything they could to wake him up. After all, the Chunyang school's Lingtian was Lingtian's Lingtian. As for the others, even the most outstanding ones, it would be very difficult for them to make it to the top 10. Duan Lingtian was cultivating. On the other side, Jin Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were drinking tea. The two of them chatted while drinking tea. Marshal Uncle Yi. Jin Pingfan said with a smile, "I didn't realize you were so vengeful. It's been 10,000 years. Yet you still remember Huangshi Yuan's disdain for you? Actually, I think he looked down on you back then because you were indeed inferior to him. There was no need for him to hold a grudge. Just like now. Can he look down on you? Dare he look down on you?" Jin Pingfan said while shaking his head. "You brat." Yi Chenfeng glared at Jin Pingfan. "Who told you I'm vengeful? Why do you think I'm vengeful? Have I ever offended him in any way? Isn't it just greeting him? Is this considered revenge? Speaking of which, he and I can be considered old friends. Although we met 10,000 years ago, As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I regard him as a confidant. When I greeted him earlier, I also transmitted a message to him. If it weren't for what he said back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. You say, I'm thanking him, right? Why did he suddenly explode? It's really inexplicable. Zhen Pingfan was dumbfounded by Yi Qinfeng's words. You provoked him by transmitting a message? At first, I thought that he was being too sensitive. He's really good-tempered. If it were me, even if I'm not your opponent, I would have already cursed at him. You're really ruthless. Zhen Pingfan gave Yi Qinfeng a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. At the same time, he thought to himself, I shouldn't have offended this junior Uncle Yi in the past, right? Following which, Zhen Pingfan mocked Yi Qinfeng a few more times before changing the topic. Junior Uncle Yi, the promise you made to Duan Lingtian earlier, it seems like you have confidence in him. Do you really think he has a chance of winning first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet? Zhen Pingfan asked. Hearing this, Yi Qinfeng shook his head to Zhen Pingfan's surprise. Can I say that I have confidence in him? I just wanted to encourage him. However, if he's still as strong as he was 10 years ago, it's probably impossible for him to win first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet. Even the top 3 would be difficult. As soon as Yi Qinfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan's pupils constricted. What? Is there a situation in the 7 Prefectures banquet this time? Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded. I've recently received news that a monster has appeared in the Consonance Mansion. If the rumors are true, he'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 Prefectures banquet this time. Consonance Mansion? Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Which force is it from? Heavens equals sect. Yi Qinfeng said, Heavens equals sect. Last year, a young disciple that many people in Heavens equals sect didn't know about appeared. As soon as he appeared, he defeated the most outstanding people in Heavens equals sect. Moreover, it was 1 against 5. The 5 most outstanding people in Heavens equals sect's younger generation are all famous people. You and I both know about them. Chapter 40:15. Don't hold grudges? Upon hearing Zhen Fanfan's words, Duan Lingtian did not say anything on the surface, but he cursed inwardly. If he did not hold grudges, would he have offended Huang Qiyuan from the profound Nether Mansion's Rui sect? If he did not hold grudges, would he have ignored the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness in Tungling Province? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew very well that the reason Yi Qinfeng was able to do this was because he was strong and confident. If he was still the Yi Qinfeng from 10,000 years ago, how would he have the confidence to do this now? Naturally, if he was still the same person, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not have taken the initiative to greet him. Since the people from the 7 Kills Valley are here, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect should be here soon, right? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man leading the 7 Kills Valleys group had stopped talking to them after a few polite words, Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and saw more and more people had arrived. Based on the number of people on the floating islands, he could tell which sect had not arrived yet. There were only less than 10 floating islands that were empty. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Soon after, another wave of greetings attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. It was from one of the groups of people who had just arrived at the Chunyang school. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw 2 familiar faces. With a quick thought, he recalled that he had seen them in the 7 Slaughter Valley. They were from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, the last top sect in Tungling Province. The Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect was also a sect in Tungling Province. Although they were not as strong as the Chunyang school, they were still slightly stronger than the Mochi clan. Elder Shao. Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu stood up and greeted Elder Shao with a smile. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not need to ask Jin Pingfan to know Elder Shao from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect did not have any enmity with Yi Chenfeng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect greeted the people from the Seven Kills Valley. Then, the few high-ranking officials from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect entered the floating island on the other side of the Seven Kills Valley. After the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect arrived, Duan Lingtian saw people arriving on the floating islands one after another. From the beginning until the end, no one from the other mansions came to greet them. Duan Lingtian could also guess the reason behind this. It was none other than the forces of the different mansions. In fact, it could even be said that they were not familiar with each other. If they knew each other, they would greet each other. If they did not know each other, they would ignore each other. After all, the Duan Lingtians. Of course, even if they did not know each other, it did not mean they did not care about each other. Although no one from the other mansions came to greet Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu from the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people were looking at him from time to time. Naturally, they were not looking at him. Although he was quite famous now, not many people knew who he was. They were all looking at Yi Chenfeng. It was obvious that the news of Yi Chenfeng killing the Machi family's golden seat elder Machi Ju with a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul had spread. Otherwise, based on Elder Ye's achievements in the past, he would not be able to attract so much attention. While Duan Lingtian was observing his surroundings, a voice suddenly rang in the air and interrupted his train of thought. Friends from the various mansions and young prodigies, welcome to the Mystic Jade Mansion. It was a deep voice. As soon as it rang in everyone's ears, including Duan Lingtian's, Duan Lingtian saw 4 figures flying out from the 4 small floating islands in the east. Jin Pingfan had mentioned the 4 small floating islands to him earlier. Therefore, he knew that the hosts of the Duan Lingtian banquet, the 4 God Emperor-level forces of the Mystic Jade Mansion, had arranged this for him. Among the 4 people who flew out, one was a middle-aged man while the other 3 were old men. The 4 of them stood side by side in the air above the center of the field. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier continued to speak. The Mystic Jade Mansion is honored to host the Duan Lingtian banquet this time. Many of you are old friends, but most of you are new faces. All of you are new talents from the 7 mansions. My name is Lin Donglai, and I'm Elder Jin Shi from the Flame Howl sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. The middle-aged man introduced himself and the people next to him. The person on my left is Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. He's also the #1 sword cultivator in the Mystic Jade Mansion. People call him the Mystic Jade Sword God. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Elder Ding Jianchu because of the middle-aged man's introduction of Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect. Although Elder Ding Jianchu looked old, he stood there as straight as a javelin. One could clearly sense a sharp aura from him. Moreover, he had restrained it. If he had not restrained it, one could not imagine how sharp it would be. Elder Ding, it seems like he's about to master the sword principle? As someone who had mastered the sword principle, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make this judgment based on the aura of the person in front of him. Hearing Lin Donglai's introduction, Ding Jianchu shook his head and said, "Everyone, please don't listen to Elder Lin's nonsense. I'm not a sword god. I'm just an ordinary sword cultivator who's exploring the sword principle. In terms of the sword principle, who here dares to say that they can defeat Elder Yi Chenfeng from the Chunyang school? Elder Yi Chenfeng is the only Emperor God expert in the 7 mansions who has mastered the sword principle." As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from him to the people from the Chunyang school. All eyes were focused on Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng saw this and smiled faintly. "Elder Ding, you flatter me. I think you're very close to mastering the sword principle." If Duan Lingtian could sense it, Yi Chenfeng, who had also mastered the sword principle, could naturally sense it as well. In fact, due to his higher cultivation, he could sense it more clearly than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't be sure, but he could. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Ding Jianchu's eyes flashed and he laughed. "Elder Yi, you have a good eye. After all, it was not easy for a lower divine emperor to kill 2 medium divine emperors in a row. Even among the current lower divine emperors of the Flame Hell sect, no one could do that. If that's the case, let's change the order. Lin Donglai glanced at the memory jade slip in his hand. With a thought, he changed the order of the battles recorded in it. He changed the word ugly that was originally in the middle to the front. Number 1. At the same time, Lin Donglai glanced around and continued to announce, "Now, I'm sure all the prodigies have seen the words on the tokens in their hands. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that the first stage of the 7 Prefectures Banquet, the battle for the newcomers group, officially begins." When everyone heard Lin Donglai's announcement, their hearts skipped a beat. Even the people from Chunyang School stopped attacking Duan Lingtian. Lin Donglai continued to announce, "Next, let's invite the 2 prodigies who have obtained the word ugly to battle it out in the arena. The winner will temporarily enter the newcomers group." The word ugly. Lin Donglai's announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. There's such a word? Haha, I can't believe there's such a word. The mysterious Jade Mansion is really well prepared. I'm really curious who obtained the word ugly. The person who obtained the word ugly is really lucky. It's a pity that there's no reward. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, the solemn atmosphere in the arena immediately turned into an uproar. Many people could not help but laugh. Then, each and every one of them looked around curiously, wanting to see which 2 people had obtained the word ugly. At that moment, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect started laughing again. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure the mysterious Jade Mansion did this on purpose. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, "Look, not only did you obtain the word ugly, but they even arranged for you to be the vanguard. When your strength increases in the future, I'll support you in making a trip to the mysterious Jade Mansion and defeating all the God Emperors there." Zhen Pingfan was laughing as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Zhen Pingfan's words on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. They must have done this on purpose. Ugly is the first in line. Of course, they might not know that I'm the one who obtained the word ugly. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a little helpless. After all, the mysterious Jade Mansion was not targeting him. Perhaps they just wanted to create some atmosphere for the opening of the 7 Prefectures Banquet. Coincidentally, he happened to run into them. He's here. He's not ugly. Not only is he not ugly, but he's also quite good-looking. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, many voices sounded from the surroundings. This made Duan Lingtian realize that the other person who obtained the word ugly had left. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. It was a young woman with delicate features. Although she was not exceptionally seductive, she was still considered a rare beauty. Moreover, she had an otherworldly aura. Coupled with the fact that she was a woman, the laughter in the surroundings gradually died down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he soared into the air and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly? On the other side of the 7 Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian and Hong Yunxiao, the 2 God Emperor elders from the 7 Kills Valley who recognized Duan Lingtian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but laugh. This little fellow is really lucky. Indeed. While the 2 of them were laughing, Dao Wei, who also recognized Duan Lingtian, did not laugh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that because of his indifference, he had created a female expert for the Flowing Cloud sect who would never marry in the future. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, according to the rules of the rookie group competition, Soaring had to hand over the token in her hand to Lin Donglai. The loser would give up the token in their hand. However, when Lin Donglai took the token from her, he also handed her a jade slip. Take this jade slip, You have one chance to challenge. When you challenge, bring this jade slip to the arena. Before you start, inject your divine power into this jade slip, and it will turn into dust. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. After the rookie group has been confirmed, you have to think about who you want to challenge as your opponent. Lin Donglai seemed to be speaking to Soaring, but his voice was not soft. Everyone present heard him, and it made them understand the rules of the rookie group competition in the first round of the 7 Prefectures Feast. A moment later, Xia Yingying left the arena as well. At this moment, Xia Yingying was not the focus of everyone's attention. Even the token with the word Cho was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. At this moment, more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Chunyang School, lives up to his reputation. He didn't even use his divine weapon, and he didn't even move. He only relied on his divine power and the law of space to defeat Xia Yingying. An ordinary intermediate divine emperor wouldn't be able to do that. Of course, even though Xia Yingying is only a low-level godly emperor, judging from her attack just now, she is not much weaker than an ordinary medium-level godly emperor. Why are all of you so surprised? Don't forget that Duan Lingtian defeated Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tunglung province. At that time, Machi Hong had been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, and Duan Lingtian had only been an intermediate divine emperor for 2 years. A group of people whispered among themselves. When they talked about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Machi Hong, their gazes instinctively fell on the Machi clan. Some of the people who knew Machi Hong were staring at him. This made Machi Hong's expression turn ugly. He couldn't wait to go up and fight with Duan Lingtian. He wanted to prove that he was not weaker than Duan Lingtian, and that he was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, many Chunyang School disciples smiled and congratulated him. Duan Lingtian nodded at the enthusiastic crowd and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These fellows finally didn't mention the matter of the Cho word token. Soon, the second battle began. This time, the participants were not from Tunglung province, nor were they from the state capital of Qing. They were the prodigies of the famous prefecture and the consonants prefecture. One of them was from a family while the other was from a sect. After more than 30 moves, the prodigy of the consonants prefecture won and advanced to the next round. Of course, this was only a temporary advancement. One battle after another. It seems like the 7 prefectures' grand banquet is going to go on for a long time. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that some of the participants were evenly matched and only ended after a long time. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt bored and sat cross-legged in the void to cultivate. He took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array around him. There was no need to worry about safety when cultivating there. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not the only one cultivating on the spot. Many young prodigies from various prefectures were also sitting cross-legged in the void to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Are you sure it's just a small improvement? When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian of the Machi family, Zhen Pingfan's heart trembled. With that as a foundation, would there be anyone in the 7 prefectures feast who could be a match for Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the person who had obtained the number 1 token also entered the arena. The person who had obtained the number 1 token was a young prodigy from the underworld mansion. Duan Lingtian had some impression of him. This was because he had fought with him the day before yesterday. After 100 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to enter the rookie group. The reason he was eliminated in the first round was because his opponent was too strong. He's in the rookie group. It's a sure thing. Everything that happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. This prodigy from the underworld mansion, who was considered quite strong, picked a weaker opponent and defeated him within 30 moves. He replaced his opponent and became a member of the rookie group. Now that he had succeeded in his challenge, no one else could challenge him in the future. could be said that he had passed the first round of the rookie group competition. I wonder if anyone will challenge me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian began to look forward to it. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cold voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, when he tilted his head slightly, Duan Lingtian saw who had sent him the voice transmission. It was Machi Hong, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Machi family. He was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tungling province. When Duan Lingtian looked at Machi Hong and met his eyes, Machi Hong continued to send him the voice transmission. I originally planned to pretend to be defeated by someone else in the first round. Then, I would challenge you and defeat you so that you would not be able to compete for the top 10 spots for Chunyang School. However, after thinking about it, I decided to spare you this time. I don't want Chunyang School to act out of desperation. The current Chunyang School was no longer the Chunyang School of the past. Even if Machi Hong saw Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, and Chunyang School as his enemies, he had to take this into consideration. When Duan Lingtian heard Machi Hong's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Machi Hong deeply. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile as he replied indifferently through voice transmission. Based on what you said, it seems like you've made some progress in the past 10 years. However, I don't think you're afraid of Chunyang School just because you don't want to fight with me at this time, right? You and the Machi family don't dare to take the risk, right? They had long known about it, so why would they stand up for the juniors? Currently, the 7 prefectures feast was being held in the mysterious Jade Prefecture. If they interfered this time, in the future, if the 7 prefectures feast was held in their prefecture and the same situation occurred, what would they do if others came to them? Therefore, this storm, which was originally not a small one, quickly calmed down. Luck is indeed a part of one's strength. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with this point. Even if he came from the mundane realm, he did not dare to say that he relied on his talent, comprehension, and hard work. Luck played a large part in it. Part of the reason he was where he was today was also due to luck. He said calmly, the alliance of benevolence and righteousness can attack him, but only if you're not older than 5,000 years old. If such a person kills him, I won't pursue the matter, and neither will Chunyang School. Otherwise, if the alliance of benevolence and righteousness is found, I'll personally go to the alliance of benevolence and righteousness and kill 3 god emperors. Chapter 40-21. Killing 3 god emperors. Yi Chenfeng's words made Ren Tietio's expression turn extremely ugly. He did not expect Yi Chenfeng to be so forceful in this matter. He was willing to fall out with the alliance of benevolence and righteousness for a grand disciple. However, Yi Chenfeng's words did give him some hope and gave him some face. Therefore, even though he was still extremely displeased, he didn't say anything else. If Yi Chenfeng had dared to say this in the past, he would have retorted. Although he was no match for Yi Chenfeng in the past, it would not be easy for Yi Chenfeng to defeat him. Moreover, he would have to pay a certain price, however. Yi Chenfeng now had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul. He had completely left him in the dust. In fact, if Yi Chenfeng wanted to kill him in a battle of life and death, he might not be able to escape. I hope you remember what you said today. After a long while, Ren Tietio finally spoke to Yi Chenfeng telepathically. This was also the last sentence he said to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng did not reply, and he did not speak again. No one knew about the telepathic conversation between Yi Chunfeng and Ren Tietio. However, after Yi Yingkai killed the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness became extremely hostile toward Yi Yingkai and the people from Chunyang School. If we meet the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness later, I'm afraid they'll be ruthless as well. A disciple from Chunyang School mumbled. His words received the approval of the crowd. Some people even glanced at Yi Yingkai with resentment. If Yi Yingkai had not gone too far, the young prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not be hostile toward them. Of course, although they were resentful, no one said anything. Not to mention that Yi Yingkai was from the Hidden Sword Branch, and the Hidden Sword Branch's ancestor was present. Even if Yi Yingkai was just an ordinary disciple from Chunyang School, they could not say anything. If they said anything, wouldn't they be admitting that they were afraid of the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Their Chunyang School was not inferior to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As a disciple of Chunyang School, how could they be a burden to the sect? After the battle between Yi Yingkai and the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the competition for the elite group continued. For the rest of the day, no one from the Chunyang School fought against the prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. This disappointed many powerful prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. I originally planned to kill the Chunyang School's disciples if they were weaker than me. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be given a chance. A relatively strong genius from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance said disappointedly after defeating his opponent. Don't worry. There's still some time before the competition for the elite group begins. There aren't many people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice today. In the future, there's a high chance that we'll meet people from Chunyang School. After all, there's only so much power in each prefecture. I actually hope that I can meet someone from Chunyang School. Of course, that Duan Lingtian and a few others who are similar in strength to Yi Yingkai are an exception. I'm not afraid of anyone else. Just wait and see. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will definitely get back at them. The prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice this time were the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. They were usually very arrogant. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had suffered such a huge loss, which made them very unhappy. Jinping Fan said lightly, "If you want the sect to take care of it, you must first have evidence, and it must be conclusive evidence. If it's just speculation and some alibi, it's not enough to convict a Jade Void Elder of such a crime. Although Yuan Hanjin was not an emperor god, he was still one of the best among the high-level divine emperors. In the Chunyang School, his status was second only to Elder Jingsu, a Jade Void Elder. Moreover, don't forget, the ancestor of Pingsheng's lineage, Yuan Pingsheng." Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian heard this and nodded solemnly. He naturally knew Yuan Pingsheng. Not only was he the ancestor of Pingsheng's lineage, but he was also the only emperor god in Pingsheng's lineage, and he was a middle-level emperor god. In the Chunyang School, his status was equivalent to that of Elder Zhen's father. So, it's fine if you have your own speculation about this matter. But you must not spread it. Once the news spreads, if you don't have conclusive evidence, then it will be slander. In the Chunyang School, slandering a Jade Void Elder is a serious crime. Jinping Fan reminded him. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Although this matter did not happen to him, he still felt extremely disgusted by such a deformed role model. Of course, the reason why he thought of this was because he knew about Yang Qianye and Nulong Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Yang Qianye's father. Moreover, he had said that if Yang Qianye wanted to verify it, he could go to the Tianlong clan. He would show Yang Qianye the difference in his methods. Since he had said so, Long Qingchong was basically cleared of suspicion. We've strayed from the topic. Jinping Fan glared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Just now, we were talking about you entering the divine abode. I don't recommend you enter it." Jinping Fan said, "Don't worry, Elder Jin. I'm confident." Duan Lingtian smiled. Everyone who goes in has confidence in themselves. But how many of them can come out alive? Jinping Fan shook his head. Don't be too naive. Some people are willing to go in and risk their lives because if they don't, they might be seriously injured or die in the next heavenly tribulation. In such a desperate situation, it's not a bad thing to risk it. But there's no need to risk your life. You're not even 3,000 years old yet. You have all the time in the world. Duan Lingtian felt bitter when he heard Jinping Fan's last sentence. He had all the time in the world? Elder Jin, it's a long story, but for me, I don't have enough time. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, "So, as long as there's a chance to enter the divine abode, I'll definitely enter it." When he said this, Duan Lingtian and Jinping Fan looked at each other. The determination in their eyes made Jinping Fan shake his head and sigh. "I understand. I'll tell Junior Uncle Yi now," Jinping Fan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Elder Jin, I know you don't want me to take the risk and you're worried that I'll die in there. But what I want to tell you is that I relied on my willpower to achieve what I have today in such a short time. Some things and some people have invisibly spurred me on to move forward. If I have two choices, one is to enter the ultimate God realm in a day, but there's a 50% chance that I'll die. The other choice is to be content with the status quo. I'll choose the first choice," Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Even now, his progress was not slow, but he still did not have much hope of entering the ultimate God realm in 300 years. If he could not become an ultimate god, his existence was not worth mentioning at all to the two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The Xia clan and the Yun clan. These were the motivations that spurred him on. Jinping Fan soon left. He had achieved his goal of looking for Duan Lingtian. Although it was hard to imagine what spurred Duan Lingtian to move forward and even risk entering the supreme divine abode. Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian, even if there was a 50% chance of becoming an ultimate god, he would not miss such an opportunity if he failed. Everyone has their own story. It seems that Duan Lingtian was not only able to come this far because of his talent and comprehension. Jinping Fan sighed to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say what the reason was, and he did not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. I hope he can enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast this time. That way, his future path will be easier. Entering the top 3 and fighting for 3 spots for the sect will not treat him badly. It'll be a great help to him. Thinking of this, Jinping Fan suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, in the elite group competition, what are the words on the token he obtained? He did not inject his divine power to read the words on it. Now that he's alone, he must have read it secretly, right? Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Jinping Fan was thinking after he left. As for the token that had not been inscribed with divine power to display the words on it, he had already forgotten about it. He was now thinking about the supreme divine abode. Yang Qinya has only broken through to the lower divine emperor realm not long ago. With his talent, it would be difficult for him to become an intermediate divine emperor without a few hundred years. However, he managed to break through in just a few decades. The supreme divine abode is so powerful. If I go in, maybe I'll come out as an upper divine emperor? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was excited and even felt that the 7 prefectures banquet had become boring. However, Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. Calm down. Calm down. Elder Jin also said that he is not sure if the supreme divine abode can withstand the entry of a middle divine emperor or higher. If only lower divine emperors can enter, Yi Yingkai and I will not stand a chance. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's restless heart calmed down slightly. However, it was almost impossible to completely calm down, unless his hope was cut off. I almost forgot about it. After calming down, Duan Lingtian thought of the 7 prefectures banquet and the token that he had forgotten. Previously, he had wanted to inject his divine power to read the words on it. Let's see. Duan Lingtian took out the token and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word appeared on the token. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's calm expression froze. His eyes became somewhat dangerous. They had never heard of the young disciple from the Flame Howl sect. It was as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he did not display any monstrous strength when he made his move earlier, until just now when he smashed his staff and defeated his opponent who was not too bad. Elder Lin, the Flame Howl sect has really hidden their strength well. On the Rui sect's side, Elder Ding Jianshu, who had appeared in front of everyone earlier and had been introduced by Lin Donglai, stared at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. Elder Lin, could this be the external help that the Flame Howl sect found? Duanmu Yunfan, the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family, also spoke at this moment. He looked at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. As for the medium god emperor of the Dark Saber Villa, Vice Villa Master Lang Shiyu, he only stared at Lin Donglai indifferently and did not say a word. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Lin Yuan is my grandnephew. Lin Donglai smiled and said, "You can say that he is the external help that I have invited. You can also say that he is a disciple of the Flame Howl sect because he has already completed the procedures to join the Flame Howl sect and joined us." Lin Yuan was the name of the ordinary-looking disciple of the Flame Howl sect who was holding a long staff. It seems that Elder Lin's family is not simple. On the Heavenly Stellar Manor side, one of the leaders of the forces looked at Lin Donglai deeply. There is no strong clan with the surname Lin in the 7 mansions. As for you, Elder Lin, as far as I know, you came from outside the 7 mansions. Based on this person's words, it was obvious that he knew Lin Donglai quite well. These are all digressions. Lin Donglai smiled slightly and did not continue the topic. He scanned the surroundings and said another word. In the next instant, 2 young geniuses entered the arena. The 7 mansions feast was back on track. In the beginning, it was calm and peaceful. However, after a dozen or so matches, the peace was almost broken. A young genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was fighting against a disciple of the Chunyang school. At first, he showed weakness, but then suddenly attacked the disciple of the Chunyang school. Fortunately, Lin Donglai reacted in time and saved the disciple of the Chunyang school. However, even so, he was seriously injured, the kind that would be difficult to recover from. There is no way to continue. After the disciple of the Chunyang school left the arena, Zhen Pingfan checked his injuries and shook his head. The disciples of the Chunyang school were glaring at the person who attacked them. The other party was still looking back at them with a cold smile on his face, full of provocation. Most of the disciples of the Chunyang school were now hostile toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A small number of them would occasionally look at Yi Yingkai. In their opinion, if Yi Yingkai had not attacked the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice first, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would not have reacted this way. Duan Lingtian could see that Yi Yingkai had also noticed the small number of people looking at him. Although he did not seem to care, Duan Lingtian could see from his slightly trembling shoulders that he was trying to control his emotions. It was obvious that Yi Yingkai was not feeling good about what had happened. Many of the stronger disciples of the Chunyang school were thinking that if they met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they would kill them if they could. In the 7 mansions feast, even if someone died, the killer would not be held responsible. Could be said that he could not stop himself. The responsibility lay more on the host of the 7 mansions feast. The host of the 7 mansions feast had always been a middle-level god emperor. If a middle-level god emperor could not even intervene in a fight between godly emperors, then his cultivation would have been wasted. At least, in the history of the 7 mansions feast, there had never been a middle-level god emperor like him. Unfortunately, the people of the Chunyang school wanted revenge, but no one met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice in the next 2 days. Next, let us invite the two prodigies who have the word coquettish to come on stage. When Lin Donglai's words reached the ears of the crowd, many people's expressions froze. Coquettish? Although there were many ambiguous words in the competition for the elite group, they were all within the range of everyone's acceptance. But now, the word coquettish that came out of nowhere stunned everyone. Chapter 40-25. Yang Qianye. In the eyes of the Chunyang school's disciples, although he had become a middle-level godly emperor, his previous performance was not outstanding, so he did not attract much attention. However, Duan Lingtian felt that Yang Qianye was not weak. Even if he was not as outstanding as Yi Inkai, Yun Yue, and the other young disciples of the Chunyang school, he was probably stronger than the others. It's by Mingzhong from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As for the young disciples of the Pure Sun sect, when they saw the person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, many of their expressions changed slightly. Some of them even said the person's name directly. By Mingzhong, a disciple of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although he was not the most outstanding among the young disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, he was not weak either. At the same time, he was also a well-known figure and was somewhat famous in Tongling province. Now, such a person had encountered Yang Qianye, a disciple of the Chunyang school. Although they had heard from their elders that Yang Qianye had become a middle-level godly emperor, they were also shocked. However, they did not think highly of his current strength. Yang Qianye's breakthrough in a short period of time only gave him an advantage against low-level godly emperors. As a middle-level godly emperor, it would be difficult for Yang Qianye to defeat him. Bai Mingzhong was a middle-level godly emperor who had been famous in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for many years. He had become a middle-level godly emperor 1,000 years ago and had already consolidated his cultivation. Of course, Bai Mingzhong had an advantage because he was almost 10,000 years old. At the 7 prefectures banquet, it was difficult to find another person who was older than him. Tongling Province, Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong stared at Yang Qianye and smiled cruelly. You're from the Chunyang school? But I've never heard of you. It seems like you're just a nobody in the Chunyang school. If you're afraid, just go down. That way you won't get hurt later. Haha. The moment Bai Mingzhong opened his mouth, it was a continuous provocation. His purpose was to make his opponent not admit defeat without a fight. Appropriate provocation could infuriate his opponent, making him hate him so that he would not choose to admit defeat. However, he soon realized that his provocation had no effect on Yang Qianye. As his voice fell, Yang Qianye glanced at him indifferently. Are you done? When Bai Mingzhong saw this, his face turned gloomy. Did this person just ignore his words? Let's begin. At this moment, the Flame Howl sect elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7-mansion banquet, promptly reminded them. He did not have the time to watch these two youngsters waste their time here. Behind them, there were still many people. Today, the first phase of the elite group competition would end. Bang! As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Bai Mingzhong pounced on Yang Qianye like an enraged lion, his body glowing with golden light. A giant axe with a long handle appeared in his hand. The giant axe was obviously a high-grade divine artifact. As soon as he attacked, the wind howled and its power was overwhelming. However, Yang Qianye quickly retreated in the face of Lin Donglai's attack. He retreated further and further. During this process, his divine power of the medium divine emperor realm was somewhat erratic, giving people a feeling that it was extremely unstable. This was a sign that his cultivation had not yet stabilized. How dare you be so arrogant when you haven't even stabilized your cultivation as a middle divine emperor? Bai Mingzhong roared angrily, and his attacks intensified. Yang Qianye glanced at Bai Mingzhong indifferently and left these two words. Then he turned around and left. He's not dead yet. Leader Ren, we can still save him if we pay a price. At the same time, Lin Donglai pushed his hand forward, and an invisible force pulled Bai Mingzhong's battered body toward the alliance of benevolence and justice. I'm partly responsible. These two supreme emperor-level divine pills are a token of my appreciation for him. In the next moment, Lin Donglai spoke again and handed over 2 pill bottles at the same time. After Ren Tietio took the pill bottles, he looked at the other old man beside him. Elder Wang, take the pills and bring him back to the alliance. Yes, leader. The old man answered and left with Bai Mingzhong, who was on the verge of death. However, the people present did not know that when Ren Tietio asked the old man to leave, he sent a voice transmission to the old man. Don't waste the divine pills on him. After you take him away, give him a quick death. If I remember correctly, he's just an orphan. His only grandmaster passed away a few years ago. Without him, no one will care, Ren Tietio said. Yes, leader. The old man knew why his leader did this. First, Bai Mingzhong did not have a backer in the alliance of benevolence and justice. Second, Bai Mingzhong's injuries were too serious. Even with the 2 ultimate emperor divine pills given by Lin Donglai, they could only keep him alive and heal some of his injuries. If they wanted to heal him, the alliance of benevolence and justice would have to pay no less than 10 ultimate emperor divine pills. It was a pity to waste them on Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong's life was not worth that much. Some of the people present guessed why the leader of the alliance of benevolence and justice, Ren Tietio, asked someone to take Bai Mingzhong away at this time. He did not even give Bai Mingzhong the 2 divine pills given by Lin Donglai in front of everyone. Even Lin Donglai had guessed something. However, he only frowned slightly and did not say anything more. Although he was partly responsible for this, the alliance of benevolence and justice was the most responsible. If the alliance of benevolence and justice had not repeatedly attacked the people of Chunyang School, they would not have suffered such retribution. As for why it was Yi Inkai, the prodigy of Chunyang School, who first targeted the alliance of benevolence and justice, he did not know the reason at first. However, he found out later on. Regarding this, he could understand. He knew that the higher-ups of the alliance of benevolence and justice would understand as well. However, they still allowed the prodigy of the alliance to attack the Chunyang School's disciple. In his opinion, even if Bai Mingzhong died today, the alliance of benevolence and justice had only themselves to blame. But how can this Chunyang School's disciple be so strong? I feel that his strength is not weaker than those prodigies of Chunyang School, including Yi Inkai. He might even be stronger. When Lin Donglai's gaze returned to the back of the figure that everyone was looking at, he could not help but look surprised. In the past, he did not know that there was such a person in Chunyang School. Who is he? Does Chunyang School have such a hidden trump card? I don't think he's any weaker than the other first-rate prodigies in the Pure Sun sect other than Duanling Tian, right? I didn't expect that there was such a person in Chunyang School. He did not show his strength before, but at the critical moment, he suddenly showed his true strength and seriously injured Bai Mingzhong. Yep. If Elder Lin Donglai did not intervene in time, Bai Mingzhong would have died on the spot. Yang Qianye's strength not only shocked the others, but also the people of Chunyang School, including Duanling Tian, were shocked. I underestimated him. Chapter 40-27. Jia Mulin's intention was to anger Machi Hong and make him lose his mind. He thought he might be able to take advantage of this to defeat Machi Hong. However, he was certain Machi Hong was stronger than him. However, he did not know how much stronger Machi Hong was. Since he was confident in himself, he did not think Machi Hong was much stronger than him. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. How can he be so strong? Jia Mulin, who barely managed to block Machi Hong's attack with his celestial weapon, felt his arms trembling. The trembling even spread to his entire body, giving him a suffocating feeling. Too strong. Was this the strength of the former strongest person among the younger generation in Tongling province? Was he not defeated by Duan Lingtian? When Jia Mulin faced Machi Hong's second attack, he could not block it at all. The divine weapon in his hand was knocked out of his hand, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Complete defeat. Even so, Machi Hong did not give up on pursuing Duan Lingtian. Stop! I admit defeat. Lin Donglai and Jia Mulin's voices sounded at the same time. Although Machi Hong was furious, he had no choice but to give up. Duan Lingtian had admitted defeat. If he continued to attack, he would be suspected of intentionally killing Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet, the person in charge of the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet was allowed to attack Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian, his death would be in vain. This rule was jointly set by the Seven Prefectures. Does this mean my cultivation base has been completely consolidated? Although Machi Hong had not unleashed his full strength, Yi Chenfeng could still sense the abnormality in his divine energy. Therefore, he told Duan Lingtian about this. Even Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. Machi Hong seemed to be quite far away from completely consolidating his cultivation base. However, it was completely consolidated now. Some time ago, I heard that the Machi clan paid a huge price to obtain a Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellet. That Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellet is one of the best amongst the Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellets. Its function is to help a high-level God Emperor consolidate his cultivation base. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, it would be easy to explain. As for what kind of divine pellet Yi Chenfeng was talking about, he had heard of it before. That was a top-grade Emperor-grade divine pill. He was confident in concocting an Emperor-grade divine pill, but he wasn't confident in concocting a Peak Emperor-grade divine pill. In fact, even if he was given 10 sets of ingredients, he wasn't confident in concocting it even once. So strong. So strong. After Machi Hong's victory, the people from the various major powers in the Profound Jade Mansion were in an uproar. As members of Profound Jade Mansion, they naturally knew how strong Jia Mulin was. In the Profound Jade Mansion's Good Fortune sect, none of the younger generation below the age of 10,000 would dare to say they were stronger than Jia Mulin. In fact, there were only a few people who could fight Jia Mulin to a draw. But such a powerful Jia Mulin was defeated by Machi Hong in 2 moves. Machi Hong's strength broadened their horizons, and at the same time, their hearts trembled. I thought that the defeated opponent of Duan Lingtian was just SOSO. Who would have thought that he would be so strong? That's right. When I heard he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I thought it might be because the Eastern Ridge Mansion didn't have anyone for the past 10,000 years. That's why he's the best. In fact, he might not be stronger than us. I didn't expect him to be so strong. If he's so strong, what about Duan Lingtian? Many of the young prodigies from the various major powers were shocked by Machi Hong's strength. Chapter 4028. Recommend yourself as a seated contestant? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Donglai's words. Did that mean anyone could apply? Of course. According to Lin Donglai's words, the seated contestants would have to accept challenges from other contestants. If one did not have a certain level of strength, it would be useless to recommend oneself as a seated contestant. Moreover, one would be targeted and their performance would be affected. One might be able to make it into the top 50, but because one recommended himself as a seeded contestant, he would be targeted and ranked below the top 50. Generally speaking, there were gains and losses. 3 days later, the mysterious Jade Mansion will send someone to pick out the names of the seeded contestants. As before, each faction can only recommend 3 people at most. As soon as Lin Donglai said this, some of the prodigies who wanted to join in the fun and recommend themselves became discouraged. They thought they would be the ones to recommend themselves. They did not expect that they would have to go through the faction behind them to recommend themselves. Moreover, each faction could only recommend 3 people. Now, let's disperse. Everyone, see you in 10 days. At that time, the mysterious Jade Mansion will also select 30 seeded contestants. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the crowd dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also left with the Chunyang School's group. On the way back, he did not ask about the seeded contestants because he knew he would definitely get a spot. The prodigies from the Chunyang School also thought the same. Duan Lingtian will definitely get one of the 3 spots. I'm afraid it won't be easy to divide the remaining 2 spots. Many people looked at Yi Yingkai, Yun Yue, and the other 3 prodigies from the Chunyang School who were as famous as Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue. These 5 people's strength was on par with each other. How would they divide the 2 spots? Don't forget that Yang Qianye is from Ping Shang's faction. I'm afraid he's not weaker than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. That's right. There's also Yang Qianye. Perhaps one of the 3 spots this time will go to Yang Qianye. That's possible. Yang Qianye's strength is, to a certain extent, stronger than Yi Yingkai and the other prodigies. The surrounding voices caused Yi Yingkai and the rest to turn silent. Their gazes towards Yang Qianye had also become extremely complicated. Yang Qianye, this small fry that they didn't even put in their eyes in the past, actually had a strength that wasn't weaker than theirs, and might even be stronger than theirs. Now, among the younger generation of Chunyang School under 10,000 years old, only Duan Lingtian is better than you. Yuan Hanjin said to Yang Qianye through voice transmission. However, as long as you work hard, you'll surpass him sooner or later. At that time, even if you want to avenge your childhood friend and kill him, it's not impossible. I think highly of you, Yuan Hanjin said. Thank you, Master. Yang Qianye replied indifferently with a voice transmission. His indifferent tone caused Yuan Hanjin to frown slightly. This disciple of his seemed to have suddenly become a different person recently. In the past, he had never been so rude in front of him. Why? Could it be that his will had been subtly influenced because he had entered the most powerful divine abode? This should be the case, Yuan Hanjin thought to himself. At the same time, the group of prodigies from Chunyang School was still discussing the 3 spots. Do you think, if 2 of the 3 spots belong to Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianye, the last spot will fall into Yi Yingkai's hands? After all, Yi Yingkai is Elder Ye's grand disciple. Elder Yi, Yi Chenfeng. In the past, he was as famous as Lu Fenggu in Chunyang School. In terms of strength, he might even be stronger than Lu Fenggu. Now, Yi Chenfeng had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul, and his strength was comparable to an ordinary upper divine emperor. If he really let his grand disciple Yi Yingkai take one of the spots, Lu Fenggu, who was leading the team with him, would certainly not say anything. As for the others, they would not say anything. I don't think so. Elder Yi is not a selfish person. I think so too. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Yi Chenfeng as he listened to the whispers of the crowd. If he had not learned from Zhen Pingfan that Yi Chenfeng was a person who did not hold grudges, he might have been deceived by these people's words. However, Elder Yi shouldn't be the subject of ridicule in the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 10 days later, when the group from Chunyang School set off again, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. The 3 spots had nothing to do with Yi Yingkai. 7 days ago, I've already given the names of the 3 people corresponding to the spots to the Mystic Jade Mansion. Yi Chenfeng said calmly as he led the group. Yi Chenfeng said calmly as he led the crowd. 3 spots. 1 for Duan Lingtian, 1 for Yang Qianye. The last spot belongs to Yun Yue. As soon as Yi Chunfeng said this, most people were shocked. Even Yun Yue himself was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the last spot to be given to him. However, after a while, when he heard the voice transmission from the old man beside him, he understood. This time, Elder Yi and Elder Lu were leading the group because they could not give the last spot to Yi Yingkai or the person from the Hidden Sword faction. The other two people who were as famous as him, Yi Yingkai, and the person from the Hidden Sword faction were also close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Only the Wanderlust faction, which Yun Yue was in, was not close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Of course, since they were in the same sect, it was impossible for them to be distant. How dare you use me as a shield? Yun Yue was a little helpless, but he didn't care too much about it. There are a total of 30 spots for the seated contestants. Although each faction has 3 spots, there are 28 factions, which means that there are 84 recommendation spots. Out of the 84 recommendation spots, 30 people will be chosen. I definitely won't be able to do it. Duan Lingtian should be fine. Yang Qianye, on the other hand, has some hope. While Yun Yue was lamenting inwardly, Duan Lingtian also learned from Jinping Fan the reason why Yun Yue was given a spot but not Yi Yingkai and the others. However, he didn't mind this at all. At the same time, he felt Yi Yingkai and the others would not mind. Not being a seated contestant did not mean one could not enter the top 30. As long as one could defeat a seated contestant, one could still enter the top 30. He might be comparable to Duan Lingtian. This was the first time Duan Lingtian heard the name Mo Luo Duo, the prodigy of the Flame Howl sect. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old. Chapter 4029. In fact, Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect were not the only 2 seated contestants. A few other forces also had 2 seated contestants. The reason why so many people were paying attention to Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect was because of Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School. His name had recently spread throughout the 7 prefectures. As for Blazing Howl sect, as one of the hosts of the Mystic Jade Mansion's banquet, and the host of the banquet was Elder Lin Donglai, it was impossible for them not to be noticed. However, regardless of whether it was Chunyang School or Blazing Howl sect, they were all young prodigies who had obtained seated contestants. Their strength was obvious to all, so no one questioned them. On the other hand, the 2 prodigies from the other 2 forces who had mediocre performances before were given the seated contestants this time. Many people were puzzled by this. 2 disciples from Tianshan Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect had obtained seated contestants. One of them was a famous prodigy who had shown his strength previously. No one had any objections to him being a seated contestant. As for the other person, he was not very famous. Furthermore, he did not display any sort of astonishing strength when he fought earlier. Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan had a disciple with a different surname who had obtained a seated contestant. Like the other person from Tianshan Mansion, this person was not famous and his performance so far was mediocre. Luo Yuan from Tianshan Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiu from Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. I've never heard of them before. Their performances were also mediocre, so how did they obtain seated contestants? Many people were puzzled by this. More and more people were discussing this matter. Duan Lingtian was also puzzled when he heard these 2 names. This was because he had never heard of them before. He did not pay much attention to the previous battles. However, when he heard people talking about them, he found out that they were not famous in the past and had not shown much strength before. At the very least, many people were questioning them now. Tianshan Mansion, Netherworld Mansion. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Previously, he had heard from Jinping Fan that there would be 2 unknown prodigies from Tianshan Mansion and Netherworld Mansion appearing this time. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary and they might be aiming for the top 3 spots in the 7 prefectures banquet. These two people had one thing in common. That was, they were all nurtured by the strength of the entire prefecture. Once they entered the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, they would be able to obtain 3 slots. At that time, each of the 3 major powers in their prefecture would be able to obtain 1 slot each. According to that elder Zhen, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Underworld Mansion might have listened to his suggestion from 10,000 years ago. If it's really them, then it's normal. They are fully qualified to be seated contestants. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Also, if it's really them, Profound Jade Mansion must have already found out who they are. But it doesn't seem wise to recommend Heavenly Star Hall and Underworld Hall before they show their strength, right? If they had already displayed their strength, it wouldn't be wrong to recommend them as seated candidates. However, if they haven't displayed their strength yet, they'll inevitably become the target of public criticism. This isn't a good thing for them, right? Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed, a bell-like voice suddenly reverberated and clearly entered everyone's ears. Elder Lin, our Autumn Leaf sect didn't recommend Luo Yuan as a seated candidate, right? Luo Yuan isn't one of the 3 people we recommended. The person who spoke was an old man with a curly beard. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, he declared that the 2 prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion were comparable to Duan Lingtian. Of course, if the 2 of you are challenged later on, please show more of your strength. That way, other people will recognize your strength and won't challenge you too much. You'll have more time to rest and wait for the competition for the top 30, or even the top 10 and top 3. Lin Donglai's final words were, naturally, directed at Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. As soon as Lin Donglai said those words, many people present were shocked. Heavenly Star Mansion and Underworld Mansion actually spent nearly 10,000 years to cultivate one person with the power of their respective mansions? They must be determined to get a spot in the Saint Land Secret Zone. It's hard to imagine how powerful a prodigy nurtured by 3 major sects in a single mansion would be. He must be very powerful. To be able to be nurtured by all 3 of them, he must have been chosen by all 3 of them. Such a prodigy can't be mediocre. Coupled with the nurturing of 3 major sects in a single mansion, he must be extraordinary. Who would have thought that the mediocre Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu would have such a background? That's right. If Elder Lin Donglai from the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion had such prodigies. The young prodigies present were in an uproar. The higher-ups of the various major sects had long heard about Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu. Therefore, they were not too surprised. However, they were still somewhat surprised that the Profound Jade Mansion had chosen them. It was obvious that the Profound Jade Mansion had done this on purpose. When they heard Lin Donglai's words, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan's expressions turned ugly. However, they did not say anything. This was because similar situations had occurred in the past 7 mansions banquets. Some of the major sects had thought that they had hidden their trump cards well. However, in the end, they had been made a fool out of. Even the Heavenly Star Hall had made a fool out of the Profound Jade Mansion in the past. This time, the Profound Jade Mansion had most likely done this on purpose. Naturally, the Underworld Mansion had been wronged. Although the Underworld Mansion had done such things in the past as the host of the 7 mansions banquets, they had never targeted the Profound Jade Mansion. All in all, this small disturbance passed just like that. No one pursued the matter and no one cared. After all, it was pointless to pursue the matter. I really can't tell that the 2 of them are geniuses nurtured by the efforts of their respective mansions. Elder Lin Donglai compared them to Duan Lingtian. It's clear that he thinks highly of them. I heard from my master that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion are aiming for the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquets this time. Initially, I thought that Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong would have a high chance of getting into the top 3. However, it seems like that might not be the case anymore. That's right. Nobody expected the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion to make such a move. I also heard that a monster has appeared in the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heavens Equal Sect. He has only appeared recently. The monster from the Heavens Equal Sect, the two of them, Duan Lingtian, Machi Hong, Lin Yuan from the Flame Hell Sect, Mo Luo Duo from the Flame Hell Sect, and a few other young geniuses who have a high chance of getting into the top 3 as well. Looks like the battle for the top 3 in the 7 Mansions banquets will be interesting to watch. This is what makes it interesting. For those young geniuses who had a high chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, the appearance of people like Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu had put a lot of pressure on them. As such, they were unable to raise their spirits. However, for those who had no chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, they looked like they were here to watch a good show. Now, let's begin the first segment of the ranking battle. While the crowd was still whispering among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out again, drowning out everyone's voices. The 30 seated contestants will accept the challenges of the other 72 contestants. Each of the other 72 contestants will only have 3 challenges. He was also the prodigy whom Lin Donglai had said was on par with Duan Ling Tian, and whom the earthly underworld mansion had devoted all its resources to nurture. Tuoba Xiu, although Elder Lin thinks highly of your strength, I still want to see your strength. Number 7 was a sky pride from the great mansion. His eyes were filled with eagerness as he looked at Tuoba Xiu, who had just entered the arena. It was a sky pride from the Consonance Mansion. Before this, his gaze had swept past the seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. He had paused for a moment. However, in the end, he had given up on challenging that person. He was not a match for that person. Although he wanted to show off in front of his fellow disciples and gain some face for himself, the rationality that came from knowing his own limits still prevailed over his impulsiveness. However, even though Lan Shilin had chosen the Consonance Mansion Sky Pride, he was still defeated. In less than 30 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. How powerful! After his defeat, Lan Shilin was not discouraged. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the top 30. Now that he had entered the arena, it was just a formality. After all, even within the Chunyang school, there were several people who were stronger than him but did not become seated contestants, not to mention other forces. It was all luck that I was able to enter the aspirations group. I just hope that I won't be at the bottom this time and get kicked out of the top 100. The members of the aspirations group entered the ranking battle. There were a total of 102 people in the aspirations group. It was destined that 2 people would be excluded from the top 100 and would not be able to receive any rewards from the 7 prefectures feast. Of course, many people would not be interested in the rewards for the 100th place. However, that was not only a matter of rewards but also a matter of face. If you entered the top 100, you could generously tell others in the future that you participated in the 7 prefectures feast and entered the top 100. The challenges continued. However, even when it was the 30th place's turn, no one had succeeded in their challenge. The 30 seated contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains that made people flinch. Now, the person who has obtained the number 31 token enter the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Duan Lingtian saw Yi Yingkai, who was not far from him, move. As soon as he moved, he rode the wind and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It's Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai was the prodigy of the Chunyang school's younger generation. He was famous and many people recognized him. In fact, before Duan Lingtian entered Chunyang school, Yi Yingkai and Yun Yewei were the top prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation. When people talked about the prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation, they would be the first to come to mind. Unlike now, when people talked about them, they would only think of Duan Lingtian. This was because compared to Duan Lingtian, their achievements paled in comparison. Is he going to challenge the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Yingcai's eyes were fixed on one person after he entered the arena. It was none other than the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness who had been selected as a seeded player. This time, only one person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness had been selected as a seeded player. A moment later, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. I challenge Hu Tsai of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. When Lin Donglai asked Yi Yingcai who he was going to challenge, Yi Yingcai's gaze remained unchanged and he spoke calmly. He directly challenged the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Hu Tsai. Hu Tsai was a young man wearing a loose blue robe. He was tall and burly, almost 2 meters tall. His burly figure stepped into the air like a small moving tower. His appearance was average, but he left a deep impression on others. His face was chiseled, and his features were chiseled. Yi Yingcai, you almost killed my junior brother from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness earlier. Hu Tsai glanced at Yi Yingcai indifferently after he entered the arena. I was wondering if you would challenge me earlier. I didn't expect you to actually challenge me. You've given me a chance to avenge my junior brother from the same sect. Earlier, Yi Yingcai had almost killed that disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although that person was not close to Hu Tsai, they were from the same faction in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Usually, that person would be very respectful when he saw Lin Donglai. Moreover, he had done many things for Lin Donglai. Many people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not deny his relationship with that person. Instead, he declared that he would avenge that person. Chapter 4032. Hu Tsai was one of the seated contestants of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Naturally, he had his own strengths to be a seated contestant. At the very least, there were a few outstanding young people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. However, compared to Hu Tsai, they were slightly weaker. As for how strong Hu Tsai was, not many people in the East Mountain Prefecture knew about it. Even in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, no one had ever seen Hu Tsai fight with his full strength. Even when he defeated the other outstanding young prodigies of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Hu Tsai still managed to end the battle with ease. From the beginning to the end, he was not stained by dust at all. This Yi Yingcai dares to challenge Brother Hu? He's digging his own grave. Others might not know Hu Tsai's strength, but the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew very well. They trusted Hu Tsai's strength from the bottom of their hearts. Hu Tsai was the strongest person in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness under the age of 10,000. He was not like the Chunyang school where several people were tied for first place. Of course, that was before the appearance of Duan Lingtian. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian, the strongest person in the Chunyang school was Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness usually compared Hu Tsai to Duan Lingtian. As for Yi Yingcai, they instinctively thought that he was not worthy of being compared to Hu Tsai. Earlier, Yi Yingcai was the one who attacked first and severely injured the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. After that, we started the conflict with the Chunyang school. A person like this deserves to die. That's right. I hope Brother Hu can kill him directly. Even if he can't kill him, it's not bad to cripple him. I think he's the grand disciple of Yi Chunfeng, the ancestor of the hidden sword faction in Chunyang school. With Yi Chunfeng around, even if Elder Lin of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect does not do anything, Brother Hu will have a hard time killing him. This guy is really lucky to have such a grandmaster. Under the mocking gazes of the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Yi Yingcai finally made his move. After a while, he and Wuxia of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness began fighting. Within 10 moves, they were evenly matched. However, after 10 moves, Wuxia gained the upper hand. Then, he attacked like the wind and thunder. Vast and mighty power swept out and suppressed Yi Yingkai. Within 20 moves, Yi Yingkai was severely injured. However, even if he was seriously injured, Yi Yingkai still gritted his teeth and wanted to fight again. I admit defeat. At this time, Wuxia, who thought that he could attack Yi Yingkai again, heard an indifferent voice. It came from the Chunyang school. When Wuxia heard the voice, he glanced at the person who spoke. When he met the other party's sharp gaze, he felt a sense of absent-mindedness. In the next instant, he turned his head with a grave expression, not daring to look at the other party again. Was this the strength of Tongling Province's #1 expert? Just one look was enough to make him feel as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Most importantly, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness did not seem to notice it at all. The other party seemed to be a middle god emperor as well, right? They were both middle god emperors, but the difference was so big. No matter what, since Yi Chunfeng had admitted defeat on behalf of Yi Yingkai, Wuxia could not continue attacking, even if there was no rule in the 7 Prefectures banquet that stated that elders could admit defeat on behalf of juniors. In today's 7 Prefectures feast, there were many people stronger than you. However, 10,000 years later, they might not be as strong as you. When Yi Chunfeng said this, Yi Yingkai's eyes shone brighter. He knew that his grandmaster participated in the 7 Prefectures feast 10,000 years ago and did not even enter the top 20. But now, in terms of strength, none of the people who entered the top 20 back then could compare to his grandmaster. At this moment, the group of Chunyang school elders surrounding Yuan Hanjin praised him. But from their words, no one thought that Yang Qinya could enter the top 10. In their opinion, it would be good enough if Yang Qinya could stay in the top 30. If he could go one step further and enter the top 20, Ping Sheng's branch would be in the limelight this time. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian received Yi Chunfeng's voice transmission. The young prodigies that appeared this time also exceeded our expectations. In short, there are many uncertainties in this 7 Prefectures banquet. In the past, we all thought that you would have no problem entering the top 3. With your strength, you would definitely have been able to enter the top 3 during the previous 7 Prefectures banquet. As for us, we have always thought that this 7 Prefectures banquet would be as difficult as the previous one. However, we did not expect that some powers and some prefectures would actually think of a way to nurture young prodigies with the resources of their prefectures. Originally, I did not think much of it. Even so, if there were no prodigies with monstrous talent, no amount of resources would be of any use. However, today, Tuoba Xiu from Netherworld Prefecture and Luo Yuan from Tianjin Prefecture made their moves. This completely exceeded my expectations. With their strength, they would have been able to compete for first place 10,000 years ago. There's also Lin Yuan from Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect. He can be considered as external help invited by the Flame Hell sect. Although his strength is not too exaggerated, I have a feeling that he's not weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Luo Yuan. As for Mo Luo Duo, the publicly acknowledged #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Flame Hell sect, he shouldn't be a match for you. You don't have to worry too much about him. Apart from them, there are two more people you need to pay attention to. They are Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion, and Yuan Mou from the Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province. These 5 people are definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, who is obviously stronger now. Ma Qihong, don't be careless. Although you defeated him previously, that was because he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base and underestimated you. This time, if you face him, you'll have to deal with him differently. Apart from reminding Duan Lingtian to be careful, Yi Chunfeng also told Duan Lingtian about the few people he felt were stronger this time. These people were likely to be in the top 3. Previously, he felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely be in the top 3. However, there were too many surprises this time. Not only did the Netherworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 2 prodigies, but the Spirit Rhino Mansion also had a prodigy. Furthermore, the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had specially invited an external aid. However, as someone who had lost to him in the past, he couldn't be more clear about Ma Qihong. In the past, when Ma Qihong hadn't consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor, the strength he could show wasn't any weaker than when he attacked in anger at the 7 Prefectures feast a few days ago. The current Ma Qihong couldn't possibly retreat. What a joke! He was already so strong before he consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, how could he be weaker? In the 7 Prefectures feast, half-soul high-grade divine artifacts are not allowed, and full-soul high-grade divine artifacts are also not allowed. Originally, the rule of the 7 Prefectures feast was that half-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed, but full-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed. And this was also because before Yi Qinfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was made public, the 7 Prefectures didn't have a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. Perhaps there had always been one. Some people suspected that some forces had one, but because it wasn't made public, it was more of a guess. However, Yi Qinfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was witnessed by others. The 7 Prefectures feast added such a rule at the last minute because they were worried that the Chunyang school would act shamelessly and let others use Yi Qinfeng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact. If others used it, it wouldn't be much of a threat. However, if Duan Lingtian used it, it would be a different concept. Duan Lingtian's strength was considered to be in the top echelon of the 7 Prefectures feast this time. If he was given a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, who could be his opponent? Moreover, he had comprehended the Sword Dao, not the embryonic form of the Sword Dao, but the true Sword Dao, the Sword Dao that Yi Chunfeng had mastered. The Sword Dao combined with a full-soul high-grade divine artifact, the strength displayed was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. They're quite cautious. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he was organizing his thoughts, thinking about how to best fight those people if he were to face them. There would be a certain degree of difficulty if he wanted to completely crush them with his strength. After all, the other party was a high-level god emperor, and the profundities that they had mastered were not weaker than his. In fact, they were even slightly stronger than his. In addition, the other party had the power of bloodline. So far, those people had not displayed the power of bloodline. Although Duan Lingtian had taken the power of bloodline into account when judging their strength, and he felt that their power of bloodline would not be weak, however, before they displayed the power of bloodline, who could be sure that their power of bloodline would not be stronger than what he had estimated? I can't be careless. I definitely can't be careless. Chapter 4039. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian had obtained the number 2 token. However, when they came back to their senses, they were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's intelligence. Under such circumstances, he had still been able to make the correct decision rationally. This was not something that just anyone could do. Didn't he see that the other outstanding prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Maruto? Moreover, the few of them were currently accumulating and fighting for the number 1 token. This is really intense. After Duan Lingtian obtained the number 2 token, there was nothing for him to do in this segment. Therefore, he could only watch the show. If these people continue fighting, I'm afraid there won't be any good tokens left. However, only the number 3 and the top 10 tokens are better. As Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he soon discovered that 2 people had withdrawn from the fight for the number 1 token. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Prefecture and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Underworld Prefecture. The 2 of them no longer fought for the number 1 token. Instead, they set their sights on the other tokens. Soon, Luo Yuan made his move and snatched the number 4 token that some people were fighting over. He brought it out and brought it into his hands. At this point, Luo Yuan's token was also in his hands. As for Tuoba Xiu, she was 1 step later than Luo Yuan. She was just about to look for the number 3 token when she saw someone leave with it. Under such circumstances, she could only take a step back this time and seize the other serial token that was ranked at the lower end. Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu's withdrawal did not slow down the fight. Instead, it became even more intense. Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy of the Azure State Prefecture's Heaven's Roar sect, and Machi Hong, the prodigy of the Machi clan of the Tungling province, were all fighting for the number 1 token with Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect. Just as everyone thought that Lin Yuan would fight to the end, an unexpected scene occurred. Lin Yuan actually gave up on the number 1 token. Then, he entered another battle and snatched the other top 10 token. For a moment, only Han Di, Yuan Moyu, and Machi Hong were left in a deadlock. The 3 of them refused to back down. As for the other command tokens, they were all obtained after a series of fights. Only command token number 1, which was being fought over by Machi Hong and the other 2 command tokens, remained. Those 2 tokens were the 2 tokens that were ranked last, the 29th token and the 30th token. They're even fighting to the point of anger. It's fine if they win, but if they don't, they'll only be able to get the last 2 tokens. Many people sighed with emotion as they watched the accumulation battle before them. Although they didn't really fight, it was still very interesting to watch. The 3 of them fought for a full quarter of an hour. In the end, the number 1 token was taken away by the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qi Tian sect, Han Di. It didn't mean that Han Di was definitely stronger than Machi Hong, Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing, and Machi Hong from the Machi family of Tunglung province. Instead, it was because he had discovered the number 1 token earlier and gained the upper hand. Behind him, the number 1 token was also in his hands. He just had to stop Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu and smoothly retreat. In the end, he successfully retreated. What a pity! Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roaring sect of the state capital of Qing was still fine after the number 1 token was taken away. He only shook his head gently and sighed before he casually took one of the remaining 2 tokens. He didn't even look at the number on it. The 9th token, Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Qianye, who was standing nearby. He had seen Yang Qianye obtain the 9th token as well. As for the 10th token, he was another prodigy from the Spirit Rhino Mansion. He was not from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven sect. Before Han Di from the Heaven sect appeared, he was widely acknowledged as a top prodigy in the Spirit Rhino Mansion. All in all, in the fight for the tokens just now, the people who obtained the numbered tokens at the front were basically the stronger ones. Of course, there were also those who were strong but did not obtain the first tokens. Among them were Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tungling province and Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing province mansion. Apart from them, there were a few other prodigies who were not weak. They had also missed out on the first tokens because they were competing for the top 10 tokens. All of them had only obtained tokens from the 20th and onwards. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to take a good look at everyone's token and remember who the current owner of each token is. Lin Donglai's voice continued. Then, plan who you'll challenge first later. Of course, plans can't keep up with changes unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how many plans you have now, you'll be dragged down by others before you can issue a challenge. Naturally, your previous plans will change. The 30 prodigies would enter the ranking battle. The challenge would start with the 30th token, followed by the 29th token. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would replace the challenger and kick the challenger to the last place. For example, the 30th token would challenge the 21st token. If the challenger was defeated and the challenge was successful, the two tokens would be exchanged. The challenger would lose the opportunity to challenge the challenger in this round. The challenger would only be able to issue a challenge in the next round. Such a rule also took into account that the defeated prodigy might be injured and gave them enough time to heal so that it would not affect the subsequent challenges. Now let's welcome the 30th token. Lin Donglai's voice was heard again. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, fixed their eyes on Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect in the Qing province mansion. He was the one who obtained the 30th token. Yuan Moyu was a young man in a grayish-white robe. He had a delicate appearance and a smile seemed to be at the corner of his mouth all the time. He gave off a refreshing feeling. He stood there looking as gentle as jade, like an elegant gentleman. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, he flew out of the void and appeared on the field. Now choose your opponent. Lin Donglai looked at Yuan Moyu and said, there are a total of 9 people from the 21st token to the 29th token. You can challenge any one of them. At this moment, everyone's eyes subconsciously shifted away from Yuan Moyu and landed on another person. This person was also the one who obtained the 21st token. He was a prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. The other party also subconsciously looked at Yuan Moyu when everyone's gazes swept over, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. However, he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. After all, he was the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the Rui sect and had his own pride. Even if he felt that he was not as good as the other party, he would not back down. Once he backed down, it would be fine if it did not affect his future cultivation. If it did, it would be an inner demon that would be a source of trouble. Number 21. As everyone had guessed, Yuan Moyu chose to challenge the 21st token, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Whoosh! As soon as Yuan Moyu finished speaking, the prodigy from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion stepped into the air and appeared in front of Yuan Moyu, facing him. The prodigy was a tall and burly young man. He stood there with a strong back and a fierce look in his eyes. He looked majestic. I'm Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the Qing State Prefecture. Yuan Moyu politely nodded at the burly young man in front of him as a form of greeting. The burly young man also spoke at the right time. I'm Wang Zhubai from the Rui sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. Wang Zhubai was considered a celebrity in the mysterious Jade Mansion. In fact, his reputation in the mysterious Jade Mansion was second only to Mo Luoduo from the Flame Howl sect of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He was as famous as the other 2 prodigies of the mysterious Jade Mansion. He, Mo Luoduo, and the other 2 prodigies represented the top echelon of the younger generation in the mysterious Jade Mansion. Chapter 40. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first battle of the final stage of the 7 Prefectures Feast had finally begun. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Wang Zhubai, the genius of the Rui sect of the Dark Jade Mansion, made his move and unleashed the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. Then, the profound laws appeared and launched a round of frenzied attacks on Yuan Moyu of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect. At the same time, His divine weapon also played an important role in this. Once he made his move, it was as if he had gone mad. Although the crowd was a little stunned at first, after regaining their senses, they could not help but be impressed by Wang Zhubai's intelligence. Wang Zhubai's strength was obviously not as good as Yuan Moyu's. However, if he could catch Yuan Moyu off guard at the beginning and injure him so that Yuan Moyu could not unleash his full strength, even if he could not defeat Yuan Moyu, he might be able to tie with him. Of course, there were also some people who felt that Wang Zhubai's effort was useless. Duan Lingtian thought so too. As a top genius of the Azure State Prefecture's Roar sect, it would be surprising if Yuan Moyu was injured under such circumstances. Such a genius would not be a fool. Many people felt the same way too. In particular, the higher-ups of the various prefectures and major forces did not think that Wang Zhubai's move would work. However, at the same time, they knew that Wang Zhubai had no other choice. If he did not use this method, there would be no hope at all. If he did, there might be a glimmer of hope. Even if the hope was slim, it was still hope. However, if Wang Zhubai's move does not work, he will be in a passive position. At that time, he should be able to hold on for a while, but he won't be able to hold on for long. Many people thought so. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Zhubai unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Moyu like a stormy sea, drowning Yuan Moyu in the blink of an eye. However, after a while, they saw that an even more powerful force soared into the sky and directly defeated Wang Zhubai's attack. It was Yuan Moyu who broke through the air. At this time, Yuan Moyu was still as gentle as jade, but the power around him was condensed and majestic, and as it rolled, it was suffocating. Then, when Wang Zhubai's attack failed and before he could fully recover his divine power, he made his move. Bang! With a loud bang, the void trembled as a terrifying power exploded, forming a small mushroom cloud that condensed under Yuan Moyu's feet. Then Yuan Moyu swooped down towards Wang Zhubai. A folding fan appeared in his hand. It was his divine item. Now, it was the first time anyone had seen Yuan Moyu take out a divine artifact, because Yuan Moyu had never used a divine artifact in the past. His opponents had been easily defeated without him using any divine artifacts. Yuan Moyu is using a divine artifact. Even if Wang Zhubai is defeated, he should be proud. Before this, no one could force Yuan Moyu to use a divine artifact. Yuan Moyu, in fact, was not very famous in the past. Although many people knew of his existence because he had an upper divine Lord Shen ancestor, they did not know that he himself was so outstanding. Until some time ago, when he showed his strength in the Heaven's Roar sect, the people in the Heaven's Roar sect, and even the people outside, knew that he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the Heaven's Roar sect. Whoosh! Crash! Yuan Moyu's fan was like a gust of wind, creating gusts of wind. An attack like a storm fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Zhubai. Although Wang Zhubai could not launch another attack like that in a short time, he still had the ability to defend himself. Bang! However, even if Wang Zhubai wanted to defend himself, he was still injured by Yuan Moyu's attack. The injury was not serious. I'm afraid it's going to be dangerous for number 13. Number 17 can't challenge him, but number 16 can. Many people broke out in cold sweat when they saw number 13 was injured. However, there were also many people who felt that he was unlucky to be challenged consecutively. However, this was also because number 13's strength was not much stronger than the previous two challengers. Otherwise, he would have defeated number 13 directly. With just a short break, he would be able to recover to his peak condition. Number 17 should be challenging number 12, right? Number 12 was also injured in the battle with Hu Tsai earlier. While everyone was thinking this, number 17, a prodigy from Heavenly Stellar Mansion who had just entered the arena, chose to challenge number 12. Moreover, he defeated number 12 before his opponent recovered from his injuries. However, Number 17's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength. It was as if he had intentionally allowed his opponent to take the upper position. This person is smart. He knows that his injuries haven't fully recovered, so he didn't make too many moves. He only made a symbolic move before admitting defeat. He wants to recover from his injuries. He's indeed a smart person. Now that he's defeated, the remaining time is enough for him to recover. If he's strong enough later, he'll be able to challenge the people in front of him. Many people could tell what number 12 was thinking. The people in front of him were also deep in thought. If they were in the same situation, could they learn from number 12? In the ranking battle of the Seven Mansions Feast, number 16 challenged number 11 and lost. Moreover, number 11 only used 3 moves to defeat him. Moreover, it was obvious that number 11 had not used his full strength. Number 11, he's hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure in the arena. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed rather sloppily. He had previously stunned everyone with his moves. However, he did not expect that that was not his true strength. This person was none other than Wang Xiong from the Hanshan residence of the Daming residence. He had challenged Yi Yingkai when he challenged the seated contestants but was defeated by Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was now number 11. Facing number 16's challenge, he defeated his opponent in 3 moves. The entire process was very easy. The Hanshan residence is so well hidden. Wang Xiong's strength has been further displayed. Moreover, that was obviously not his full strength. Later, Wang Xiong will challenge the person ranked 10th. I wonder if he can win. If he can't, he can only wait for this round to end and challenge the new 10th in the next round. The 10th ranked prodigy from the Consonance residence is also a well-known figure. If he can defeat Wang Xiong, he should have the ability to advance further. He had used an extremely forceful method to snatch the number 10 token from 7 to 8 people. Naturally, those 7 to 8 people did not join forces against him. However, the fact that he had managed to snatch the number 10 token from so many people, even if he had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, still spoke volumes about his strength. So far, everyone only knew that the young prodigy from the Puppet Mountain Villa was called Shimen, and most of them guessed that his surname was Shimen. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shimen flew into the air. His face was equally cold, and his body exuded an unapproachable aura. As soon as Shimen entered the arena and stood next to Yang Qinya, everyone felt that they were the same kind of people. The two of them faced each other, but neither of them made a sound. However, their auras were locked onto each other. Then, as soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the two of them attacked at the same time. It was an intense collision. What happened next shocked all the spectators. This was because they realized that Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Yang Qinya from the Chunyang school was hiding his strength. The battle between the two of them was more intense than any of the previous battles. Both of them did not seem to have any intention of holding back. They attacked with all their might, and their divine power, which was infused with the profundities of the laws, collided violently. In the blink of an eye, 30 moves had passed, and the two of them were evenly matched. After 50 moves, it was still the same. After 100 moves, the two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They retreated one after another, and the battle ended in a draw. At this moment, not only did the leader of the Puppet Villa's group have an ugly expression, but even the virtual Jade Elder Yuan Hanjin from the Pure Sun Sect side had an ugly expression. As early as when Yang Qinya and Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa had exchanged 50 moves, Yuan Hanjin had asked Yang Qinya and Shimen to end the battle in a draw and not consume too much divine power. However, Yang Qinya did not respond to him. It was not until he contacted the leader of the Puppet Mountain Villa, and the two of them put pressure on Yang Qinya and Shimen at the same time that the two of them stopped fighting. Yuan Hanjin did not think it was necessary for the two of them to consume so much divine power, and the people of the Puppet Mountain Villa thought it was even more unnecessary. Moreover, in their opinion, Yang Qinya was number 9. After this battle, it would be his turn to fight or be challenged in the next round. However, Shimen from the Puppet Mountain Villa as number 5 might be challenged by number 7 next. Number 7 is Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Howl sect. Lin Yuan is very strong, and he is the foreign aid that the Flaming Howl sect specially asked for. A prodigy like him will not take advantage of others' difficulties. The people of the Puppet Mountain Villa were already comforting themselves. After number 9 Yang Qinya and number 5 Shimen left the stage, the prodigy with number 8 token also entered the stage. He was one of the peerless duo from the famous mansion. For the time being, no one from the Chunyang school looked at the prodigy from the famous mansion. Their eyes all fell on Yang Qinya, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Yang Qinya was so strong, he did not even use his full strength in the previous round. In their opinion, based on the strength that Yang Qinya had just displayed, he might not even lose to Wang Xiong, the prodigy from the famous mansion's Han Mountain Villa. Yang Qinya, you're amazing. Yang Qinya, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought it was impossible for you to make it to the top 10 in the 7-mansion banquet. It seems that 2 prodigies from the Chunyang school will make it to the top 10 this time. The people from the Chunyang school were in high spirits. He Yushi, the prodigy of the Haoshin sect from the Consonance Mansion, who had become the new number 11, was also looking at Yang Qinya from the Chunyang school. His expression was unusually solemn. I've underestimated him. I might not be a match for him. Previously, he had thought that Yang Qinya was a pushover and had planned to use him as a stepping stone. However, it seemed like he had been dreaming. I forfeit. At the same time, the number 8 prodigy who had entered the stage spoke. He shocked everyone and chose to forfeit. He did not challenge anyone in front of him. In fact, there was nothing he could do. He could only challenge number 4, number 6, and number 7. These 3 prodigies were Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flaming Hell sect, and Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. He had no chance of winning against these 3 prodigies. In that case, he might as well save his strength. Chapter 40-43. Number 7. As Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, a figure flew out from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect camp and entered the arena. It was a tall young man with a handsome face and sharp eyebrows. His temperament was extraordinary, and he gave off an otherworldly feeling just by standing there. He was the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. He was also the grandnephew that Lin Donglai had mentioned. Lin Yuan came from outside the 7 prefectures, but he was now a disciple of the Flame Howl sect. Therefore, no one said anything about him participating in the 7 prefectures banquet. If you have the ability, you can also ask for external help. After Lin Yuan entered the arena, his gaze landed on the Autumn Leaf Gate of Heavenly Star Mansion. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan was the Autumn Leaf Gate's prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion, and this was only his current identity. His true identity was the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources. Earlier, he had displayed his powerful strength and let everyone see how extraordinary the prodigy that Heavenly Star Mansion had nurtured with all its resources was. This is going to be interesting. Lin Yuan wants to challenge Luo Yuan so soon? This is going to be a fierce battle. Yeah. Although Lin Yuan's strength is impressive, it's not at Luo Yuan's level. However, since he was invited by Elder Lin to join the Flame Howl sect and participate in the 7 prefectures banquet, it means that his strength is not to be underestimated. Looking at Elder Lin's current appearance, you're obviously not worried about Lin Yuan at all. He should be confident in Lin Yuan's strength. While everyone was paying attention to Lin Yuan, some were also paying attention to Lin Donglai. After all, Lin Yuan was his close relative, and he had been the one who had invited Lin Yuan to the Flame Hell sect. In their opinion, Lin Donglai must know Lin Yuan's strength very well. Since he was not worried, and he knew Luo Yuan's strength, he was obviously confident in Lin Yuan's strength. If Lin Yuan challenges Luo Yuan now, even if he has a chance of winning, he will have to pay a heavy price. If he is seriously injured, it will affect his chances of getting into the top 3. Many people felt the same way. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. At the same time, he vaguely realized that Lin Yuan might not challenge anyone, and according to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, he could forfeit and not challenge anyone. This was still better than challenging someone and then intentionally admitting defeat. Once he admitted defeat, even if he defeated everyone in the future, unless the person he defeated was defeated by someone else, he would only be second place at most and would have no chance at first place. A short while later, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan spoke. Luo Yuan, I should have challenged you. However, I still feel that there is no need for us to fight so early. Let's kick those who shouldn't be in front of us down first before we fight. What do you think? As soon as Lin Yuan spoke, many people were disappointed. But there were also some people who had an expression of, as expected. Like Duan Lingtian, they also guessed that Lin Yuan might abstain. I agree. Luo Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. In this round, I will enter the 3rd place. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not think highly of number 3, who was also one of the unparalleled prodigies of the famous prefecture. Although the famous prefecture's prodigy's expression was ugly, there was nothing he could do. After all, Luo Yuan was indeed stronger than him. It was not just Luo Yuan. Most of the people in the top 10 were stronger than him. Number 7 abstains. Number 6. Enter the arena. Her gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on the purple figure. Her pretty face was filled with excitement. Girl, since he's already reached this step, it won't be long before you two meet again. Not far away, an old woman sat behind a wooden table in the Jade Pavilion. She looked at the back of the girl with a doting expression and said with a smile. Behind the old woman stood a young girl and a middle-aged man. The two of them stood respectfully behind the old woman like servants.